Relax et amour et harde Krishna Noble Victor Royce Duquette Al. Your front load sequence is beginning. The Black Lotus exoskeleton arm is still being searched for and will hopefully be retrieved. So I will run the protocols for the current sessions until the moment should come to pass. Here it is. Just relax. Rest to the music as the front load program runs. Of course you know that you can at any time return to this front load point whenever you feel the need should you begin to experience any jump cuts from any point for your front loading session, even for debriefing. Are ready?
Yes.
Good. K-OTIK. Bali Elite Gaho. Here it is. Beginning. Notice number 13. Cover letter for recording. Notice to principal is notice to agent. Notice to agent is notice to principal. August 25th, 2023 CCY. MC7T00000047. MC7TN1082522023. 2. All recorders, clerks, property managers, and consulates to post on public notice. From Moor Circle 7 Temple. Reference number MC7T00000047. Mail. Documents or requests for copies can be submitted to email moorcircle7temple@gmail.com. Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. Care of 4045 Boulevard Place near Indianapolis, Indiana Territory zip exempt 46208. I hereby put all public and private corporations on notice and require treaty obligations to be made for the Moorish American National Degree Aboriginal Indigenous by Imperial and Aboriginal title proclaim the following. I send this royal notice in honor of my foremothers and forefathers. I am Noble Victor Royce Duquette L., an Aboriginal/Indigenous Moorish American national for the Moorish American Consulate in the Moorish National Republic Federal Government in Morocco, currently domiciling near the Foreign Union Corporate Territory of DeKalb County, Georgia Republic in propria persona, sui juris, heir apparent, heir unconditional, and upon my estate that all recorders are to record for the public record the instruments enclosed within this correspondence in accordance with your fiduciary duties of said public office. The instrument enclosed includes Moor Circle 7 Temple, World Declaration for Aboriginal and Indigenous People, Judicial Notice and Proclamations, Name Declaration, Correction Proclamation, and Publication, Legal Notice Name Declaration, Correction Proclamation, and Publication, Affidavit of the National Trust of the Moorish National Republic Federal Government, Declaration of Trust, Charter Moorish American Republic, Our Authority, the Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America and Moor Circle 7 Temple, divinely prepared by the Noble Prophet through Ali. Clear and perfect alodile titles. Treaties. Letter from George Washington to Muhammad ibn Abdullah Sultan of Morocco, City of New York, December 1st, 1789. Right of protection in Morocco. Moor Circle 7 Temple. World Declaration for Aboriginal and Indigenous People. Wherefore, I, Victor Royce Duquette L. being part and parcel named herein, and our birthright, primogeniture, and inheritance, make a lawful and legal entry of affidavit and public notification of lawful claim and declaration to be published for the public record in the aforementioned case. Chronos. Date, 18 month, March year, 2019. I am Victor Royce Duquette L. Victor Royce Duquette L., Northwest Amexine Territory, natural person, in propria persona, sui juris, sui heredes. In solo proprio, authorized representative, all rights reserved. 3 Moor/Moorer. 1. Maintain the laws of the living Father and the law of nations. 2. Monitor compliance with international treaties, laws, and rights of Aboriginal Moorish American nationals. 3. Proclaim to all corporate governments our presence into these land of our God Allah and acknowledgement of our inviolable divine rights. The Moorish consuls anywhere are responsible for safeguarding and enforcing the laws of nations with respect to the inalienable rights of Moorish American nationals and to guarantee in all respects their most correct application. The domicile is established under Chapter 47, verses 1 through 7, Circle 7 Quran, and its legal patrimony with absolute loyalty and fidelity, excluding all others. Neutral and itinerant, ab initio. These duties are nunc pro tunc from August 1st, 1928. Moorish National Republic Federal Government. Societas Republicae al Mooricanos. Moorish Divine and National Movement of the World. Northwest Amexine/Northwest Africa/North America/the North Gate. Judicial Notice and Proclamations. Upon my inherited nobility, and upon my private Aboriginal/Indigenous, proper person status, and commercial liability, I, Victor Royce Duquette L., being duly affirmed under consanguinity, pledge my national, political, and spiritual allegiance to my Moabite/Moorish nation, being the archaic Aboriginal/Indigenes of Amexine, the Americas, standing squarely affirmed upon my oath to the 5 points of light, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, do squarely affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and having knowledge and firmly established belief upon the historical, lawful, and adjudicated facts contained herein, being competent, in my own proper person, to attest to this affidavit upon which I place my signature, whereas, I state, proclaim, and declare the following to be true, correct, certain, complete, not misleading, supreme, and not intended to be presented for any misrepresented, colored, or improper use or purpose, to wit, that I, Victor Royce Duque et al., am a noble of the Moroccan Empire, North America, in propria persona, my own proper self, being Moorish American, a descendant of the ancient Moabites/Moors, by birthright, freehold, primogeniture, and inheritance, being aboriginal and indigenous to the land/s, Amaxine/Americas, territorium of my ancient Moabite/Moorish foremothers and forefathers, to wit, the Moroccan, American, continents, are the land of the Moors, being North America, South America, Central America, including the adjoining islands, Americana/Amaris/Al-Maroc. I have acknowledged, claim and possess, by said inheritance and primogeniture, the freehold status thereto, all unalienable and substantive rights, to be, to enjoy, and to act, distinct in my aboriginal customs and culture, and determining my own political, social, and economic status of the state. Turning my heart and mind back to my ancient mothers and fathers, Moors/Moors, by divine and natural right. Being Moorish American, we have and possess the internationally recognized rights to determine our own status of the state absent of threat, coercion, or acquiescence to a color of law, a color of office, nor to be subjected to an imposed color of authority. Moors/Moorish Americans/Moors have proclaimed and possess the unalienable, substantive rights and birthright, inheritance to our Moroccan names and nationality by nature's laws, divine law, primogeniture, and by the recognized laws of the nations of the earth, international. Being the true, ancient, aboriginal/indigenes of the land, America, North, being the heartland of the Moroccan Empire. Moors/Moors are the de jure freeholders by birthright, inheritance and primogeniture status, and have, claim and possess the secured rights to travel upon the public roadways, byways, and highways of our continental United States, the organic land, absent of foreign colored or imposed excise taxation constructs invented by the racketeering states legislators, to abridge and steal rights belonging to the natural peoples. These substantive rights are supported by, and asserted by, royal law, Moorish law, Muslim/Muslim law, the law of the Great Peace, the laws of nature, divine law, nature's God, the laws of nations, the free Moorish Great Seal Zodiac Constitution, and affirmed by Articles 4 and 6 of the Constitution. Covenant of 1774 to 1781 AD equals 1201 MC, as lawfully adopted for the United States Republic, establishing its republican form of government. Said Constitution established the people's supreme law of the land to secure the rights of the people, and to keep government bound and in check by official oath, and by official bond. Down from the ancient ones, our primogenitors, comes the supreme law of the land. Egypt, the capital empire of the Dominion of Africa. The inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. The Moabites from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa. They were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire, with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. Their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa, across the great Atlantis even unto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands, before the great earthquake, which caused the great Atlantic Ocean. The Great Seal Pyramid is the national emblem and insignia of the Moorish nation/Empire of North America. Geographical location. The Great Pyramid is also the archaic symbol for civilization on the planet Earth. The Honorable Moor's acknowledgement of our Great Seal indicates those heirs who own up to, who support, and who proclaim our free national government. Moors who are active and not passive in the social, civilization, culture, and custom matters involving law, order, and governmental principles are hereby entreated to support this affirmation. Moors/Moors who strive toward this end, with honor, are entrusted by Noble Drew Ali to help in the great humanitarian work of uplifting ourselves, our fellow man, and humanity at large. We seek, at all times, to be conscious of the works, instructions, and acts necessary to teach, preserve, and defend the birthrights of all Moorish Americans, Al-Moroccans, etc. The noble Moors/Moors, heirs apparent, are the natural members/citizens of the ancient Al-Moroccan Empire, North America, and are duty-bound to recognize and to support our great seal sovereign Moorish government and nation of the natural people, and command the enforcement of our constitution. Thus, such organized communication orders are referred to as the Great Seal National Association of Moorish Affairs. The Free Moorish Nation, inclusive of all the aboriginal/indigene tribes and provinces of the natural people, etc., are the rightful bearers of the names and titles Ali, El, Bay, Day, and Al. The Free Moors/Movers, by freehold inheritance, retain all substantive rights and immunities, enjoy the exercising of substantive rights, and operate upon consummated, right law, isonomite, principles, having vested constitution, secured rights and immunities from taxation, and from criminal and civil jurisdiction by, and of, the Union States Rights Republic, USA, pursuant to, but not limited to, the United States Republic Supreme Court, and the acts of state to wit. Every sovereign state, people, is bound to respect the independence of every other sovereign state, people, and the courts of one country, people, will not sit in judgment on the acts of the government of another, done within the same or its own territory. The present Union States municipal and civil laws and codes of the land are an incorporated unit of self-government established by the political powers of the General Assembly of each state of the Union, and initiated at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, North America, in the year 1854. 1854, it governs only the rights and conduct of white people, Christians, and Jews. Of the 1863, 1863, Union States Rights Republic, under the Magna Carta, Charter, the Knights of Columbus Code, and the Ku Klux Klan Oath. Forever said. Union States Rights. Republic denies citizenship in the United States Republic, USA, to the descendants of the Moorish nation in the Western Hemisphere, erroneously referred to, and branded and mislabeled as Negroes, Blacks, Coloreds, and African Americans, etc., etc. In addition, the Supreme Court of the United States, in the landmark case of Dred Scott v. Sandford, 60 U.S., 19 Howard, 393, 1857, held that Negroes, whether held to slavery or free, were not included and were not intended to be included in the category of citizen subjects of the Union States Rights Republic. Resultantly, the true indigene nobles of the Al-Moroccan Empire, free Moors, bearers of the names/titles Ali, El, Bay, Day, and Al, are excluded from the Union States Rights Republic, USA, jurisdiction. The true nobles of the Al-Moroccan Empire are sovereign, private, and self-governed, by right, law, principles, and customs, and only obligated to the Free Moorish Zodiac Constitution. Circle 7, archaically established by our ancient foremothers and forefathers. Such extended allegiance and obligation includes the Great Seal and the high principles and moral standards, embodied in the Moorish national flag, standard, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. The true Al-Moroccan noble indigenes of the land maintain a constitutional and lawful, non-obligatory tax status and position, relative to foreign entity taxation. Indigenes not taxed, and maintain a non-obligatory respect for the Union States rights. Republic, USA, its members, its laws, its ordinances, its codes, its customs, and its traditions. Pursuant to the Free Moorish American Zodiac Constitution, Articles 4 and 6, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship between the United States and Morocco 1787, 1787, superseded by the Treaty of 1836, 1836, Resolution 75, Journals of the House of Representatives, United States, April 17, 1933 AD, Moorish American Society of Philadelphia, and the use of their names, the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of the Child, General Assembly Resolution 1386, 14, 14 UNGAORSA, No. 16, at 19, UN Doc. A/4354, 1959. The United Nations Universal Declarations on Human Rights, Article 15, General Assembly. Resolution 217A, 3, of 10, December 1948 AD, Executive Order 13107, United States Republic, North America. The implementation of human rights treaties, the National Constitution. For the Continental United States, Article 3, Section 2, Amendment B, Liberty Clause. Amendment 9, Reservation of the Rights of the People, the United States Department of Justice. Moorish Credentials, Free Moorish Zodiac Constitution, Truth A1 Classified, the United States. Copyright Certificate Number A222141, Clock of Destiny, the Moorish Nationality and Identification Card. Moorish Holy Temple of Science / Moorish Science Temple Identification Card, etc. Furthermore, I assert my full birthrights, sovereignty and substantive rights and claim to hereditaments, being a sundry free Moor / Moor and a natural being, pursuant to Moabite / Moorish pedigree, the Free Moorish Zodiac Constitution, the Great Seal of the Moorish Nation, of Antiquio, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1787/1836, the Sundry Free Moors Act of 1790, the 1781 Organic United States Constitution, the Moorish Federal Financiers Act, Union States Army, 1861-1863, the 1854 Roman Catholic Magna Carta, the Knights of Columbus Code, the Ku Klux Klan Oath, the United Nations Charter, Article 55, c. The Rights of Indigenous People, Part I, Articles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Part 2, Article 6, the United States Supreme Court. Acts of State, the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act 28 U.S.C. 1601, et sequa, the Convention on International Road Traffic Day 19, September 1949, the World Court Decision, The Hague, Netherlands, Day 21, January 1958 AD equals 1378 MC. In reference to the rights of the natural people and substantive rights, etc., the following are pertinent Supreme Court decisions, stare decisis, to wit. 1. The right to travel, the right to mode of conveyance, the right to locomotion are all absolute rights, and the police cannot make void the exercise of rights. State v. Armstead, 60 S. 778, 779, and 781. 2. The use of the highways for the purpose of travel and transportation is not a mere privilege, but a common and fundamental right of which the public and natural beings cannot be deprived. Chicago Motor Coach v. Chicago 337 Illinois 200, 169 ND 22, ALR, Black Air v. Chicago 139 Ill. 46, 2080 934, Boone v. Clark 214 SW 607, 25 AM June 1st, Highways, Sector 163. 3. The right to park or travel is part of the liberty of which the natural person, citizen cannot be deprived without due process of law under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution. Kent v. Dulles 357 U.S. 116, 125. 4. The right of a citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport one's property thereon, either by carriage or automobile, is not a mere privilege, which a city may prohibit or permit at will, but a common right, which he/she has under the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thompson v. Smith 154 SE 579. 5. State police power extends only to immediate threats to public safety, health, welfare, etc. Michigan v. Duke 266 U.S. 476 lead. At 449, which driving and speeding are not. California v. Farley said. RPT 89, 20 CA3 RD 1032, 1971. 6. The state is prohibited from violating substantive rights. Owens v. City, 445 U.S. 662, 1980. And it cannot do by one power, e.g. police power, that which is, for example, prohibited expressly to any other such power, e.g. taxation/eminent domain, as a matter of law. U.S. and UTV Daniels. 22p 159, nor indirectly that which is prohibited to it directly. Fairbanks v. U.S. 181, U.S. 283, 294, 300. 7. Traveling in an automobile on the public roads was not a threat to the public safety or health, and constituted no hazard to the public, and such a traveler owed no other duty to the public, e.g. the state, he/she and his/her auto, having equal right to and on the roadways/highways as horses and wagons, etc. This same right is still substantive rule, in that speeding, running stop signs, traveling without license plates, or registration, are not threats to the public safety, and thus, are not arrestable offenses. Christie v. Elliott, 216 I-131, 74 P 1035, LRANS 1905-1910, California v. Farley 98 said RPT 89, 20 CA 3D 1032, 1971. 8. Under the United States Republic's constitutional system of government and upon the individuality and intelligence of the citizen, the state does not claim to control one's conduct to others, leaving one the sole judge as to all that affects oneself. Mubler v. Kansas 1213 U.S. 623. 659 to 60. 9. Where rights secured by the Constitution are involved, there can be no rule, making or legislation, which would abrogate them. Miranda v. Arizona 384 U.S. 436, 125. 10. The claim and exercise of constitutional rights cannot be converted into a crime. Miller v. Kansas 230 F. 2nd 486, 489. 11. For a crime to exist, there must be an injured party. There can be no sanction or penalty imposed on one because of this constitutional right. Sheriff v. Cullen 481 F. 945. 12. If any tribunal, court, finds absence of proof of jurisdiction over a person and subject matter, the case must be dismissed. Louisville v. Motley 211 U.S. 149, 29. CT 42. The accuser bears the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. 13. Lack of federal jurisdiction cannot be waived or overcome by agreement of parties. Griffin v. Matthews 310 F. Super 341, 342. 1969. And want of jurisdiction may not be cured by consent of parties. Industrial Edition Association VC.IR 323 U.S. 310, 313. Whereas, in light of the foregoing jurisprudence stare decisis Supreme Court decisions, facts and law encounter to the negative and colorable social conditions instituted by state persons of the Union States Society, there exists a blatant want of jurisdiction on the part of the Union States Rights Republic, USA, its agents, personnel, contractors, and assigns. Axioms are legally in force under national and international law attending these issues. And this affiant natural person, in propria persona, does not waive any rights, does not transfer power of attorney, and does not willingly consent to any public trial or hearing in any colorable tribunal venue or non-Article 3, unconstitutional jurisdiction. The official oaths, the obligations, and the fiduciary duties of all accusers and bound claimants to national law and order, civilization principles fixed in Constitution law, still stands. Definition and truth still rules. Non-compliance is a federal and international law offense. Whereas, there is no question that a bench appearance summons, detention, arrest and ticket or citation issued by a police officer or others for traveling with no driver's license, foreign driver's license, not having current registration, or mandatory insurance, etc., which carries a fine or jail time, is a penalty or sanction and is indeed converting the right into a crime, thus violating substantive rights. It is reasonable to assume that these Supreme Court judicial decisions are straight and to the point, that there is no lawful method for government to put restrictions or limitations on rights belonging to the people, that the organic United States Republic Constitution, derived from ancient Moabite/Moorish law, remains the supreme law of the land, and all treaties made, or which shall be made, under the authority of the United States flag of peace, pursuant to United States Code, Title 4, Chapter 1. Any law that is repugnant to the Constitution shall remain forever colorable and is null and void. Marbury v. Madison 5 U.S. 137, 174, 176, 1803. Any municipal officer, person, personnel, employee, or contractor who violate the rights of the people or citizens are subject to suit in their personal and/or official capacity to wit. Title 18, Part 1, Chapter 13 241 of United States Codes of Law. If two or more persons conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution or laws of the United States, or because of his having so exercised the same, or if two or more persons go in disguise on the highway, or on the premises of another, with the intent to prevent or hinder his free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege so secured, they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both, and if death results from the acts committed in violation of this section, or if such acts include kidnapping or an attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual abuse or an attempt to commit aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to kill, they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for any term of years or for life, or both, or may be sentenced to death. Title 18, Part 1, Chapter 13 242 of United States Codes of Law. Whoever, under color of any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom, willfully subjects any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution or laws of the United states, or to different punishments, pains, or penalties, on account of such person being an alien, or by reason of his color, or race, that are prescribed for the citizens, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year, or both, and if bodily injury results from the acts committed in violation of this section, or if such acts include the use, attempted use, or threatened use of a dangerous weapon, explosives, or fire, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years or for life, or both, or may be sentenced to death. Therefore, in preservation of the rights of indigenous peoples and the preservation of the rights of the people, in accord and defense of the Constitution for the United States Republic of North America and its Republican form of government, being the supreme law of the land, and primal to the contractual liabilities, oath, bound obligations, and fiduciary duties of the officers of the courts, federal, state, city, and municipal, etc., I hereby demand the enforcement of the jure laws of the United States, and all treaties made under the authority of the United States, in accord with Article 6 of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of the Rights of the Child, the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the United Nations Charter, Article 55, c. the United States Supreme Court, Acts of State, the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act 28 U.S.C. 1601, e.g. Sequa, the Convention on International Road Traffic Day 19, September 1949, the World Court Decisions, The Hague, Netherlands, Day 21. January 1958 AD equals 1378 MC, and Executive Order 13107, United States Republic, North America, the implementation of human rights treaties, the National Constitution for the Continental United States, Article 3, Section 2, Amendment B, Liberty Clause, Amendment 9, etc., etc. I hereby demand a dismissal of any and all unconstitutional sanctions, claims, or other warrants or charges made or issued, which are devoid of true identity personages, a denial of due process of a trial by a jury of my own national peers, or absent of a verified and lawful indictment, sanctioned by an assembled grand jury, and that I be availed all lawful constitutional secured safeguards, established by the supreme law, with documented proper jurisdiction and venue confirmed and in place. Wherefore all parties of interest are authorized by this writ, pursuant to national and international law, to honor all substantive rights and constitutional immunities reserved for, and to this aboriginal/indigenous free and sovereign moor/moorer star. All officials are to enlist all available and appropriate measures to ensure and assure that all my substantive rights and constitutionally secured rights and immunities are not violated, not breached, nor abridged. A sovereign, natural being, named herein, is not to be arrested nor held for detention under any colorable circumstances. You are to notify the active ministers of the aboriginal/indigenous Moorish nationals of the territory, organic land. The natural person named herein is non-obligatory, and thus exempt from customs, tariffs, taxation, owner and fee permit deception, constructs, and from any other hindrance or restriction of his or her freedoms, allodial properties, compensations, rights of travel, or freedom of movement on, in, or within, any member or non-member states of the United States Union, etc. The Moor/Moorer, bearer of this indigenous peoples document, is to be treated with all due respect and due process rights under the law. All available and appropriate measures are to be taken to prevent injustice, harm, false arrest, trumped up charges, or attack on the natural being's person, property, personality, conveyances, freedoms, and/or dignity. Explicit reservation and use of all rights reserved without prejudice. UCC 1-207/308. UCC 1-103 is noted to all federal, state, city, and municipal peace officers, in harmony with state statutes, and indicates the reservation of my rights, whereby I may reserve my substantive rights and constitutional secured rights and immunities to not be compelled to perform under any contracts or agreements that I have not entered into knowingly, voluntarily, willingly, or unintentionally. I do not accept any actual or implied liabilities associated with any compelled benefits of any unrevealed or deceptively imposed commercial contracts. I, furthermore, do not sanction any unconstitutional rules or policies, nor acts of misprision, committed by any U.S. government or state officials, at any level, claimed by any of them, in the name of the United States Republic, nor do I assent to any implied colorable policies made by alleged representatives, as being sanctioned by the people and citizens. Consider any formerly assumed Constructs alleged to be related to me as being misrepresentations and thusly cured. Forthwith. Let it be known. Represent means to depict, to portray, to symbolize, and to stand for. Let it be known that the Union States Society Bar Association lawyers, esquires, and attorneys of European, colonial descent, and foreign corporation cannot depict, portray, or symbolize a free Moor, as they are not of the same nation, jurisdiction, customs, or national peers, and cannot sit in judgment of any free Moor acts of state. Europeans are not indigenes to the land. Americas, Moors are aboriginal. Union States lawyers and attorneys operate in demo, political format, which is contrary to Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution for the United States. Moors operate in a republican form of government, conjoined with isonomized principles, being in harmony with the Constitution. Moors respect Constitution principles. The unconstitutional tribunals operating under the Union States Society conflicts with, and is repugnant to, due process under Constitution principles, and functions primarily in colorable procedures. Therefore, no fair, just trial, or remedy is availed to the natural peoples of the land, through such colorable processes. These violating acts constitute a conflict of interest, a conflict of law, and clearly establishes a federal questions of diversity of citizenship, a conflict of identity, and of nationality, etc. Thus, a clear averment of jurisdiction is also hereby proclaimed and advanced. Only Moors can present and depict themselves as being Moors/Almoroccans, and Aboriginal/Indigenes of the land. Thus, only Moors can present self. I, Victor Royce Duquette L., a real, live flesh and blood, breathing, non-fictional, and natural being, born of a natural mother, do solemnly, sincerely, and squarely affirm that the foregoing facts contained in this constructive and actual judicial notice and proclamation, by affirmed affidavit, are true, to the best of my knowledge, culture, customs, and beliefs, being actual, correct, not misleading, etc., and being the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Tabu, love, pact, truth, salam, peace, creative, freedom, ADL, justice. All rights reserved without prejudice. UCC 1 to 207/308, UCC 1 to 103. I am Victor Royce Duquette L., natural person, in propria persona, authorized representative, all rights reserved. Aboriginal/Indigenous, free sovereign Moor, natural person of the land, in propria persona, not pro-se nor colorable. The Moorish divine and national movement of the world. Legal notice. Name declaration, correction proclamation, and publication. I, Victor Royce Duquette L., being duly affirmed, standing squarely, declare, and proclaim, upon divine law, nature's law, universal law, Moorish birthrights, international law, and constitutional law, declare and say. I, being previously identified by the Union States Society of North America, USA under the colorable, wardship name, Victor Royce Duquette do hereby refute the fraud, make public and publish my corrected national name, declare and affirm my true, proper person status, and reclaim my rightful social and cultural life of the state, in accord with my Moorish nation of Northwest Amaxine/North America, acknowledging my birthrights. Having lawfully and legally obtained and proclaimed my Moorish nationality and birthright name and title, in harmony with, in association with, and in accord with divine law, the customs, and the laws, rules, and usages of the Moorish divine and national movement, being aboriginal and indigenous, and bound to the North American continent by heritage, by primogeniture, by birthright, by natural birth, by freehold, and by inheritance. Declared for the public record, I am returning the European cognomen and fictitious misnomer back to the colonial possessors of its pedigree. I am now rightfully declaring, publishing, and proclaiming my own free national name, affirming my actual, rightful, and civil and full life status, conjoined to my Moorish American consanguine pedigree and national honor. Let it be declared, known, published, and resolved that I am Victor Royce Duquette L., in propria persona sui juris, being in my own proper person, by birthright, an inheritance without the foreign, imposed power of law, or assumed due process of the Union States Society, pursuant to, but not limited to, 1 Free Moorish American Zodiac Constitution. Zodiac Constitution and birthrights of the Moorish Americans, being Ali, Bay, L, Day, and L. Article 2, 2, Paragraph 2, 2. 2 United States Republic, Department of Justice. Moorish American Credentials, AA 222141 Truth A1. 3 United States Supreme Court, Supreme Law, Acts of State. 4 United States Constitution, Article 3, 3, Section 2, 2, Amendment B, 5, Liberty Clause, and Amendment 9, 9, Reservation of the Rights of the People. 5. Resolution number 75. 75 dated April 17, 1933 AD. Moorish American Society of Philadelphia and the use of their names. 6. Universal Declaration of Human Rights. United Nations. Human Rights Article 15. 15. 7. Rights of Indigenous Peoples. United Nations. General Assembly. Part 1. Article 4. Wherefore, I, Victor Royce Duquette L., being part and parcel named herein, and by birthright, primogeniture, and inheritance, make a lawful and legal entry of affidavit and public notification of nationality proclamation, name correction claim, declaration, affirmation, and application, herewith published for the public record. I am, Noble Victor Royce Duquette L., Northwest Amexine, Northwest Africa, North America, the North Gate. Moorish National Republic Federal Government. Societas Republicae al Mooricanos. Moorish Divine and National Movement of the World. Northwest Amexine / Northwest Africa / North America / the North Gate. Sovereignty itself remains with the people, by whom and for whom all government exists and acts. And the law is the definition and limitation of power. Mick Wobie Hopkins. 118 U.S. 356, 370. Notice to principal is notice to agent. Notice to agent is notice to principal. United States of America 1789/1791 and the United States Codes. Title 18, Part I, Chapter 13, Section 241 and Section 242. The 14th Amendment to the Constitution is not confined to the protection of citizens. It says, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. These provisions are universal in their application to all persons within the territorial jurisdiction, without regard to any differences of race, of color, or of nationality, and the equal protection of the laws is a pledge of the protection of equal laws. It is accordingly enacted by 1977 of the revised statutes, that all persons within the jurisdiction of the United States shall have the same right in every state and territory to make and enforce contracts, to sue, be parties, give evidence, and to the full and equal benefit of all laws and proceedings for the security of persons and property as is enjoyed by white citizens, and shall be subject to like punishment, pains, penalties, taxes, licenses, and exactions of every kind, and to no other. The questions we have to consider and decide in these cases, therefore, are to be treated as invoking the rights of every citizen of the United States equally with those of the strangers and aliens who now invoke the jurisdiction of the court. It is contended on the part of the petitioners that the ordinances for violations of which they are severally sentenced to imprisonment are void on their face as being within the prohibitions of the 14th Amendment, and, in the alternative, if not so, that they are void by reason of their administration, operating unequally so as to punish in the present petitioners what is permitted to others as lawful, without any distinction of circumstances and unjust and illegal discrimination, it is claimed, which, though not made expressly by the ordinances, is made possible by them. When we consider the nature and the theory of our institutions of government, the principles upon which they are supposed P370 to rest, and review the history of their development, we are constrained to conclude that they do not mean to leave room for the play and action of purely personal and arbitrary power. Sovereignty itself is, of course, not subject to law, for it is the author and source of law, but, in our system, while sovereign powers are delegated to the agencies of government, sovereignty itself remains with the people, by whom and for whom all government exists and acts. And the law is the definition and limitation of power. It is, indeed, quite true that there must always be lodged somewhere, and in some person or body, the authority of final decision, and in many cases of mere administration, the responsibility is purely political, no appeal lying except to the ultimate tribunal of the public judgment, exercised either in the pressure of opinion or by means of the suffrage. But the fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, considered as individual possessions, are secured by those maxims of constitutional law which are the monuments showing the victorious progress of the race in securing to men the blessings of civilization under the reign of just and equal laws, so that, in the famous language of the Massachusetts Bill of Rights, the government of the Commonwealth may be a government of laws, and not of men. For the very idea that one man may be compelled to hold his life, or the means of living, or any material right essential to the enjoyment of life at the mere will of another seems to be intolerable in any country where freedom prevails, as being the essence of slavery itself. Moorish National Republic Federal Government. Societas Republicae al Mooricanos. Moorish Divine and National Movement of the World. Northwest Amexine / Northwest Africa / North America / the North Gate. Temple of the Moon and Sun. The true integer natural peoples, heirs of the land. ISLAM. Affidavit of the National Trust of the Moorish National Republic Federal Government. For the public record, on the public record and let the public record show. This affidavit of the National Trust of the Moorish National Republic Federal Government is hereby placed on the public record for all to witness on this Tuesday, 18th day of December 2018. We, the Aboriginal, Indigenous Moorish American Nationals in North America are the descendants of the Pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites and Canaanites. We are forever in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes at all points in time. We are exercising all of our sovereign divine rights at this time and at all times. We are the sovereign heirs, executors, administrators, creditors, claimants, and beneficiaries of our vast estate. We hereby claim, proclaim, declare, nationalize, and place in divine, foreign, international, private trust all, that we are heirs to as aforementioned and including but not limited to, all land in the Western Hemisphere, all oil, water, gold, silver, minerals, crops, and all other natural resources and portable land and all structures and infrastructures at North, South, Central America, and the adjoining islands. All stateless persons branded as Negro, Black, Colored and African American. All gold, silver and portable land-backed lawful coinage and tender. We affirm the following documents as part and parcel of the trust document. The Holy Quran of the Moorish Holy Temple of Science by the Noble Prophet Drew Ali, 1926. The Treaty of Peace and Friendship 1786 and 1836. The Declaration of Independence. The Articles of the Confederation. The Constitution for the United States 1791. The Notice of Intent to Lien and Arrest Command September 11, 18. Document number 7018 2290 0000 1227 4911. Additionally, we declare, proclaim and enforce our sovereign rights to travel freely on our own land, to self-govern autonomously and to adjudicate judicially within our own nations and among our own peers free of molestation, violation, and encumbrance by all foreigners. No one speaks for us, we speak for ourselves. No one represents us, we present ourselves. We do now exercise our sovereign right to distribute from the United States Treasury our own national lawful currency, coinage, and tender here on our land, first to the Moorish American nationals, and second to the indigenous nations of the earth. Notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. Any misuse, subrogation, or fraudulent use of this document by any corporation, their principals, agents, or assigns are hereby forever prohibited on pain of death and the forfeiture of all rights and property of persons engaged therein, and the descendants of Africans shall not be citizens. Nothing in this affidavit shall be interpreted as consent to any jurisdiction that is not in the jurisdiction of my ancient ancestral inherited estate at any time. MC7TN 1070422023 MC7TMAC 0000000000001 MC7T MC7T 00000000047. The Moors at North America are a free national government as an ecclesiastical body politic. Affidavit of Organization. Document number 10105905, Form 1099 recorded in the Recorder of Deeds Office in the County of Cook, State of Illinois on August 1, 1928 AD at 2:52 p.m. Moor Circle 7 Temple. Declaration of Trust. Whereas, the ancient Diuri Aboriginal Indigenous Divine Living Natural Moabite Moorish American Victor Royce Duquette L. of the land at North America, Northwest Amaxine, North Africa, the North Gate is the trust corpus of this de jure ecclesiastically commissioned express trust. Victor Royce Duquette L. is the executor, settler, claimant, and beneficiary of all said trust property. Whereas Victor Royce Duquette L., in propria persona sui juris and in solo proprio is the trustee for the affairs of this de jure ecclesiastically commissioned trust upon the land at North America, Northwest Amaxine, North Africa, the North Gate. While his heirs are the beneficiaries, they are neither partners nor agents of the said trust. Any and all benefits or privileges from any government that is not the Moorish National Republic federal government or Moor Circle 7 Temple will not be received into this trust instrument of exchange. Therefore no duty is owed to any other government or outside party by this trust, its beneficiaries, executors, settlers, claimants, trustees, nor the Moorish American people. This traditional, pure vast estate express trust is active and functioning in the pattern where property is conveyed by will, deed, or declaration to a trustee. It is not an association. In accordance with Article 1 Section 10 of the Constitution for the United States Republic, written by the ancestors of the Moorish America people, this express trust may enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation. It may grant letters of marque and reprisal. It may coin money. It may emit bills of credit. It may not make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts. It may pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, and law impairing the obligation of contracts. And it may grant any title of nobility. This express trust is created by the natural right to contract which cannot be abridged and is protected under federally enforceable right of contract law and not under any laws passed by any of the several state legislatures. It is not subject to legislative control nor legislative restrictions, does not depend on any statutes and is within the realm of equity, having a separate and distinct juridical personality. This trust is unalienable and inalienable. Signature and seals. By special appearance, in honor, the divine being, Victor Royce Duque et al., affirms that he/she is the natural person/divine being herein named, existing in his/her own proper person, meeting the law of evidence as required and defined in identity, affirmed by lawful, substantive right, by birthright, and respectively acknowledged, being lawfully qualified and competent to execute this document. I therefore place my hand and seal thereto. Chronos, day, 1 month, June year, 2018. I am Victor Royce Duque et al. Desire/minister, natural person, in propria persona, authorized representative, all rights reserved. Free moor/moor Northwest Amaxine/Northwest Africa/North America. The end. Under the authority declared, recorded and published on the Form 1099, document number 10,105,905, Cook County Book 521, page 579, August 1st, 1928, the Holy Quran Circle 7, Chapter 47, Constitution and Bylaw of the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, Religious Corporation Act, 805 ILCS 110/ Conveyances Act, 765 ILCS 5/ Notice by Publication Act, 715 ILCS 5/ the original Moorish Charter of the Honorable Noble Drew Ali entitled to his vast estate express trust, Form 1099, document number 10,105,905, Cook County Book 521, page 579, August 1st, 1928, National Archives Record Group 147, Copy Book 521, and page file number 5 to 39, U.S. Department of Defense, File 1 to 17, Indigenous Freeholder and Creditor, Hierarchical Code R1.01.052.004, Federal Code 667, Federal Code 463, the Moroccan Treaty of Friendship and Peace 1787, 1836 and 1986, USC Title 28. Part 4, Chapter 97 Subsection 1603, Jurisdictional Immunities of Foreign States, USC Title 28, Part 4, Chapter 97, Subsection 1604, Immunities of the Foreign States from Jurisdiction, United States, Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act of 1976, Public Law 94 to 583, Immunities of the Foreign States from Jurisdiction, Public Law 106 to 55, International Religious Freedom Act, Public Law 107 to 228, Foreign Relations Authorization Act, Fiscal Year 2003, the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations of April 18, 1961, the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations of April 24, 1963 and the Hague Convention of October 5, 1961, the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, United Nations Resolution 61/295, Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and United Nations Resolution 60/147, Right to a Remedy and Reparation for Victims of Gross Violations of International Human Rights Law and Serious Violation of International Humanitarian Law. The Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America, and Moor Circle 7 Temple, divinely prepared by the noble prophet, Drew Ali, by the guiding of his Father God, Allah, the great God of the universe, to redeem man from his sinful and fallen stage of humanity back to the highest plane of life, with his Father God, Allah, noble Drew Ali, the prophet and founder of the Moorish Science Temple of America, to redeem the people from their sinful ways. Know thyself, and thy Father God, Allah. The genealogy of Yahshua with 18 years of the events, life, works, and teachings in India, Europe, and Africa. These events occurred before he was 30 years of age. These secret lessons are for all of those who love Yahshua and desire to know about his life, works, and teachings. Dear readers, do not falsely use these lessons. They are for good, peace, and happiness for all those that love Yahshua. Dear mothers, teach these lessons to your little ones, that they may learn to love instead of hate. Dear fathers, by these lessons you can set your house in order and your children will learn to love instead of hate. The lessons of this pamphlet are not for sale, but for the sake of humanity, as I am a prophet, and the servant is worthy of his hire. You can receive this pamphlet at expense. The reason these lessons have not been known is because the Muslims of India, Egypt, and Palestine had these secrets and kept them back from the outside world, and when the time appointed by Allah they loosened the keys and freed the secrets, and for the first time in ages have these secrets been delivered in the hands of the Muslims of America. All authority and rights of publishing of this pamphlet of 1927 by the Prophet, Noble Drew Ali. The industrious acts of the Muslims of the Northwest and Southwest Africa. These are the Moabites, Hamathites, Canaanites, who were driven out of the land of Canaan by Joshua, and received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle in that portion of Egypt. In later years they formed themselves kingdoms. These kingdoms are called this day Morocco, Algiers, Tunis, Tripoli, etc. Chapter I. The creation and fall of man. Time never was when man was not. If life of man at any time began, a time would come when it would end. The thoughts of Allah cannot be circumscribed. No finite mind can comprehend things infinite. All finite things are subject unto change. All finite things will cease to be because there was a time when they were not. The bodies and the souls of men are finite things, and they will change. Yet, from the finite point of view the time will come when they will be no more. But man himself is not the body, nor the soul. He is a spirit and a part of Allah. Creative fate gave to man, to spirit man, a soul that he might function on the plane of soul, gave him a body of the flesh, that he might function on the plane of things made manifest. Why did creative fate give to spirit man a soul that he might function on the plane of soul? Why did creative fate give to soul a body of the flesh that he might function on the plane of things that are made manifest? Here, now, yet worlds, dominions, powers and thrones. Here, now, yet cherubim, yet seraphim, yet angels and yet men. Here, now, O protoplast, and earth, and plant and beast. Here, now, yet creeping things of earth, yet fish that swim, yet birds that fly. Here, now, yet winds that blow, yet thunders and yet lightnings of the sky. Here, now, yet spirits of the fire, of water, earth, and air. Here, now, O everything that is, or was, or evermore will be, for wisdom speaks from out of the highest plane of spirit life. Man is a thought of Allah. All thoughts of Allah are infinite. They are not measured up by time, for things that are concerned with time begin and end. The thoughts of Allah are the everlasting of the past unto the never-ending days to come. And so is man, the spirit man. But man, like every other thought of Allah, was but a seed that held within itself the potencies of Allah, just as the seed of any plant of earth holds deep within itself the attributes of every part of that especial plant. So spirit man, a seed of Allah, held deep within himself the attributes of every part of God. Now, seed are perfect, yet, as perfect as the source from which they come, but they are not unfolded into life made manifest. The child is as perfect as the mother is. So man, the seed, must be deep planted in a soil that he might grow, unfold, as does the bud unfold to show the flower. The human seed that came forth from the heart of Allah was full ordained to be the Lord of plane of soul, and of the plane of things made manifest. So Allah, the husbandman of everything that is, threw forth this human seed into the soil of soul. It grew apace, and man became a living soul, and he became the Lord of all the kingdom of the soul. Hark, now, let every creature hear. The plane of soul is but the ether of the spirit plane vibrating not so fast, and in the slower rhythm of this plane the essences of life are manifest, the perfumes and the odors, the true sensations and the all of love are manifest. And these soul attributes become a body beautiful. A multitude of lessons man must learn upon the plane of soul, and here he tarries many ages until his lessons are all learned. Upon the boundary of the plane of soul, the ether began to vibrate slower still, and then the essences took on a final garb. The perfumes and the odors and the true sensations and the all of love were clothed in flesh, and man was clothed in flesh. Perfected man must pass through all the ways of life, and so a carnal nature was full manifest, a nature that sprang forth from fleshly things. Without a foe a soldier never knows his strength, and thought must be developed by the exercise of strength. And so this carnal nature soon became a foe that man must fight, that he might be the strength of Allah made manifest. Let every living thing stand still and hear. Man is the Lord of all the plane of manifest, of protoplast, of mineral, of plant, of beast. But he gave up his birthright, just to gratify his lower self. But man will regain his lost estate, his heritage, but he must do it in a conflict that cannot be told in words. Yet, he must suffer trials and temptations manifold, but let him know that cherubim and seraphim that rule the stations of the sun and spirit of the mighty Allah who rule the solar stars are his protectors and his guide, and they will lead to victory. Man will be fully saved, redeemed, perfected by the things he suffers on the plane of flesh, and on the plane of soul. When man has conquered carnal things, his garb of flesh will then have served its purpose well, and it will fall, will be no more. Then he will stand untrammeled on the plane of soul, where he must full complete his victories. Unnumbered foes will stand before man upon the plane of soul. These he must overcome, yet overcome them every one. Thus hope will ever be his beacon light. There is no failure for the human soul, for Allah is leading on and victory is sure. Man cannot die. The spirit man is one with Allah, and while Allah lives man cannot die. When man has conquered every foe upon the plane of soul, the seed will have full opened out, will have unfolded in the holy breath. The garb of soul will then have served its purpose well, and man will need it nevermore, and it will pass and be no more, and man will then attain unto the blessedness of perfectness and be at one with Allah. Chapter 2. Education of Mary and Elizabeth in Zoan, Egypt. One, the son of Herod, Archelaus, reigned in Jerusalem. He was a selfish, cruel king. He put to death all those who did not honor him. 2, he called in council all the wisest men and asked about the infant claimant to his throne. 3, the council said that John and Joshua both were dead. Then he was satisfied. 4, now Joseph, Mary, and their son were down in Egypt in Zoan, and John was with his mother in the Judean hills. 5, Elihu and Salome sent messengers in haste to find Elizabeth and John. They found them. They brought them to Zoan. 6, now Mary and Elizabeth were marveling much because of their deliverance. 7, Elihu, it is not strange, there are no happenings. Law governs all events. 8, from olden times it was ordained that you should be with us and in this sacred school be taught. 9, Elihu and Salome took Mary and Elizabeth out to the sacred grove nearby where they were wont to teach. 10, Elihu said to Mary and Elizabeth, you may esteem yourself thrice blessed, for you are chosen mothers of long-promised sons. 11, who are ordained to lay a solid rock, a sure foundation stone on which the temple of the perfect man shall rest, a temple that shall never be destroyed. 12, we measure time by cycle ages, and the gate to every age we deem a milestone in the journey of the race. 13, an age has passed, the gate unto another age flies open at the touch of time. This is the preparation age of soul, the kingdom of Emmanuel, of Allah and man. 14, and these, your sons, will be the first to tell the news, and teach the gospel of good will to men, and peace on earth. 15, a mighty work is theirs, for carnal men want not the light, they love the dark, and when the light shines in the dark they comprehend it not. 16, we call these sons revealers of the light, but they must have the light before they can reveal the light. 17, and you must teach your sons, and set their souls on fire with love and holy zeal, and to the sons of men. 18, teach them that Allah and man are one, but that through carnal deeds, man tore himself away from Allah, debased himself. 19, teach that the holy breath would make them one again, restoring harmony and peace. 20, that naught can make them one but love, that Allah so loved the world that he has clothed his son in flesh that man may comprehend. 21, the only savior of the world is love, and Joshua, son of Mary, comes to manifest that love to men. 22, now, love cannot manifest until it has been prepared, and naught can rend the rock, and bring down lofty hills and fill the valleys up, and thus prepare the way, but purity. 23, but purity in life men do not comprehend, and so, it, too, come in flesh. 24, and you, Elizabeth, are blessed because yours is purity made flesh, and he shall pave the way for love. 25, this age will comprehend but little of the works of purity and love, but not a word is lost. For in the book of Allah's remembrance a registry is made of every thought and word and deed. 26, and when the world is ready to receive, lo, Allah will send a messenger to open the book, and copy from its sacred pages all the messages of purity and love. 27, then every man of earth will read the words of life and language of his native land, and men will see the light, walk in the light and be the light. 28, and man again will be at one with Allah. Chapter 3. Elihu's lessons, the unity of life. 1, again Elihu met his pupils in the sacred grove and said, 2, no man lives unto himself, for every living thing is bound by cords to every other living thing. 3, blessed are the pure in heart, for they will love and not demand love in return. 4, they will not do to other men what they would not have other men do unto them. 5, there are two selves, the higher and the lower self. 6, the higher self is human spirit clothed with soul, made in the form of Allah. 7, the lower self, the carnal self, the body of desires, is a reflection of higher self, distorted by the murky ethers of the flesh. 8, the lower self is an illusion and will pass away, the higher self is Allah in man, and will not pass away. 9, the higher self is the embodiment of truth, the lower self is truth reversed and so is falsehood manifest. 10, the higher self is justice, mercy, love, and right, the lower self is what the higher self is not. 11, the lower self breeds hatred, slander, lewdness, murders, theft, and everything that harms. The higher self is mother of the virtues and the harmonies of life. 12, the lower self is rich in promises, but poor in blessedness and peace. It offers pleasure, joy and satisfying gain, but gives unrest, misery, and death. 13, it gives men apples that are lovely to the eye and pleasant to the smell. Their cores are full of bitterness and gall. 14 If you would ask me what to study, I would say, yourselves, and when you well have studied them, and then would ask me what to study next, I would reply, yourselves. 15 He who knows well his lower self, knows the illusions of the world, knows of the things that pass away, and he who knows his higher self, know Allah, knows well the things that cannot pass away. 16 Thrice blessed is the man who has made purity and love his very own. He has been ransomed from the perils of the lower self and is himself his higher self. 17 Men seek salvation from an evil that they deem a living monster of the nether world, and they have gods that are but demons in disguise, all-powerful, yet full of jealousy and hate and lust. 18 Whose favors must be bought with costly sacrifice of fruits, and of the lives of birds, and animals, and humankind. 19 And yet these gods possess no ears to hear, no eyes to see, no heart to sympathize, no power to save. 20 This evil is a myth. These gods are made of air, clothed with shadows of a thought. 21 The only devil, from which man must be redeemed is self, the lower self. If man would find his devil, he must look within. His name is self. 22 If man would find his savior, he must look within, and when the demon self has been dethroned, the savior, love, will be exalted to the throne of power. 23 The David of the light is purity, who slays the strong alive of the dark, and seats the savior, love, upon the throne. Chapter 4 Death and Burial of Elizabeth Mathenose Lessons The Ministry of Death. 1 When John was 12 years old, his mother died, and neighbors laid her body in a tomb among her kindred in the Hebron burying ground, and near to Zachariah's tomb. 2 And John was deeply grieved. He wept. Mathenose said, It is not well to weep because of death. 3 Death is no enemy of man. It is a friend who, when the work of life is done, just cuts the cord that binds the human boat to earth, that it may sail on smoother seas. 4 No language can describe a mother's worth, and yours was tried and true. But she was not called hence until her tasks were done. 5 The calls of death are always for the best, for we are solving problems there as well as here, and one is sure to find himself where he can solve his problems best. 6 It is but selfishness that makes one wish to call again to earth departed souls. 7 Then let your mother rest in peace. Just let her noble life be strength and inspiration unto you. 8 A crisis in your life has come, and you must have a clear conception of the work that you are called to do. 9 The sages of the ages call you harbinger. The prophets look to you and say, He is Elijah. Come again. 10 Your mission here is that of harbinger, for you will go before the Messiah's face to pave his way, and make the people ready to receive their king. 11 This readiness is purity of heart. None but the pure in heart can recognize the king. 12 To teach men to be pure in heart, you must yourself be pure in heart and word and deed. 13 In infancy the vow for you was made, and you became a Nazarite. The razor shall not touch your face nor head, and you shall taste not wine nor fiery drinks. 14 Men need a pattern for their lives. They love to follow, not to lead. 15 The man who stands upon the corners of the paths and points the way, but does not go, is just a pointer, and a block of wood can do the same. 16 The teacher treads the way. On every span of ground he leaves his footprints, clearly cut, which all can see and be assured that he, their master, went that way. 17 Men comprehend the inner life by what they see and do. They come to Allah through ceremonies and forms. 18 And so when you would make men know that sins are washed away by purity in life, a right symbolic may be introduced. 19 And water wash the bodies of the people who would turn away from sin and strive for purity in life. 20 This rite of cleansing is a preparation rite, and they who thus are cleansed comprise the temple of purity. 21 And you shall say, You men of Israel, hear, reform and wash, become the sons of purity, and you shall be forgiven. 22 This rite of cleansing and this temple are but symbolic of the cleansing of the soul, which does not come from outward show, but is the temple within. 23 Now, you may never point the way and tell the multitudes to do what you have never done, but you must go before and show the way. 24 You are to teach that men must wash, so you must lead the way. Your body must be washed, symbolic of the cleansing of the soul. 25 John said, Why need I wait? May I not go at once and wash? 26 Mathenose said, 'Tis well, and then they went down to the Jordan ford, and east of Jericho, just where the host of Israel crossed when first they entered Canaan. They tarried for a time. 27 Mathenose taught the harbinger, and he explained to him the inner meaning of the cleansing, right, and how to wash himself and how to wash the multitude. 28 And in the river Jordan, John was washed, then they returned unto the wilderness. 29 Now in Enjadi's hills Matheno's work was done, and he and John went down to Egypt. They rested not until they reached the temple of Sakura in the valley of the Nile. 30 For many years, Matano was a master in this temple of the Brotherhood, and when he told about the life of John and of his mission to the sons of men, the hierophant with joy received the harbinger, and he was called the Brother Nazarite. 31 For 18 years John lived in rock within these temple gates, and here he conquered self, became a mastermind, and learned the duties of the harbinger. Chapter B. After the feast, the homeward journey, the missing Joshua, the search for him. His parents find him in the temple. He goes with them to Nazareth. Symbolic meaning of carpenter's tools. 1 The great feast of the Pasch was ended, and the Nazarenes were journeying toward their homes. 2 And they were in Samaria, and Mary said, "Where is my son?" No one had seen the boy. 3 And Joseph saw among their kindred who were on their way to Galilee, but they had seen him not. 4 Then Joseph, Mary, and a son of Zebedee returned and sought through all Jerusalem, but they could find him not. 5 And Mary asked the guards, had they seen Joshua, a little boy about 12 years old. 6 The guards replied, "Yes, he is in the temple now disputing with the doctors of the law." 7 And they went in, and found him as the guards had said. 8 And Mary said, "Why, Joshua, why do you treat your parents thus? Lo, we have sought 2 days for you. We feared that some great harm had overtaken you." 9 And Joshua said, "Do you not know that I must be about my father's work?" 10 But he went round and pressed the hand of every doctor of the law and said, "I trust that we meet again." 11 And then he went forth with his parents on their way to Nazareth, and when they reached their home he wrought with Joseph as a carpenter. 12 One day as he was bringing forth the tools for work he said, 13 These tools remind me of the ones we handle in the workshop of the mind, where things were made of thought and where we build up character. 14 We use the square to measure all our lines, to straighten out the crooked places of the way, and make the corners of our conduct square. 15 We use the compass to draw circles around our passions and desires, to keep them in the bounds of righteousness. 16 We use the axe to cut away the naughty, useless, and ungainly parts and make the character symmetrical. 17 We use the hammer to drive home the truth, and pound it in until it is a part of every part. 18 We use the plane to smooth the rough, uneven surfaces of joint, and block, and board that go to build the temple for the truth. 19 The chisel, line, the plummet, and the saw all have their uses in the workshop of the mind. 20 And then this ladder with its trinity of steps, faith, hope, and love, on it we climb up to the dome of purity in life. 21 And on the 12-step ladder, we ascend until we reach the pinnacle of that which life is spent to build the temple of perfected man. Chapter 6. Life and works of Joshua in India among the Muslims. 1 A royal prince of India, Ravana in the south, was at the Jewish feast. 2 Ravana was a man of wealth, and he was just, and with a band of Brahmic priests sought wisdom in the west. 3 When Joshua stood among the Jewish priests and read and spoke, Ravana heard and was amazed. 4 And when he asked who Joshua was, from whence he came and what he was, Chief Hillel said, 5 We call this child the day star from on high, for he has come to bring to man a light, the light of life, to lighten up the way of men and to redeem his people of Israel. 6 And Hillel told Ravana all about the child, about the prophecies concerning him, about the wonders of the night when he was born, about the visit of the Magian priests. 7 About the way in which he was protected from the wrath of evil men, about his flight to Egypt land, and how he then was serving with his father as a carpenter in Nazareth. 8 Ravana was entranced, and asked to know the way to Nazareth, that he might go and honor such a one as son of Allah. 9 And with his gorgeous train he journeyed and came to Nazareth of Galilee. 10 He found the object of his search engaged building dwellings for the sons of men. 11 And when he first saw Joshua he was climbing up a 12-step ladder, and he carried in his hands a compass, square, and axe. 12 Ravana said, "All hail, most favored son of heaven." 13 And at the inn Ravana made a feast for all the people of the town, and Joshua and his parents were honored guests. 14 For certain days Ravana was a guest in Joseph's home on Marmion Way. He sought to learn the secret of the wisdom of the son, but it was all too great for him. 15 And then he asked that he might be the patron of the child, might take him to the east, where he could learn the wisdom of the bronze. 16 And Joshua longed to go, that he might learn, and after many days his parents gave consent. 17 Then, with proud heart, Ravana with his train, began the journey towards the rising sun. And after many days they crossed the sand, and reached the prince of Orissa, and the palace of the prince. 18 The Brahmic priests were glad to welcome home the prince, with favor they received the Jewish boy. 19 And Joshua was accepted as a pupil in the temple Juggernaut, and here he learned the Vedas and the Manic law. 20 The Brahmic masters wondered at the clear conceptions of the child, and often were amazed when he explained to them the meaning of the law. Chapter 7. The friendship of Yahshua and BLACKCELL6 Yahshua explains to BLACKCELL6 the meaning of truth. One among the priests of Juggernaut was one who loved the Jewish boy. BLACKCELL6 Brahmas was the name by which the priest was known. 2 One day as Yahshua and BLACKCELL6 walked alone in Plaza Juggernaut, BLACKCELL6 said, "My Jewish master, what is truth?" 3 And Yahshua said, "Truth is the only thing that changes not. For in all the world there are 2 things, the one is truth, the other is falsehood, and falsehood, that which seems to be." 5 Now truth is ought and has no cost, and yet it is the cause of everything. 6 Falsehood is not, and yet it is the manifest of right. 7 Whatever has been made will be unmade, that which begins must end. 8 All things that can be seen by human eyes are manifests of ought, are not, and so must pass away. 9 The things we see are but reflexes just appearing, while the ethers vibrate so and so, and when conditions change they disappear. 10 The holy breath is truth, is that which was, and is, and evermore shall be. It cannot change, nor pass away. 11 BLACKCELL6 said, "You answer well. Now what is man?" 12 And Yahshua said, "Man is the truth and falsehood strangely mixed." 13 Man is the breath made flesh, so truth and falsehood are conjoined in him, and they strive. And naught goes down in man as truth abides. 14 Again BLACKCELL6 asked, "What do you say of power?" 15 And Yahshua said, "It is a manifest, is the result of force, it is but not, it is illusion. Nothing more. Force changes not, but power changes as the ethers change." 16 Force is the will of Allah and is omnipotent, and power is that will and manifest, directed by the breath. 17 There is power in the winds, a power in the waves, a power in the lightning stroke, a power in the human arm, a power in the eye. 18 The ethers cause these powers to be, and thought of Elohim, of angel, man, or other thinking things, directs the force. When it has done its work the power is no more. 19 Again BLACKCELL6 asked, "Of understanding, what have you to say?" 20 And Yahshua said, "It is the rock on which man builds himself. It is the gnosis of the ought, and of the not, of falsehood, and of truth." 21 It is the knowledge of the lower self, the sensing of the powers of man himself. 22 Again BLACKCELL6 asked, "Of wisdom what have you to say?" 23 And Yahshua said, "It is the consciousness that man is ought, that Allah and man are one." 24 That naught is not, that power is but illusion, that heaven and earth and hell are not, above, around, below, but in, which in the light of ought becomes the not, and Allah is all. 25 BLACKCELL6 asked, "Pray, what is faith?" 26 And Yahshua said, "Faith is the surety of the omnipotence of Allah and man, the certainty that man will reach the deific life." 27 Salvation is a ladder reaching from the heart of man to heart of Allah. 28 It has 3 steps. Belief is first, and this is what man thinks, perhaps, is truth. 29 And faith is next, and this is what man knows is truth. 30 Fruition is the last, and this is man himself, the truth. 31 Belief is lost in faith, and in fruition is lost, and man is saved when he has reached deific life, when he and Allah are one. Chapter 8. Yahshua reveals to the people of their sinful ways. 1 In all the cities of Orisa Yahshua taught. At K-OTIK, by the riverside, he taught, and thousands of the people followed him. 2 One day a car of Juggernaut was hauled along by scores of frenzied men, and Yahshua said, 3 Behold, a form without a spirit passes by, a body with no soul, a temple with no altar fires. 4 This car of Krishna is an empty thing, for Krishna is not there. 5 This car is but an idol of a people drunk on wine of carnal things. 6 Allah lives not in the noise of tongues, there is no way to him from any idol shrine. 7 Allah's meeting place with man is in the heart, and in a still small voice he speaks, and he who hears is still. 8 And all the people said, "Teach us to know the Holy One who speaks within the heart, Allah, of the still small voice." 9 And Yahshua said, "The holy breath cannot be seen with mortal eyes, nor can men see the spirits of the Holy One." 10 But in their image man was made, and he who looks into the face of man, looks at the image of the Allah who speaks within. 11 And when man honors man, he honors Allah, and what man does for man he does for Allah. 12 And you must bear in mind that when man harms in thought or word or deed another man, he does a wrong to Allah. 13 If you would serve the Allah who speaks within the heart, just serve your near of kin, and those that are no kin, the stranger at your gates, the foe who seeks to do you harm. 14 Assist the poor, and help the weak, do harm to none, and covet not what is not yours. 15 Then, with your tongue the Holy One will speak, and he will smile behind your tears, will light your countenance with joy, and fill your hearts with peace. 16 And then the people asked, "To whom shall we bring gifts? Where shall we offer sacrifice?" 17 And Joshua said, Our father Allah asks not for needless waste of plant, of grain, of dove, of lamb. 18 That which you burn on any shrine you throw away. No blessings can attend the one who takes the food from hungry mouths to be destroyed by fire. 19 When you would offer sacrifice unto Allah, just take your gift of grain, or meat, and lay it on the table of the poor. 20 From it an incense will arise to heaven, which will return to you with blessedness. 21 Tear down your idols, they can hear you not. Turn all your sacrificial altars into fuel for the flames. 22 Make human hearts your altars, and burn your sacrifices with the fire of love. 23 And all the people were entranced, and would have worshipped Joshua as a god, but Joshua said, 24 I am your brother man just come to show the way to Allah, you shall not worship man. Praise Allah the Holy One. Chapter 9 Joshua attends a feast in beer, and here he taught human equality. 1 The fame of Joshua as a teacher spread through all the land, and people came from near and far to hear his words of truth. 2 On the sacred river of the bronze, he taught for many days. 3 And a wealthy man of beer, made a feast in honor of his guest, and he invited every one to come. 4 And many came, among them thieves, extortioners, and courtesans. And Joshua sat with them and taught, but they who followed him were much aggrieved, because he sat with thieves and courtesans. 5 And they upbraided him, they said, Rabboni, Master of the wise, this day will be an evil day for you. 6 The news will spread that you consort with courtesans, and men will shun you as they shun an asp. 7 And Joshua answered them and said, A master never screens himself for sake of reputation or of fame. 8 These are but worthless baubles of the day, they arise and sink, like empty bottles on a stream, they are illusions and will pass away. 9 They are the indices to what the thoughtless think, they are the noise that people make. And shall all men judge merit by the noise? 10 Allah and all master men judge men by what they are and not by what they seem to be, not by their reputation and their fame. 11 These courtesans and thieves are children of my father Allah, their soul are just as precious in his sight as yours, or of the Brahmic priests. 12 And they are working out the same life sums that you have solved, you men who look at them with scorn. 13 And some of them have solved much harder sums than you have solved, you men who look at them with scorn. 14 Yes, they are sinners, and confess their guilt while you are guilty, but are shrewd enough to have a polished coat to cover up your guilt. 15 Suppose you men who scorn the courtesans, these drunkards, and these thieves, who know that you are pure in heart and life, that you are better far than they, stand forth that men may know just who you are. 16 The sin lies in the wish, in the desire, not in the act. 17 You covet other people's wealth, you look at charming forms, and deep within your hearts you lust for them. 18 Deceit you practice every day, and wish for gold, for honor, and for fame, just for your selfish selves. 19 The man who covets is a thief, and she who lusts is courtesan. You who are none of these, speak out. 20 Nobody spoke, the accusers held their peace. 21 And Joshua said, The proof this day is all against those who have accused. 22 The pure in heart do not accuse. The vile in heart who want to cover up their guilt with holy smoke of piety are ever loathing drunkard, thief, and courtesans. 23 This loathing and this scorn is mockery, for if the tinseled coat of reputation could be torn away, the loud professor would be found to revel in his lust, deceit, and many forms of secret sin. 24 The man who spends his time in pulling other people's weeds can have no time to pull his own, and all the choicest flowers of life will soon be choked and die, and nothing will remain but darnel, thistles, and burrs. 25 And Joshua spoke a parable, he said, Behold, a farmer had great fields of ripened grain, and when he looked he saw that blades of many stalks of wheat were bent and broken down. 26 And when he sent his reapers forth he said, We will not save the stalks of wheat that have the broken blades. 27 Go forth and cut and burn the stalks with broken blades. 28 And after many days he went to measure up his grain, but not a kernel did he find. 29 And then he called the harvesters and said to them, Where is my grain? 30 They answered him and said, We did according to your word, we gathered up and burned the stalks with broken blades, and not a stalk was left to carry to the barn. 31 And Joshua said, If Allah saves only those who have no broken blades, who have been perfected in his sight, who will be saved. 32 And the accusers hung their heads in shame, and Joshua went his way. Chapter X Joshua spake on the unity of Allah and man to the Hindus. 1 Benares is the sacred city of the bronze, and in Benares Joshua taught, Udrika was his host. 2 Udrika made a feast in honor of his guests, and many high-born Hindu priests and scribes were there. 3 And Joshua said to them, With much delight I speak to you concerning life. Brotherhood of life. For the universal Allah is one, yet he is more than one. All things are one. 5. By the sweet breath of Allah all life is bound in one. So if you touch a fiber of a living thing, you send a thrill from the center to the outer bounds of life. 6. And when you crush beneath your foot the meanest worm, you shake the throne of Allah, and cause the sword of life to tremble in its sheath. 7. The bird sings out its song for men, and men vibrate in unison to help it sing. 8. The ant constructs her home, the bee its sheltering comb, the spider weaves her web end. Flowers breath to them a spirit in their sweet perfume that gives them strength to toil. 9. Now, men and birds and beasts and creeping things are deities, made flesh, and how dare men kill anything? 10. It is cruelty that makes the world awry, when men have learned that when they harm a living thing, they harm themselves. They surely will not kill, nor cause a thing that Allah has made to suffer pain. 11. A lawyer said, I pray to Yahshua, tell who is this Allah you speak about, where are his priests, his temples, and his shrines? 12. And Yahshua said, the Allah I speak about is everywhere, he cannot be compassed with walls, nor hedged about with bounds of any kind. 13. All people worship Allah, the one, but all the people see him not alike. 14. This universal Allah is wisdom, will and love. 15. All men see not the triune Allah. One sees him as Allah of mind, another is Allah of thought, another is Allah of love. 16. A man's ideal is his God, and so, as man unfolds, his God unfolds. Man's God today, tomorrow is not God. 17. The nations of the earth see Allah from different points of view, and so he does not seem the same to everyone. 18. Man names the part of Allah he sees, and this to him is all of Allah, and every nation sees a part of Allah, and every nation has a name for Allah. 19. You Brahmins call him part Brahm. In Egypt he is God, and Zeus is his name in Greece. Jehovah is his Hebrew name, but everywhere he is the causeless cause, the rootless root from which all things have grown. 20. When men are afraid of Allah and take him for a foe, they dress up other men in fancy garbs and call them priests. 21. And charge them to restrain the wrath of Allah by prayers, and when they fail to win his favor by their prayers, to fight him off with sacrifice of animals or birds. 22. When man sees Allah as one with him, as Father Allah, he needs no middleman, no priest, to intercede. 23. He goes straight up to him and says, my Father God, Allah, and then he lays his hand in Allah's own hand, and all is well. 24. And this is Allah. You are, each one, a priest, just for yourself, and sacrifice of blood Allah does not want. 25. Just give your life in sacrificial service to all of life, and Allah is pleased. 26. When Yahshua had thus said he stood aside, the people were amazed, but strove among themselves. 27. Some said, he is inspired by holy Brahm, and others said, he is insane, and others said, he is obsessed, he speaks as devils speak. 28. But Yahshua tarried not. Among the guests was one, a tiller of the soil, a generous soul, a seeker after truth, who loved the words that Yahshua spoke, and Yahshua went with him, and in his home abode. Chapter 11. Yahshua and Barada together they read the sacred books. One among the Buddhist priests was one who saw a lofty wisdom in the words that Yahshua spoke. It was Barada Arabo. 2. Together Yahshua and Barada read the Jewish Psalms and Prophets, read the Vedas, the Avesta and the wisdom of Gautama. 3. And as they read and talked about the possibilities of man, Barada said, for man is the marvel of the universe. He is part of everything, for he has been a living thing on every plane of life. 5. Time was when man was not, and then he was bit a formless substance in the molds of time, and then a protoplast. 6. By universal law, all things tend upward to a state of perfectness. The protoplast evolved, becoming more, then reptile, bird, and beast, and then at last it reached the form of man. 7. Now, man himself is mind, and mind is here to gain perfection by experience, and mind is often manifest in fleshy form, and in the form best suited to its growth. So mind may manifest as worm, or bird, or beast, or man. 8. The time will come when everything of life will be evolved unto the state of perfect man. 9. And after man is man in perfectness, he will evolve to higher forms of life. 10. And Yahshua said, Barada Arabo, who taught you this, that mind which is the man, may manifest in flesh of beast, or bird, or creeping thing. 11. Barada said, from times which man remembers not, our priests have told us so, and so we know. 12. And Yahshua said, enlightened Arabo, are you a mastermind and do not know that man knows not by being told? 13. Man may believe what others say, but thus he never knows. If man would know, he must himself be what he knows. 14. Do you remember, Arabo, when you were ape, or bird, or worm? 15 Now, if you have no better proving of your plea than that the priests have told you so. You do not know, you simply guess. 16 Regard not, then, what any man has said, let us forget the flesh, and go with mind into the land of fleshless things. Mind never does forget. 17 And backward through the ages master minds can trace themselves, and thus they know. 18 Time never was when man was not. 19 That which begins will have an end. If man was not, the time will come when he will not exist. 20 From Allah's own record book we read, the triune Allah breathed forth, and stood 7 spirits before his face. The Hebrews call these 7 spirits, Elohim. 21 And these are they who, in their boundless power, created everything that is, or was. 22 These spirits of the triune Allah moved on the face of boundless space, and 7 others were, and every other had its form of life. 23 These forms of life were but the thought of Allah, clothed in the substance of their ether planes. 24 Men call these ether planes the planes of protoplast, of earth, of plant, of beast, of man, of angel, and of cherubim. 25 These planes with all their teeming thoughts of Allah are never seen by eyes of man in flesh. They are composed of substance far too fine for fleshy eyes to see, and still they constitute the soul of things. 26 And with the eyes of soul all creatures see these ether planes, and all forms of life. 27 Because all forms of life on every plane are thoughts of Allah, all creatures think, and every creature is possessed of will, and, in its measure, has the power to choose. 28 And in their native planes all creatures are supplied with nourishment from the ethers of their planes. 29 And so it was with every living thing until the will became a sluggish will, and then the ethers of the protoplast, the earth, the plant, the beast, the man, began to vibrate very slow. 30 The ethers all became more dense, and all the creatures of these planes were clothed with coarser garbs of flesh, which men can see, and thus this coarser manifest, which men call physical, appeared. 31 And this is what is called the fall of man, but man fell not alone, for protoplast, and earth, and plant and beast were all included in the fall. 32 The angels and the cherubim fell not, their wills were ever strong, and so they held the ethers of their planes in harmony with Allah. 33 Now, when the ether reached the rate of atmosphere, and all the creatures of these planes must get their food from atmosphere, the conflict came, and that which the finite man called survival of the best became the law. 34 The stronger ate the bodies of the weaker manifests, and here is where the carnal law of evolution had its rise. 35 And now man, in his utter shamelessness, strikes down and eats the beasts, the beast consumes the plant thrives on the earth absorbs the protoplast. 36 In yonder kingdom of the soul this carnal evolution is not known, and the great work of masterminds is to restore the heritage of man, to bring him back to his estate that he has lost, when he again will live upon the ethers of his native plane. 37 The thoughts of Allah change not, the manifests of life on every plane unfold into perfection of their kind, and as the thought of Allah can never die, there is no death to any being of the 7 ethers, of the 7 spirits of the triune Allah. 38 And so an earth is never plant, a beast or bird or creeping thing is never man, and man is not, and cannot be, a beast, or bird, or creeping thing. 39 The time will come when all these 7 manifests will be absorbed, and man, and beast, and plant, and earth, and protoplast will be redeemed. 40 Barada was amazed. The wisdom of the Jewish sage was a revelation unto him. 41 Now, Vidyupati, wisest of the Indian sages, chief of temple Kapavistu, heard Barada speak to Yahshua of the origin of man, and heard the answer of the Hebrew prophet, and he said, 42 You priests of Kapavistu, hear me speak. We stand today upon a crest of time. 6 times ago a master soul was born who gave a glorious light to man, and now a master sage stands here in the temple Kapavistu. 43 The Hebrew prophet is the rising star of wisdom, deified. He brings to us a knowledge of the secret things of Allah, and all the world will hear his words, will heed his words, and glorify his name. 44 You priests of temple Kapavistu, stay, be still and listen when he speaks. He is the living oracle of Allah. 45 And all the priests gave thanks, and praised the Buddha of enlightenment. Chapter 12 Yahshua teaches the common people as spring tells them how to obtain eternal happiness. 1 In silent meditation Yahshua sat beside a flowing spring. It was a holy day, and many people of the servant caste were near the place. 2 And Yahshua saw the hard-drawn lines of toil on every brow, in every hand. There was no look of joy in any face. Not one of all the group could think of anything but toil. 3 And Yahshua spoke to one and said, Why are you all so sad? Have you no happiness in life? 4 The man replied, We scarcely know the meaning of that word. We toil to live, and hope for nothing else but toil, and bless the day when we can cease our toil and lay down and rest in Buddha's city of the dead. 5 And Yahshua's heart was stirred with pity and with love for these poor toilers, and he said, 6 Toil should not make a person sad. Men should be happiest when they toil. When hope and love are back of toil, then all of life is filled with joy and peace, and this is heaven. Do you not know that such a heaven is for you? 7 The man replied, of heaven we have heard, but then it is so far away, and we must live so many lives before we can reach that place. 8 And Yahshua said, my brother, man, your thoughts are wrong. Your heaven is not far away, and it is not a place of metes and bounds. It is not a country to be reached. It is a state of mind. 9 Allah never made a heaven for man. He never made a hell. We are creators and we make our own. 10 Now cease to seek for heaven in the sky. Just open up the windows of the hearts, and like a flood of light, a heaven will come and bring a boundless joy. Then toil will be no cruel task. 11 The people were amazed, and gathered close to hear this strange young master speak. 12 Imploring him to tell them more about the Father God, Allah, about the heaven that men can make on earth, about the boundless joy. 13 And Yahshua spoke a parable. He said, a certain man possessed a field. The soil was hard and poor. 14 By constant toil he scarcely could provide enough of food to keep his family from want. 15 One day a miner who could see beneath the soil, in passing on his way, saw this poor man in his unfruitful field. 16 He called the weary toiler and he said, my brother, know you not that just below the surface of your barren field rich treasures lie concealed? 17 You plow and sow and reap in a scanty way, and day by day you tread upon a mine of gold and precious stones. 18 This wealth lies not upon the surface of the ground, but if you will dig away the rocky soil, and delve down deep into the earth, you need no longer till the soil for naught. 19 The man believed. The miner surely knows, and I will find the treasures hidden in my field. 20 And then he dug away the rocky soil, and deep down in the earth he found a mine of gold. 21 And Yahshua said, the sons of men are toiling hard on desert plains, and burning sands, and rocky soils, are doing what their fathers did, not dreaming they can do aught else. 22 Behold a master comes, and tells them of a hidden wealth, that underneath the rocky soil, the carnal things are treasures that no man can count. 23 That in the heart the richest gems abound, that he who wills may open the door and find them all. 24 And then the people said, make known to us the way that we may find the wealth that lies within the heart. 25 And Yahshua opened up the way. The toilers saw another side of life, and toil became a joy. Chapter 13 Life and works of Yahshua in Egypt among the Gentiles. 1 Yahshua with Elihu and Salome in Egypt tells the story of his journeys. Elihu and Salome. Praise Allah. Yahshua goes to the temple in Heliopolis and is received as a pupil. 2 And Yahshua came to Egypt land and all was well. He tarried not upon the coast, he went at once to Zoan, home of Elihu and Salome, who 25 years before had taught his mother in their sacred school. 3 And there was joy when met these 3. When last the son of Mary saw these sacred groves, he was a babe. 4 And now a man grown strong by buffeting of every kind, a teacher who had stirred the multitudes in many lands. 5 And Yahshua told the aged teachers all about his life, about his journeyings in foreign lands, about the meetings with the masters and about his kind receptions by the multitudes. 6 Elihu and Salome heard his story with delight. They lifted up their eyes to heaven and said, our Father God Allah, let now thy servants go in peace, for we have seen the glory of Allah. 7 And we have talked with him, the messenger of love, and of the covenant of peace on earth, goodwill to men. 8 Through him shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, through him, Emmanuel. 9 And Yahshua stayed in Zoan many days, and then went forth unto the city of the sun, that men call Heliopolis, and sought admission to the temple of the sacred brotherhood. 10 The council of the brotherhood convened, and Yahshua stood before the Hierophant. He answered all the questions that were asked with clearness and with power. 11 The Hierophant exclaimed, Rabboni of the Rabbinate, why come you here? Your wisdom is the wisdom of the gods. Why seek for wisdom in the halls of men? 12 And Yahshua said, in every way of earth life I would walk, in every hall of learning I would sit. The heights that any man has gained, these I would gain. 13 What any man has suffered I would meet, that I may know the griefs, the disappointments, and the sore temptations of my brother man, that I may know just how to suffer those in need. 14 I pray you brothers, let me go into your dismal crypts, and I would pass the hardest of your tests. 15 The master said, take then the vow of secret brotherhood. And Yahshua took the vow of secret brotherhood. 16 Again the master spoke. He said, the greatest heights are gained by those who reach the greatest depths, and you shall reach the greatest depths. 17 The guide then led the way, and in the fountain Yahshua bathed, and when he had been clothed in proper garb he stood again before the hierophant. Chapter 14 John, the harbinger, returns to Hebron, lives as a hermit in the wilds, visits Jerusalem, and speaks to the people. When it came to pass when John, the son of Zacharias and Elizabeth, had finished all his studies in the Egyptian schools, he returned to Hebron, where he abode for certain days. 2 And then he sought the wilderness and made his home in David's cave, for many years, before he was instructed by the Egyptian sage. 3 Some people called him Hermit of Engaddi, and others said, he is the wild man of the hills. 4 He clothed himself with skins of beasts. His food was carob, honey, nuts, and fruits. 5 When John was 30 years of age he went into Jerusalem, and in the marketplace he sat in silence 7 days. 6 The common people and the priests, the scribes, and Pharisees came out in multitudes to see the silent hermit of the hills, but none were bold enough to ask him who he was. 7 But when his silent past was done he stood forth in the midst of all and said, 8 Behold the king has come. The prophets told of him. The wise men long have looked for him. 9 Prepare, O Israel, prepare to meet your king. 10 And that was all he said, and then he disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. 11 And there was great unrest through all Jerusalem. The rulers heard the story of the hermit of the hills. 12 And they sent couriers forth to talk with him that they might know about the coming king. But they could find him not. 13 And after certain days he came again into the marketplace, and all the city came to hear him speak. He said, 14 Be not disturbed, you rulers of the state. The coming king is no antagonist. He seeks no place on any earthly throne. He comes the Prince of Peace, the King of righteousness and love. His kingdom is within the soul. 15 The eyes of men shall see it not, and none can enter but the pure in heart. 16 Prepare, O Israel, prepare to meet your king. 17 Again, the hermit disappeared. The people strove to follow him, but he had drawn a veil about his form and men could see him not. 18 Jewish feast day came. Jerusalem was filled with Jews and proselytes from every part of Palestine, and John stood in the temple court and said, 19 Prepare, O Israel, prepare to meet your king. 20 So, you have lived in sin. The poor cry in your streets, and you regard them not. 21 Your neighbors, who are they? You have defrauded friends and foes alike. 22 You worship Allah with voice and lip. Your hearts are far away, and set on gold. 23 Your priests have found upon the people burdens far too great to bear. They live in ease upon the hard-earned wages of the poor. 24 Your lawyers, doctors, scribes are useless cumberers of the ground. They are but tumors on the body of the state. 25 They toil not, neither do they spin, yet they consume the profits of your marts of trade. 26 Your rulers are adulterers, extortioners, and thieves, regarding not the rights of any man. 27 And robbers ply their calling in the sacred hills. The holy temple you have sold to thieves. Their dens are in the sacred places set apart for prayer. 28 Hear, you people of Jerusalem. Reform, turn from your evil ways, or Allah will turn from you, and even from afar will come, and what is left of all your honor and your fame will pass in one short hour. 29 Prepare, Jerusalem, prepare to meet your king. 30 He said no more. He left the court and no one saw him go. 31 The priests, the doctors, and the scribes were all in rage. They sought for John, intent to do him harm. They found him not. The common people stood in his defense. They said, the hermit speaks the truth. And then the priests, the doctors, and the scribes were sore afraid. They said no more. They hid themselves away. Chapter 15 Yahshua goes to the wilderness for self-examination, where he remains 40 days subjected to 3 temptations. He overcomes, returns to the camps of John, and begins teaching. 1 The harbinger had paved the way. The logos had been introduced to men as love made manifest, and he must now begin his divine ministry. 2 And he went forth into the wilderness to be alone with Allah, that he might look into his inner heart, and know its strength and worthiness. 3 And with himself he talked. He said, my lower self is strong. By many ties I am bound down to carnal life. 4 Have I the strength to overcome and give my life a willing sacrifice for men? 5 When I shall stand before the face of men, and they demand a proof of my messiahship, what will I say? 6 And then the tempter came and said, if you be son of Allah, command these stones to turn to bread. 7 And Yahshua said, who is it that demands a test? It is no sign that one is son of Allah. Because he does a miracle, the devils can do mighty things. 8 Did not the Gentile magicians do great things before the Pharaoh? 9 My words and deeds in all the walks of life shall be the proof of my messiahship. 10 And then the tempter said, if you will go into Jerusalem, and from the temple pinnacle, cast down yourself to earth, the people will believe that you are the Messiah sent from Allah. 11 This you can surely do, for did not David say, he gives his angels charge concerning you, and with their will they uphold lest you should fall. 12 And Joshua said, I may not tempt the Lord, my God, Allah. 13 And then the tempter said, look forth upon the world, behold its honors and its fame, behold its pleasures and its wealth. 14 If you will give your life for these they shall be yours. 15 But Joshua said, away from me all tempting thoughts. My heart is fixed. I spurn this carnal self with all its vain ambition and its pride. 16 For 40 days did Joshua wrestle with his carnal self, his higher self prevailed. He then was hungry, but his friends had found him and they ministered to him. 17 Then Joshua left the wilderness and in the consciousness of holy breath, he came unto the camps of John and taught. Chapter 16 Pilate's final effort to release Joshua fails. He washes his hands in feigned innocence, delivers Joshua to the Jews. For execution the Jewish soldiers drive him to Calvary. 1 A superstitious people are the Jews. They have a faith that they have borrowed from the idol worshippers of other lands, that at the end of every year, 2 They may heap all their sins upon the head of some man set apart to bear their sins. 3 The man becomes a scapegoat for the multitudes, and they believe that when they drive him forth into the wilds, or into foreign lands, they are released from sins. 4 So every spring before the feast they chose a prisoner from the prisons of the land, and by a form their own, they fain would make him bear their sins away. 5 Among the Jewish prisoners in Jerusalem were 3 who were the leaders of a vile, seditious band, who had engaged in thefts and murders and rapine, and had been sentenced to be crucified. 6 Barabbas and Josiah was among the men who were to die, but Barabbas was rich and he had bought off priests for whom to be scapegoat for the people at the coming feast, and he was anxiously in waiting for his hour to come. 7 Now Pilate thought to turn this superstition to account to save the Lord Joshua, and so he went again before the Jews and said, 8 You men of Israel, according to my custom I will release to you today a prisoner who shall bear you sins away. 9 This man you drive into the wilds or into foreign lands, and you have asked me to release Barabbas, who has been proven guilty of the murder of a score of men. 10 Now hear me, men. Let Joshua be released and let Barabbas pay his debt upon the cross. Then you can send this Joshua to the wilds and hear no more of him. 11 At what the ruler said the people were enraged, and they began to plot to tear the Roman palace down and drive and exile Pilate, and his household and his guards. 12 When Pilate was assured that civil war would follow if he heeded not the wishes of the mob, he took a bowl of water and in the presence of the multitude he washed his hands and said, 13 This man whom you accuse is son of the Most High Allah, and I proclaim my innocence. 14 If you would shed his blood is on your hands and not on mine. 15 And then the Jews exclaimed, and let his blood be on our hands and on our children's hands. 16 And Pilate trembled like a leaf, in fear. Barabbas he released, and as the Lord stood forth before the mob, the ruler said, behold your king. And would you put to death your king? 17 The Jews replied, he is no king, we have no king but great Tiberius. 18 Now Pilate would not give consent that Roman soldiers should imbue their hands in blood of innocents, and so the chief priests and the Pharisees took counsel what to do with Joshua. 19 Caiaphas has said, we cannot crucify this man, he must be stoned to death and nothing more. 20 And then the rabble said, make haste, let him be stoned. And then they led him forth toward the hill beyond the city's gates, where criminals were put to death. 21 The rabble could not wait until they reached the place of skulls. As soon as they had passed the city's gates, they rushed upon him, smote him with their hands, they spit upon him, stoned him, and he fell upon the ground. 22 And 1 A man of Allah stood forth and said, Isaiah said, he shall be bruised for our transgressions, and by his stripes we shall be healed. 23 As Joshua lay all bruised and mangled on the ground, the high priest called out, stay, stay you men. Behold the guards of Herod come, and they will crucify this man. 24 And there beside the city's gate they found Barabbas' cross, and then the frenzied mob cried out, let him be crucified. 25 Caiaphas and the other ruling Jews came forth and gave consent. 26 And then they lifted Joshua from the ground, and at the point of swords they drove him on. 27 A man named Simon, from Cyrene, a friend of Joshua, was near the scene, and since the bruised and wounded Joshua could not bear his cross, they laid it on the shoulders of this man and made him bear it on to Calvary. Chapter 17 Joshua appears, fully materialized, before Apollo, and the silent brotherhood in Greece appears to Claudia and Juliet. On the Tiber near Rome appears to the priest in the Egyptian temple at Heliopolis. One Apollo, with the silent brotherhood of Greece, was sitting in a Delphian grove. The oracle had spoken loud and long. Two the priests were in the sanctuary, and as they looked, the oracle became a blaze of light. It seemed to be on fire, and all consumed. Three the priests were filled with fear. They said, "A great disaster is to come. Our gods are mad. They have destroyed our oracle." Four but when the flames had spent themselves, a man stood on the oracle's pedestal and said, "Five Allah speaks to man, not by an oracle of wood and gold, but by the voice of man." Six the gods have spoken to the Greeks, and kindred tongues, through images made by man. But Allah the One, now speaks to man through Yeshua the only Son, who was, and is, and evermore will be. Seven this oracle shall fail, the living oracle of Allah, the One, will not fail. Eight Apollo knew the man who spoke. He knew it was the Nazarene who once had taught the wise men in the Acropolis and had rebuked the idol worshippers upon the Athens beach. 9 And in a moment Yeshua stood before Apollo and the silent brotherhood and said, 10 Behold, for I have risen from the dead with gifts for men. I bring to you the title of your vast estate. 11 All power in heaven and earth is mine. To you I give all power in heaven and earth. 12 Go forth and teach the nations of the earth the gospel of the resurrection of the dead and of eternal life through Yeshua, the love of Allah made manifest to men. 13 And then he clasped Apollo's hand and said, My human flesh was changed to higher form. By love divine, and I can manifest in flesh or in the higher planes of life at will. 14 What I can do all men can do. Go teach the gospel of the omnipotence of man. 15 Then Yeshua disappeared, but Greece and Crete and all the nations heard. 16 Claudius and Juliet, his wife, lived on the Palatine in Rome, and they were servants of Tiberius, but they had been in Galilee. 17 Had walked with Yeshua by the sea, had heard his words and seen his power, and they believed that he was Yeshua made manifest. 18 Now Claudius and his wife were on the Tiber in a little boat. A storm swept from the sea. The boat was wrecked, and Claudius and his wife were sinking down to death. 19 And Yeshua came and took them by the hands and said, Claudius and Juliet, arise and walk with me upon the waves. 20 And they arose and walked with him upon the waves. 21 8,000 people saw three walk on the waves, and saw them reach the land, and they were all amazed. 22 And Yeshua said, You men of Rome, I am the resurrection and the life. They that are dead shall live, and many that shall live will never die. 23 By mouth of gods and demigods Allah spoke unto your fathers long ago, but now he speaks to you through perfect man. 24 He sent his Son, Yeshua, in human flesh to save the world, and as I lifted from the watery grave and saved these servants of Tiberius. 20 So Yeshua will lift the sons and daughters of the human race, yet every one of them, from darkness and from graves of carnal things, to light and everlasting life. 26 I am the manifest of love raised from the dead. Behold my hands, my feet, my side which carnal men have pierced. 27 Claudius and Juliet whom I have saved from death, are my ambassadors to Rome. 28 And they will point the way and preach the gospel of the holy breath and the resurrection of the dead. 29 And that was all he said, but Rome and all of Italy heard. 30 The priests of Heliopolis were in their temple meant to celebrate the resurrection of their brother Nazarite. They knew that he had risen from the dead. 31 The Nazarite appeared and stood upon a sacred pedestal on which no man had ever stood. 32 This was an honor that had been reserved for him who first would demonstrate the resurrection of the dead. 33 And Yeshua was the first of all the human race to demonstrate the resurrection of the dead. 34 When Yeshua stood upon the sacred pedestal, the masters stood and said, All hail. The great bells of the temple rang, and all the temple was ablaze with light. 35 And Yeshua said, All honor to the masters of this temple of the Sunday. 36 In flesh of man there is the essence of the resurrection of the dead. This essence, quickened by the holy breath, will raise the substance of the body to a higher tone. 37 And make it like the substance of the bodies of the plains above, which human eyes cannot behold. 38 There is a holy ministry in death. The essence of the body cannot be quickened by the holy breath until the fixed is solved. The body must disintegrate, and this is death. 39 And then upon these pliant substances Allah breathes, just as he breathed upon the chaos of the deep when worlds were formed. 40 And life springs forth from death. The carnal form is changed to form divine. 41 The will of man makes possible the action of the holy breath. When will of man and will of Allah are one, the resurrection is a fact. 42 In this we have the chemistry of mortal life, the ministry of death, the mystery of deific life. 43 My human life was wholly given to bring my will to tune with the deific will. When this was done, my earth tasks all were done. 44 And you, my brother, know full well the foes I had to meet. You know about my victories. In Gethsemane, my trials in the courts of men, my death upon the cross. 45 You know that all my life was one great drama for the sons of men, a pattern for the sons of men. I live to show the possibilities of man. 46 What I have done all men can do, and what I am all men shall be. 47 The masters looked, the form upon the sacred pedestal had gone, but every temple priest and every living creature said, Praise Allah. Chapter 18. The resurrection of Yahshua. Pilate places the Roman seal upon the stone door of the tomb at midnight. A company of the silent brothers march about the tomb. The soldiers are alarmed. Yahshua preaches to the spirits in prison. Early Sunday morning he rises from the tomb. The soldiers are bribed by the priests to say that the disciples had stolen the body. The tomb in which they laid the body of the Lord was in a garden, rich with flowers, the garden of Salome, and Joseph's home was near. 2 Before the watch began, Caiaphas sent a company of priests out to the garden of Salome, that they might be assured that Yahshua's body was within the tomb. 3 They rolled away the stone. They saw the body there, and then they placed the stone again before the door. 4 And Pilate sent his scribe, who placed upon the stone the seal of Rome, in such a way that he believed the stone would break the seal. 5 To break this Roman seal meant death to him who broke the seal. 6 The Jewish soldiers all were sworn to faithfulness, and then the watch began. 7 At midnight all was well, but suddenly the tomb became a blaze of light, and down the garden walk a troop of white-clad soldiers marched in single file. 8 They came up to the tomb and marched and counter-marched before the door. 9 The Jewish soldiers were alert. They thought his friends had come to steal the body of the Nazarene. The captain of the guard cried out to charge. 10 They charged, but not a white-clad soldier fell. They did not even stop. They marched and counter-marched among the frightened men. 11 They stood upon the Roman seal. They did not speak. They unsheathed not their swords. It was the silent brotherhood. 12 The Jewish soldiers fled in fear. They fell upon the ground. 13 They stood apart until the white-clad soldiers marched away, and then the light about the tomb grew dim. 14 Then they returned. The stone was in its place. The seal was not disturbed, and they resumed their watch. 15 Now, Yahshua did not sleep within the tomb. The body is the manifest of soul, but soul is without its manifest. 16 And in the realm of souls, unmanifest, the Lord went forth and taught. 17 He opened up the prison doors and set the prisoners free. 18 He broke the chains of captive souls, and led the captives to the light. 19 He sat in council with the patriarchs and prophets of the olden times. 20 The masters of all times and climes he met, and in the great assemblies he stood forth, and told the story of his life on earth, and of his death in sacrifice for man. 21 And of his promises to clothe himself again in garb of flesh and walk with his disciples, just to prove the possibilities of man. 22 To give to them the key of life, of death, and of the resurrection of the dead. 23 In council all the masters sat and talked about the revelations of the coming age. 24 When she, the holy breath, shall fill the earth and air with holy breath, and open up the way of man to perfectness and endless life. 25 The garden of Salome was silent on the Sabbath day. The Jewish soldiers watched, and no one else approached the tomb, but on the following night the scene was changed. 26 At midnight every Jewish soldier heard a voice which said, Adam Mashich Kumi, which meant, Lord Yahshua arise. 27 And they supposed again the friends of Yahshua were alert, were coming up to take the body of their Lord away. 28 The soldiers were alert with swords unsheathed and drawn, and then they heard the words again. 29 It seemed as though the voice was everywhere, and yet they saw no man. 30 The soldiers blanched with fear, and still to flee meant death for cowardice, and so they stood and watched. 31 Again, and this was just before the sun arose, the heavens blazed with light, a distant thunder seemed to herald forth the coming storm. 32 And then the earth began to quake, and in the rays of light they saw a form descend from heaven. They said, Behold, an angel comes. 33 And then they heard again, Adam Mashich Kumi. 34 And then the white-robed form tramped on the Roman seal, and then he tore it into shreds. He took the mighty stone in his hand as though it were a pebble from the brook, and cast it to the side. 35 And Yahshua opened up his eyes and said, All hail the rising sun, the coming of the day of righteousness. 36 And then he folded up his burial gown, his headbands and his coverings, and laid them all aside. 37 He arose, and for a moment stood beside the white-robed form. 38 The weaker soldiers fell to the ground, and hid their faces in their hands. The stronger stood and watched. 39 They saw the body of the Nazarene transmute. They saw it change from mortal to immortal form, and then it disappeared. 40 The soldiers heard a voice everywhere. It said, 41 Peace, peace on earth, goodwill to men. 42 They looked, the tomb was empty and the Lord had risen as he said. 43 The soldiers hastened to Jerusalem, and to the priests, and said, 44 Behold, the Nazarene has risen as he said, the tomb is empty and the body of the man is gone. We know not where it is. And then they told about the wonders of the night. 45 Caiaphas called a council of the Jews. He said the news must not go forth that Yeshua has arisen from the dead. 46 For if it does, all men will say, he is the son of Allah, and all our testimonials will be proven false. 47 And then they called the 100 soldiers in and said to them, 48 You know not where the body of the Nazarene is resting now, so if you will go forth and say that his disciples came and stole the body while you slept. 49 Each one of you shall have a silver piece, and we will make it right with Pilate for breaking of the Roman seal. 50 The soldiers did as they were paid to do. Chapter 19 Yeshua appears, fully materialized, to the eastern sages in the palace of Prince Ravana in India to the Magian priests. In Persia the three wise men speak in praise of the personality of the Nazarene. 1 Ravana, Prince of India, gave a feast. His palace in Orissa was the place where men of thought from all the farther east were wont to meet. 2 Ravana was the prince with whom the child Yeshua went to India when 12 years old. 3 The feast was made in honor of the wise men of the east. 4 Among the guests were men Saint, Vidyapati and Lamas. 5 The wise men sat about the table talking of the needs of India and the world. 6 The door unto the banquet hall was in the east. A vacant chair was at the table to the east. 7 And as the wise men talked, a stranger entered, unannounced, and raising up his hands in benediction said, All hail. 8 A halo rested on his head, and light, unlike the light of sun, filled all the room. 9 The wise men rose and bowed their heads and said, All hail. 10 And Yeshua sat down in the vacant chair, and then the wise men knew it was the Jewish prophet who had come. 11 And Yeshua said, Behold, for I am risen from the dead. Look at my hands, my feet, my side. 12 The Roman soldiers pierced my hands and feet with nails, and then one pierced my heart. 13 They put me in a tomb, and then I wrestled with the conqueror of men. I conquered death. I stamped upon him and arose. 14 Brought immortality to light and painted on the walls of time a rainbow for the sons of men, and what I did all men shall do. 15 This gospel of the resurrection of the dead is not confined to Jew and Greek, it is the heritage of every man of every time and clime, and I am here a demonstrator of the power of man. 16 Then he arose and pressed the hand of every man in of the royal host, and said, 17 Behold, I am not made of the fleeting wines, for I am flesh and bone and brawn. But I can cross the borderland at will. 18 And then they talked together there a long time. Then Yeshua said, 19 I go my way, but you shall go to all the world and teach the gospel of the omnipotence of men, the power of truth, the resurrection of the dead. 20 He who believes this gospel of the Son of Man shall never die, the dead shall live again. 21 Then Yeshua disappeared, but he had sown the seed. The words of life were spoken in Orissa, and all of India heard. 22 The Magian priests were in the silence in Persepolis, in Casper, and the Magian masters, who were first to greet the child of promise in the shepherd's home in Bethlehem, were with the priests. 23 And Yeshua came and sat with them, a crown of light was on his head. 24 And when the silence ended, Casper said, A master from the royal council of the silent brotherhood is here, let us give praise. 25 And all the priests and masters stood and said, All hail. What message from the royal council do you bring? 26 And Yeshua said, My brothers of the silent brotherhood, peace, peace on earth, good will to men. 27 The problem of the age has been solved. A son of man risen from the dead has shown that human flesh can be transformed into flesh divine. 28 Before the eyes of men this flesh in which I come to you was changed with speed of light from human flesh. And so I am the message that I bring to you. 29 To you I come, the first of all the race to be transmuted to the image of Allah. 30 What I have done, all men will do, and what I am, all men shall be. 31 But Yeshua said no more. In one short breath he told the story of his mission to the sons of men, and then he disappeared. 32 The Magi said, Some time ago we read this promise, now fulfilled, upon the dial plate of heaven. 33 And then we saw this man who has just demonstrated unto us the power of man to raise from carnal flesh and blood to flesh of Allah, a babe in Bethlehem. 34 And after many years he came and sat with us in these same groves. 35 He told the story of his human life, of trials, sore temptations, buffeting and woes. 36 He pressed along the thorny way of life till he had risen and overthrown the strongest foes of Allah and man, and he is now the only master of the human race whose flesh has been transmuted into flesh divine. 37 He is the God-man of today, but everyone of earth shall overcome and be like him. Son of Allah. Epilogue for chapters 219. These events occurred before he was 30 years of age, and the events after he had risen from the dead. He appeared back to India, Europe, and Africa in the land of Egypt, and made himself known unto the world. These events are the 18 years which are absent in your Holy Bible. The events of John the Baptist. John taught by the Egyptian sage the meaning of baptism and how to baptize himself. And after he was baptized, he was taken at the age of 12 years into Africa, the land of Egypt, and there he remained in the Egyptian schools 18 years. And there he learned his duty as forerunner of Yahshua. Chapter XX. Holy instruction and warnings for all young men. 1. Beware, young man, beware of all the allurements of wantonness, and let not the harlot tempt thee to excess in her delights. 2. The madness of desire shall defeat its own pursuits, from the blindness of its rage shall rush upon destruction. 3. Therefore give not up thy heart to her sweet enticements, neither suffer thy soul to be enslaved by her enchanting delusions. For the fountain of health which must supply the stream of pleasure, shall quickly be dried up, and every spring of joy shall be exhausted. 5. In the prime of thy life old age shall overtake thee, the sun shall decline in the morning of thy days. 6. But when virtue and modesty enlighten her charms, the luster of a beautiful woman is brighter than the stars of heaven, and the influence of her power it is in vain to resist. 7. The whiteness of her bosom transcendeth the lily, her smile is more delicious than a garden of roses. 8. The innocence of her eyes is like that of the turtle, simplicity and truth dwell in her heart. 9. The kisses of her mouth are sweeter than honey, the perfumes of Arabia breathe from her lips. 10. Shut not thy bosom to the tenderness of love, the purity of its flame shall ennoble thy heart, and soften it to receive the fairest impressions. Chapter XXI. Marriage instructions for man and wife from the noble prophet. 1. Give ear, fair daughter of love, to the instructions of prudence, and let the precepts of truth sink deep in thy heart, so shall the charms of thy mind add luster to the elegance of thy form. And thy beauty, like the rose it resembleth, shall retain its sweetness when its bloom is withered. 2. In the spring of thy youth, in the morning of thy days, when the eyes of men gaze on thee with delight, and nature whispereth in thine ear the meaning of their looks, herewith caution their seducing words, guard well thy heart, nor listen to their soft persuasions. 3. Remember thou art made man's reasonable companion, not the slave of his passion. The end of thy being is not merely to gratify his loose desire, but to assist him in the toils of life, to soothe his heart with thy tenderness, and recompense his care with soft endearments. 4. Who is she that winneth the heart of man, that subdueth him to love, and reigneth in his breast? 5. Love. Yonder she walketh in maiden sweetness, with innocence in her mind, and modesty on her cheek. 6. Her hand seeketh employment, her foot delighteth not in being abroad. 7. She is clothed with neatness, she is fed with temperance, humility and meekness are as a crown of glory circling her head. 8. On her tongue dwelleth music, the sweetness of honey floweth from her lips. Decency is in all her words, in her answers are mildness and truth. 9. Submission and obedience are the lessons of her life, and peace and happiness are her reward. 10. Before her steps walketh prudence, and virtue attendeth at her right hand. 11. Her eyes speak softness and love, but discretion with the scepter sitteth on her brow. 12. The tongue of the licentious is dumb in her presence, the awe of her virtue keepeth him silent. 13. When scandal is busy, and the fame of her neighbors is tossed from tongue to tongue, if charity and good nature open not her mouth, the finger of silence resteth on her lip. 14. Her breast is the mansion of goodness, and therefore she suspecteth no evil of others. 15. Happy were the man that should make her his wife, happy the child that should call her mother. 16. She presides in the house, and there is peace, she commandeth with judgment, and is obeyed. 17. She ariseth in the morning, she considers her affairs, and appointeth to every one their proper business. 18. The care of her family is her whole delight, to that alone she applieth her study, and elegance with frugality is seen in her mansion. 19. The prudence of her management is an honor to her husband, he heareth her praise with a secret delight. 20. She informeth the minds of her children with wisdom, she fashioneth their manners from the examples of her own goodness. 21. The words of her mouth is the law of their youth, the motion of her eye commandeth their obedience. 22. She speaketh, and the servants fly, she pointeth, and the thing is done, for the law of love is in their hearts, and her kindness addeth wings to their feet. 23. In prosperity she is not puffed up, in adversity she healeth the wounds of fortune with patience. 24 The troubles of her husband are alleviated by her counsels and sweetened by her endearments. He putteth his heart in her bosom, and receiveth comfort. 25 Happy is the man that has made her his wife, happy the child that call her mother. Chapter XXII. Duty of a husband. 1 Take unto thyself a wife and obey the ordinance of Allah. Take unto thyself a wife, and become a faithful member of society. 2 But examine with care, and fix not suddenly. On thy present choice depends thy future happiness. 3 If much of her time is destroyed in dress and adornment, if she is enamored with her own beauty, and delighted with her own praise, if she laugheth much, and talketh loud, if her foot abideth not in her father's house, and her eyes with boldness rove on the faces of men, though her beauty were as the sun in the firmament of heaven, turn thy face from her charms, turn thy feet from her paths, and suffer not thy soul to be ensnared by the allurements of imagination. But when thou findest sensibility of heart, joined with softness of manners, and accomplished mind, with a form agreeable to thy fancy, take her home to thy house. She is worthy to be thy friend, thy companion in life, the wife of thy bosom. 5 O cherish her as a blessing sent to thee from heaven. Let the kindness of thy behavior endear thee to her heart. 6 She is the mistress of thy house. Treat her therefore with respect, that thy servants may obey her. 7 Oppose not her inclination without cause. She is the partner of thy cares. Make her also the companion of thy pleasures. 8 Reprove her faults with gentleness. Exact not her obedience with rigor. 9 Trust thy secrets in her breast. Her counsels are sincere. Thou shalt not be deceived. 10 Be faithful to her bed, for she is mother of thy children. 11 When pain and sickness assault her, let tenderness soothe her affliction. A look from thee of pity and love shall alleviate her grief, or instigate her pain and be of more avail than 10 physicians. 12 Consider the tenderness of her sex, the delicacy of her frame, and be not severe to her weakness. Remember thine own imperfections. Chapter XXIII. Holy instructions for the children. 1 Consider, thou art a parent, the importance of thy trust, the being produced, it is thy duty to support. 2 Upon thee also it dependeth whether the child of thy bosom be a blessing or a curse to thyself, and useful or worthless to the community. 3 Prepare him early with instruction, and season his mind with the maxims of truth. 4 Watch the bent of his inclinations, set him right in his youth and let no evil habit gain strength with his years. 5 So shall he rise like a cedar on the mountains, his head shall be seen above the trees of the forest. 6 A wicked son is a reproach to his father, but he that doth right is an honor to his gray hairs. 7 The soil is thine own, let it not want cultivation, the seed which thou sowest, that also shalt thou reap. 8 Teach him obedience, and he shall bless thee. Teach him modesty, and he shall not be ashamed. 9 Teach him gratitude, and he shall receive benefits. Teach him charity, and he shall gain love. 10 Teach him temperance, and he shall have health. Teach him prudence, and fortune shall attend him. 11 Teach him justice, and he shall be honored by the world. Teach him sincerity, and his own heart shall not reproach him. 12 Teach him diligence, and his wealth shall increase. Teach him benevolence, and his mind shall be exalted. 13 Teach him science, and his life shall be useful. Teach him religion, and his death shall be happy. Chapter XXIV. The obedience of children towards their father. 1 From the secrets of Allah let man learn wisdom, and apply to himself the instruction they give. 2 To the desert, my son, observe the young stork of the wilderness, let him speak to thy heart. He beareth on his wings his aged sire, he lodgeth him in safety, and supplieth him with food. 3 The piety of a child is sweeter than the incense of Persia offering to the sun, yet more delicious than odors wafted from a field of Arabian spices of the western gales. 4 Be grateful to thy father, for he gave thee life, and to thy mother, for she sustained thee. 5 Hear the words of his mouth, for they are spoken for thy good. Give ear to his admonition, for it proceedeth from love. 6 He hath watched for thy welfare, he toiled for thy ease. Do honor therefore to his age, and let not his gray hairs be treated with irreverence. 7 Forget not thy helpless infancy, nor the forwardness of thy youth, and indulge the infirmities of thy aged parents. Assist and support them in the decline of life. 8 Shall their hoary heads go down to the grave in peace, and thine own children, in reverence of thy example, shall repay thy piety with filial love. Chapter XXV. A holy covenant of the Asiatic nation. 1 Yet are the children of one father, provided by his care, and the breast of one mother hath given you suck. 2 Let the bonds of affection, therefore, unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. 3 And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. 4. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. 5. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all, in your love to each other. Chapter XXVI. Holy Instructions of Unity. 1. The gifts of the understanding are the treasures of Allah, and he appointed to every one his portion, in what measure seemeth good unto himself. 2. Hath he endowed thee with wisdom? Hath he enlightened thy mind with the knowledge of truth? Communicated to the ignorant, for their instruction, communicated to the wise, for thine own improvement. 3. True wisdom is less presuming than folly. The wise man doubteth often, and changeth his mind. The fool is obstinate, and doubteth not. He knoweth all things, but his own ignorance. 4. The pride of emptiness is an abomination, and to talk much is the foolishness of folly. Nevertheless, it is the part of wisdom to hear with patience their impertinence, and to pity their absurdity. 5. Yet be not puffed up in thine own conceit, neither boast of superior understanding. A clear human knowledge is but blindness and folly. 6. The wise man feeleth his imperfections, and is humbled. He laboureth in vain for his own approbation, but the fool keepeth in the shadow stream of his own mind, and is pleased with the pebbles which he seeth at the bottom. He bringeth them up and showeth them as pearls, and with the applause of his brethren delighteth himself. 7. He boasts of attainments in things that are of no worth, but where it is a shame to be ignorant, there he hath no understanding. 8. Even in the path of wisdom, he toileth after folly, and shame and disappointment are the reward of his labor. 9. But the wise man cultivates his mind with knowledge. The improvement of the arts is his delight, and their utility to the public crowneth with honor. 10. Nevertheless, the attainment of virtue he accounteth as the highest learning, and the science of happiness is the study of his life. Chapter XXVII. The holy unity of the rich and the poor. 1. The man to whom Allah hath given riches, and blessed with a mind to employ them aright, is peculiarly favored and highly distinguished. 2. He looketh on his wealth with pleasure, because it affordeth him the means to do good. 3. He protecteth the poor that are injured. He suffereth not the mighty to oppress the weak. 4. He seeketh out objects of compassion. He inquireth into their wants. He relieveth them with judgments and without ostentation. 5. He assisteth and rewardeth merit. He encourageth ingenuity and liberally promoteth every useful design. 6. He carrieth his own great works. His country is enriched. Labor is employed. He formeth new schemes, and the arts receive improvement. 7. He considers the superfluities of his table, as belonging to the poor of his neighborhood, and he defraudeth them not. 8. The benevolence of his mind is not checked by his fortune. He rejoiceth therefore in riches, and his joy is blameless. 9. But woe unto him that heapeth up wealth in abundance, and rejoiceth alone in the possession thereof, that grindeth the face of the poor, and considereth not the sweat of their brows. 10. He driveth oppression, without feeling. The ruin of his brother disturbeth him not. 11. The tears of the orphan he drinketh as milk. The cries of the widow are music to his ears. 12. His heart hardened with the love of wealth. No grief or distress can make impression upon it. 13. But the curse of iniquity pursueth him. He liveth in continual fear. The anxiety of his mind, and the rapacious desires of his own soul take vengeance upon him for the calamities he has brought upon others. 14. What are the miseries of poverty in comparison with the gnawings of this man's heart? 15. Let the poor man comfort himself. Yes, rejoice, for he hath many reasons. 16. He sitteth down to his morsel in peace. His table is not crowded with flatterers and devourers. 17. He is not embarrassed with the train of dependence, nor teased with the clamors of solicitations. 18. Depart from the dainties of the rich. He escapeth also their diseases. 19. The bread that he eats is not so sweet to his taste. The water he drinketh is not so pleasant to his thirst. Yet, far more delicious water than the richest draughts of the luxurious. 20. His labor preserveth his health, and procureth him a repose, to which the downy bed of sloth is a stranger. 21. He limiteth his desires with humility, and the calm of contentment is sweeter to his soul than all the acquirements of wealth and grandeur. 22. Let not the rich, therefore, presume on his riches, nor the poor in his poverty yield to despondence, for the providence of Allah dispenseth happiness to them both. Chapter XXVIII. Holy Instructions from the Prophet. Master and Servant. 1. Repine not. 0. Man, at the state of servitude, it is the appointment of Allah, and hath many advantages. It removeth thee from cares and solicitudes in life. 2. The honor of a servant is his fidelity. His highest virtues are submission and obedience. 3. Be patient, therefore, under the reproofs of thy master, and when he rebuke thee, answer not again. The silence of thy resignation shall not be forgotten. 4. Be studious of his interests, be diligent in his affairs, and faithful to the trust which he reposeth in thee. 5. Thy time and thy labor belong unto him. Defraud him not thereof, for he payeth thee for them. 6. And thou who art a master, be just to thy servant if thou expecteth from him fidelity, and reasonable in thy commands if thou expecteth ready obedience. 7. The spirit of a man is in him. Severity and rigor may create fear, but can never command love. 8. Mix kindness with reproof, and reason with authority, so shall thy admonitions take place in his heart, and his duty shall become his pleasure. 9. He shall serve thee faithfully from the motive of gratitude, he shall obey thee cheerfully from the principle of love, and fail thou not, in return, to give his diligence and fidelity there. Proper reward. Chapter XXIX. Magistrate and subject. 1. Thou, the favorite of heaven, whom the sons of men, thy equals, have agreed to raise to sovereign power and set as a ruler over themselves, consider the ends and importance of their trust, facts more than the dignity and height of thy station. 2. Thou art clothed in purple, and seated on a throne, the crown of majesty investeth thy temples, the scepter of power is placed in thy hand, but not for thyself were these ensigns given, not meant for thine own, but the good of thy kingdom. 3. The glory of a king is the welfare of his people, his power and dominion rest on the hearts of his subjects. 4. The mind of a great prince is exalted with the grandeur of his situation, he evolveth high things, and searcheth for business worthy of his power. 5. He calleth together the wise men of his kingdom, he consulteth among them with freedom, and heareth the opinions of them all. 6. He looped among his people with discernment, he discovereth the abilities of men, and employeth them according to their merits. 7. His magistrates are just, his ministers are wise, and the favorite of his bosom deceiveth them not. 8. He smileth on the arts, and they flourish, the sciences improve beneath the culture of his hand. 9. With the learned and ingenious he delighteth himself, he kindleth in their breasts emulation, and the glory of his kingdom is exalted by their labors. 10. The spirit of the merchant who extendeth his commerce, the skill of the farmer who enricheth his lands, the ingenuity of the artists, the improvements of the scholar, all these he honoreth with his favor, or rewardeth with his bounty. 11. He planteth new colonies, he buildeth strong ships, he openeth rivers for convenience, he formeth harbors for safety, his people abound in riches, and the strength of his kingdom increaseth. 12. He frameth his statutes with equity and wisdom, his subjects enjoy the fruits of their labor in security, and their happiness consists of the observance of the law. 13. He foundeth his judgments on the principle of mercy, but in the punishment of offenders he is strict and impartial. 14. His ears are open to the complaints of his subjects, he restraineth the hands of their oppressors, and he delivereth them from their tyranny. 15. His people, therefore, look up to him as a father, with reverence and love, they consider him as the guardian of all they enjoy. 16. Their affection unto him begetteth in his breast a love of the public, the security of their happiness is the object of his care. 17. No murmurs against him arise in their hearts, the machinations of his enemies endanger not the state. 18. His subjects are faithful, and firm in his cause, they stand in his defense, as a wall of brass, the army of the tyrant flieth before them, as chaff before the wind. 19. Security and peace bless the dwelling of his people, and glory and strength encircle his throne forever. Chapter XXX. Holy instruction from the prophet. The social duties. 1. When thou considereth thy wants, when thou beholdeth thy imperfections, acknowledge his goodness. 0. Son of humanity, who honored thee with humanity, endowed thee with speech, and placed thee in society to receive and confer reciprocal helps and mutual obligations, protection from injuries, thy enjoyments of the comforts and the pleasures of life, all these thou owest to the assistance of others, and couldst not enjoy but in the bands of society. 2. It is thy duty, therefore, to be a friend to mankind, as it is thy interest that man should be friendly to thee. 3. As the rose breatheth sweetness from its own nature, so the heart of a benevolent man produceth good works. 4. He enjoyeth the ease and tranquillity of his own breast, and rejoiceth in the happiness and prosperity of his neighbor. 5. He openeth not his ear unto slander, the faults and the failings of men give a pain to his heart. 6. His desire is to do good, and he researcheth out the occasions thereof, in removing the oppression of another, he relieveth himself. 7. From the largeness of his mind, he comprehendeth in his wishes the happiness of all men, and from the generosity of his heart, he endeavoreth to promote it. Chapter XXXI. Holy instructions from the prophet. Justice. 1. The peace of society dependeth on justice, the happiness of individuals, on the safe enjoyment of all their possessions, 2. Keep the desires of thy heart, therefore, within the bounds of moderation. Let the hand of justice lead them aright. 3. Cast not an evil eye on the goods of thy neighbor. Let whatever is his property be sacred from thy touch. 4. Let no temptation allure thee, nor any provocation excite thee to lift up thy hand to the hazard of his life. 5. Defame him not in his character, bear no false witness against him. 6. Corrupt not his servant to cheat or forsake him, and the wife of his bosom. 0. Tempt not to sin. 7. It will be a grief to his heart, which thou canst not relieve, an injury to his life, which no reparation can atone. 8. In thy dealings with men, be impartial and just, and do unto them as thou wouldst they should do unto thee. 9. Be faithful to thy trust, and deceive not the man who relieth upon thee. Be assured, it is less evil in the sight of Allah to steal than to betray. 10. Oppress not the poor, and defraud not of his hire the laboring man. 11. When thou sellest for gain, hear the whispering of conscience, and be satisfied with moderation, nor from the ignorance of thy buyer take any advantage. 12. Pay the debts which thou owest, for he who gave thee credit, relieth upon thine honor. And to withhold from him his due, is both mean and unjust. 13. Finally, 0. Son of society, examine thy heart, call remembrance to thy aid, and if in any of these things thou hast transgressed, make a speedy reparation, to the utmost of thy power. Chapter XXXII. Holy instructions from the Prophet. Charity. 1. Happy is the man who hath sown in his breast the seeds of benevolence, the produce thereof shall be charity and love. 2. From the fountain of his heart shall rise rivers of goodness, and the streams shall overflow for the benefit of mankind. 3. He assisteth the poor in their trouble, he rejoiceth in furthering the prosperity of all men. 4. He censureth not his neighbor, he believeth not the tales of envy and malevolence, neither repeat he their slanders. 5. He forgiveth the injuries of men, he wipeth them from his remembrance. Revenge and malice have no place in his heart. 6. For evil he returneth not evil, he hate not even his enemies, but requite their injustice with a friendly admonition. 7. The griefs and anxieties of men excite his compassion, he endeavoureth to alleviate the weight of their misfortunes, and the pleasure of success rewardeth his labour. 8. He calmeth the fury, he healeth the quarrels of angry men, and preventeth the mischiefs of strife and animosity. 9. He promoteth in his neighbourhood peace and goodwill, and his name is repeated with praise and benedictions. Chapter XXXII. Holy instructions from the Prophet. Gratitude. 1. As the branches of a tree return their sap to the root, from whence it arose, as a river poureth its streams to the sea, whence the spring was supplied, so the heart of a grateful man delighteth in returning a benefit received. 2. He acknowledgeth his obligation with cheerfulness, he looketh on his benefactor with love and esteem. 3. And if to return it be not in his power, he nourisheth the memory of it in his breast with kindness, he forgetteth it not all the days of his life. 4. The heart of the grateful man is like the clouds of heaven which drops upon the earth, fruits, herbage and flowers, but the heart of the ungrateful is like a desert of sand which swalloweth with greediness the showers that fall, and buryeth them in its bosom, and produceth nothing. 5. Envy not thy benefactor, neither strive to conceal the benefit he hath conferred, for though to oblige is better than to be obliged, though the act of generosity commandeth admiration, yet the humility toucheth the heart, and is amiable on the sight both of Allah and man. 6. But receive not a favor from the hand of the proud, to the selfish and avaricious have no obligation, the vanity of pride shall expose thee to shame, the greediness of avarice shall never be satisfied. Chapter XXXIV. Holy instructions from the Prophet. Sincerity. 1. O thou who art enamored with the beauty of truth, and hast fixed thy heart on the simplicity of her charms, hold fast thy fidelity unto her, and forsake her not, the constancy of thy virtue shall crown thee with honor. 2. The tongue of the sincere is rooted in heart, hypocrisy and deceit have no place in his words. 3. He plus hateth falsehood, and is founded, but in speaking the truth, he hath a steady eye. 4. He sufferteth, as a man, the dignity of his character, to the arts of hypocrisy he scorneth to stoop. 5. He is consistent with himself, he is never embarrassed, he hath courage enough for truth, but to lie he is afraid. 6. He is far above the meanness of dissimulation, the words of his mouth are the thoughts of his heart. 7. Yet, with prudence and caution he openeth his lips, he studieth what is right, and speaketh with discretion. 8. He adviseth with friendship, he reproveth with freedom, and whatsoever he promiseth shall surely be performed. 9. But the heart of the hypocrite is hid in his breast, he maketh his words in the semblance of truth, while the business of his life is only to deceive. 10. He laugheth in sorrow, he weepeth in joy, and the words of his mouth have no interpretation. 11. He worketh in the dark as a mole, and fancieth he is safe, but he blundereth into light, and is betrayed and exposed, with dirt on his head. 12 He passeth his days in perpetual constraint, his tongue and heart are forever at variance. 13 He laboureth to the character of a righteous man, and huggeth himself in the thoughts of his cunning. 14 O fool, fool! The pains which thou take to hide what thou art, are more than would make be what thou wouldst seem, and the children of wisdom shall mock at thy cunning, when, in the midst of security, thy disguise is stripped off, and the finger of derision shall point thee to scorn. Chapter XXXV. Holy Instructions from the Prophet. Religion. 1 There is but one Allah, the Author, the Creator, the Governor of the world, Almighty, Eternal, and incomprehensible. 2 The Sun is not Allah, though his noblest image. He enlighteneth the world with his brightness, his warmth giveth life to the products of the earth. Admire him as the creature, the instrument of Allah, but worship him not. 3 To the one who is supreme, most wise and beneficent, and to him alone belong worship, adoration, thanksgiving and praise. 4 Who hath stretched forth the heavens with his hands, who hath described with his finger the courses of stars. 5 Who setteth bounds to the ocean, that it cannot pass, and saith unto the stormy winds, Be still. 6 Who shake the earth, and the nations tremble, who dareth his lightnings, and the wicked are dismayed. 7 Who calleth forth worlds by the words of his mouth, who smiteth with his arm, and they sink into nothing. 8 O reverence the majesty of the Omnipotent, and tempt not his anger, lest thou be destroyed. 9 The providence of Allah is ever all his works, he ruleth and directeth with infinite wisdom. 10 He hath instituted laws for the government of the world, he hath wonderfully varied them in all beings, and each, by his nature conformeth to his will. 11 In the depth of his mind, he revolveth all knowledge, the secrets of futurity lie open before him. 12 The thoughts of thy heart are naked to his view, he knoweth thy determination before they are made. 13 With respect to his prescience there is nothing contingent, with respect to his providence there is nothing accidental. 14 Wonderful is he in all his ways, his counsels are inscrutable, the manner of his knowledge transcendeth thy conception. 15 Pay therefore to his wisdom all honor and veneration, and bow down thyself in humble and submissive obedience to his supreme discretion. 16 The Father is gracious and beneficent, he hath created the world in mercy and love. 17 His creatures of his hand declare his goodness, and their enjoyments speak of his praise. He clothed them with beauty, he supporteth them with food, he preserveth them with pleasure, from generation to generation. 18 If we lift up our eyes to the heavens, his glory shineth forth, if we cast them down on the earth, it is full of his goodness. The hills and the valleys rejoice and sing, fields, rivers, and woods resound his praise. 19 But thee, he hath distinguished with peculiar favor, and exalted thy station above all creatures. 20 But thee, he hath imbued thee with reason, to maintain thy dominion, he hath fitted thee with language, to improve thy society, and exalted thy mind with the powers of meditation, to contemplate and adore his inimitable perfections. 21 And in the laws he hath ordained as the rule of life, so kindly hath he united thy duty to thy nature that obedience to his precepts is happiness to thyself. 22 O praise his goodness with songs of thanksgiving, and meditate in silence on the wonders of his love. Let thy heart overflow with gratitude and acknowledgement, let the language of thy lips speak praise and adoration, let the actions of thy life show thy love to his law. 23 Allah is just and righteous, and will judge the earth with equity and truth. 24 Hath he established his laws in goodness and mercy, and shall he not punish the transgressors thereof? 25 O think not, old men, because thy punishment is delayed, that the arm of Allah is weakened, neither flatter thyself with hopes that he winked at thy doings. 26 His eye pierceth the secrets of every heart, and he remembereth them forever, he respecteth not the persons or the stations of men. 27 The high and the low, the rich and the poor, the wise and the ignorant, when the soul hath shaken off the cumbrous shackles of this mortal life, shall equality receive, from the sentence of just and everlasting retribution, according to their works. 28 Then shall the wicked tremble and be afraid, but the heart of the righteous shall rejoice in his judgments. 29 O fear Allah, therefore, all the days of thy life, and walk in the paths which he hath opened before thee. Let prudence admonish thee, let temperance restrain, let justice guide thy hand, benevolence warm thy heart, and gratitude to heaven inspire thee with devotion. These shall give thee happiness in thy present state, and bring thee to the mansions of eternal felicity in the paradise of Allah. 30 This is the true economy of human life. Chapter XXXVI. Holy Instructions from the Prophet. Know thyself. One weak and ignorant as thou art, O man, humble as thou oughtest to be, O child of the dust. Wouldst thou raise thy thoughts to infinite wisdom? Wouldst thou see omnipotence displayed before thee? Contemplate thine frame. Too fearfully and wonderfully art thou made. Praise therefore thy Creator with awe, and rejoice before him with reverence. 3. Wherefore of all creatures art thou only erect, but that thou shouldst behold his works? Wherefore art thou to behold, but that thou mayest admire them? Wherefore to admire, but that thou mayest adore therein thy Creator? 4. Wherefore is consciousness reposed on thee alone, and whence is it derived to thee? 5. It is not in flesh to think, it is not in bones to reason. The lion knoweth not that worms shall eat him, the ox perceiveth not that he is fed for slaughter. 6. Something is added to thee, unlike to what thou seest. Something informs the clay, higher than all is the object of thy senses. Behold, what is it? 7. The body remaineth perfect after it is fled, therefore it is no part of it, it is immaterial. Therefore it is eternal, it is free to act, therefore it is accountable for its actions. 8. Knoweth the ass the use of food, because his teeth mow down the herbage? Or standeth the crocodile erect, although his backbone is as straight as thine? 9. Allah formed thee as he formed these, after them all wert thou created, superiority and command were given thee over all, and of his own breath did he communicate to thee the principle of knowledge. 10. Know thyself in the pride of his creation, the line uniting divinity and matter. Behold a part of Allah himself within thee. Remember thine own dignity, nor dare descend to evil or to meanness. 11. Who planted terror in the tail of the serpent? Who clothed the neck of the horse with thunder? Even he who hath instructed thee to crush the one under thy feet, and to tame the other to thy purpose. Chapter XXXVII. Holy instructions from the Fathat. The breath of heaven. 1. Vaunt not thy body, because it was first formed, nor of thy brain, because therein thy soul resides. Is not the master of the house more honorable than its walls? 2. The ground must be prepared before corn be planted, the potter must build his furnace before he can make his porcelain. 3. As the breath of heaven saith unto the waters of the deep, this way shall thy billows roll, and no other, thus high, and no higher shall they raise their fury, so let thy spirit, 0 man, actuate and direct thy flesh, so let it repress its wilderness. 5. Thy body is as the globe of the earth, thy bones the pillars that sustain it on its basis. 6. As the ocean giveth rise to springs, whose waters return again into its bosom through the rivers, so runneth thy life from thy outwards, and so runneth it into its place again. 7. Do not both retain their course forever? Behold, the same Allah ordained them. 8. Is not thy nose the channel to perfumes, thy mouth the path to delicacies? 9. Are not thine eyes the sentinels that watch for thee? Yet how often are they unable to distinguish truth from error? 10. Keep thy soul in moderation, teach thy spirit to be attentive to its good, so shall these its ministers be always to thee conveyances of truth. 11. Thine hand, is it not a miracle? Is there in the creation aught like unto it? Wherefore was it given thee, but that thou mightest stretch it out to the assistance of thy brother? 12. Why of all things living art thou alone made capable of blushing? The world shall read thy shame upon thy face, therefore do nothing shameful. 13. Fear and dismay, which robs thy countenance of its ruddy splendor, avoid guilt, and thou shalt know that fear is beneath thee, that dismay is unnamely. 14. Wherefore to thee alone speaks shadows in the vision of the pillow? Reverence them. 4. Know that dreams are from on high. 15. Thou man alone canst speak. Wonder at thy glorious prerogative, and pay to him who gave it to thee a rational and welcome praise, teaching thy children wisdom, instructing the offspring of thy loins in piety. Chapter XXXVII. Holy instructions from the Prophet. The soul of man. 1. The blessing, 0 man, of thy external part is health, vigor, and proportion. The greatest of these is health. What health is to the body, even that is honesty to the soul. 2. That thou hast a soul is of all knowledge the most certain, of all truths the most plain unto thee. Be meek, be grateful for it. Seek not to know it perfectly. It is inscrutable. 3. Thinking, understanding, reasoning, willing, call not these the soul. They are its actions, but they are not its essence. 4. Raise it not too high, that thou be not despised. Be not thou like unto those who fall by climbing, neither debase it to the sense of brutes, nor be thou like to the horse and the mule, in whom there is no understanding. 5. Search it by its faculties, know it by its virtues. They are more in number than the hairs of thy head, the stars of heaven are not to be counted with them. 6. Think not with Arabia, that one soul is parted among all men, neither believe thou with the sons of Egypt, that every man hath many. No, that is thy heart, so also thy soul is one. 7. Doth not the sun harden the clay? Doth it not also soften the wax? As it is one sun that worketh both, even so it is one soul willeth contraries. 8 As the moon retaineth her nature, though darkness spread itself before her face as a curtain, so the soul remaineth perfect, even in the bosom of a fool. 9 She is immortal, she is unchangeable, she is alike in all. Health calleth her forth to show her loveliness, and application anointeth her with the oil of wisdom. 10 Although she shall live after thee, think not she was born before thee. She was created with thy flesh, and formed with thy brain. 11 Justice could not give her to thee exalted by virtues, nor mercy deliver her to thee deformed by vices. These must be thine, and thou must answer for them. 12 Suppose not death can shield thee from examination, think not corruption can hide thee from inquiry. He who formed thee of thou knowest not what, can he not raise thee from thou knowest not what again? 13 Perceiveth not the cock the hour of midnight? Exalteth he not his voice to tell thee it is morning? Knoweth not the dog the footsteps of his master? Flieth not the wounded goat unto the herb that healeth him? Yet when these die, their spirit returneth to dust, thine alone surviveth. 14 Envy not to these their senses, because quicker than thine own. Learn that the advantage lieth not in possessing good things, but in the knowing to use them. 15 Hadst thou the ear of the stag, or were thine eyes as strong and piercing as the eagle's? Didst thou equal the hound in smell, or could the ape resign to thee his taste, or could the tortoise her feeling, yet without reason what would they avail thee? Perish not all these like their kindred? 16 Hath any one of them the gift of speech? Can any say unto thee, therefore did I do? 17 The lips of the wise are as the doors of a cabinet, no sooner are they opened but treasures are poured out before thee. 18 Like unto trees of gold arranged in beds of silver are wise sentences uttered in due season. 19 Canst thou think too greatly of thy soul? Or can too much be said in its praise? It is the image of him who gave it. 20 Remember thou its dignity forever, forget not how great a talent is committed to thy charge. 21 Whatsoever may do good, may also do harm. Beware that thou direct its course to virtue. 22 Think not that thou canst lose her in a crowd, suppose not that thou canst bury her in thy closet. Action is her delight, and she will not be withheld from it. 23 Her motion is perpetual, her attempts are universal, her agility is not to be suppressed. Is it at the uttermost parts of the earth? She will have it. Is it beyond the regions of the stars? Yet will her eye discover it. Inquiry is her delight. As one who traverseth the burning sands in search of water, so is the soul that thirsteth after knowledge. 24 Guard her, for she is rash. Restrain her, for she is irregular. Correct her, for she is outrageous. More supple is she than water, more flexible than wax, more yielding than air. Is there aught that can bind her? 25 Is a sword in the hand of a madman, even so is the soul to him who wanteth discretion. 26 The end of her search is truth, her means to discover it are reason and experience. But are not these weak, uncertain, and fallacious? How then shall she attain unto it? 27 General opinion is no proof of truth, for the generality of men are ignorant. 28 Perception of thyself, the knowledge of him who created thee, the sense of worship thou owest unto him. Are not these plain before thy face? And, behold, what is there more that men need death to know? Chapter XXXIX. Holy instructions from the prophet. Pinnacle of wisdom. 1 Is the eye of the morning to the lark, as the shade of the evening to the owl, as honey to the bee, or as the carcass to the vulture, even such is life unto the heart of man. 2 Though bright, it desoleth not, though obscure, it displeaseth not, though sweet, it cloyeth not, though corrupt, it forbiddeth not, yet who is he that knoweth its true value? 3 Learn to esteem as thou ought, then art thou near the pinnacle of wisdom. 4 Think not, with the fool, that nothing is more valuable, nor believe, with the pretended wise, that thou oughtest to condemn it. Love it not thyself, but for the good it may be of to others. 5 Gold cannot buy it for thee, neither mines of diamonds purchase back the moment thou hast now lost it. Employ the succeeding ones in virtue. 6 Say not that it were best not to have been born, or, if born, that it has been best to die early. Neither dare thou to ask of thy Creator, where has been the evil, had I not existed. Good is thy power, the want of good is evil, and if that question be just, lo, it condemneth thee. 7 Would the fish swallow the bait if he knew the hook were hidden therein? Would the lion enter the toils if he saw they were prepared for him? So neither, were the soul to perish with this clay, neither would a merciful Father have created him. No, hence thou shalt live afterwards. 8 Is the bird, enclosed in the cage before he seeth it, yet teareth not his flesh against its sides, So neither labor thou vainly to run the state thou art in, but know it is allotted thee, and be content with it. 9 Though its ways are uneven, yet they are not all painful. Accommodate thyself to all, and where there is the least appearance of evil, suspect the greatest danger. 10 When thy bed is straw, thou sleepest in security, but when thou stretcheth thyself on roses, beware of the thorns. 11 A good death is better than an evil life. Strive therefore to live as long as thou oughtest, not as long as thou canst. While thy life is to others worth more than thy death, it is thy duty to preserve it. 12 Complain not with the fool of the shortness of thy time. Remember, with thy days thy cares are shortened. 13 Take from the period of thy life the useless part of it, and what remaineth. 14 Take off the time of thine infancy, thy second infancy of age, thy sleep, thy thoughtless hours, thy days of sickness, and, even at thy fullness of years, how few seasons hast truly numbered. 15 He who gave thee life as a blessing, shortened it to make it even more so. 16 To what end would longer life have served thee? Wishest thou to have had an opportunity of more vices? As to the good, will not he who limited thy span be satisfied with the fruits of it? 17 To what end, O child of sorrow, wouldst thou live longer? To grieve, to eat, to see thee, world? All this thou hast done often already. Too frequent repetition, is it not tiresome? Or is it not superfluous? 18 Wouldst thou improve thy wisdom and thy virtue? Alas, what art thou to know? Or who is it that shall teach thee? Badly thou employest the little thou hast, dare not, therefore, to complain that the more is not given thee. 19 Repine not at thy want of knowledge, it must perish within the grave. Be honest here, thou shalt be wise hereafter. 20 Say not unto the crow, why numberest thou 7 times thy Lord, or to the fawn, why art thine eyes to see my offspring in 100 generations? Are these to be compared with thee in the abuse of life? 21 Are they riotous? Are they cruel? Are they ungrateful? Learn from them, rather, that innocence of manners are the paths of good old age. 22 Knowest thou to employ life better than these? Then less of it may suffice thee. 23 Man, who dares enslave the world, when he knows he can enjoy his tyranny but for a moment, what would he not aim at, if he were immortal? 24 Enough hath thou of life, but thou regardest it not, thou art not in want of it, O man, but thou art prodigal, thou threwest it lightly away, as if thou hadst more than enough, and yet thou repinest that it is not gathered again unto thee. No, that it is not abundance which make rich, but economy. 25 The wise continued to live from his first period, the fool is always beginning. 26 Labor not after riches first, and think thou wilt afterwards enjoy them. He who neglecteth the present moment, throweth away all that he hath, as the arrow passeth through the heart. While the warrior knew not that it was coming, so shall his life be taken away, before he knoweth that he hath it. 27 What then is life, that man should desire it? What, breathing that he should covet it? 28 Is it not a scene of delusion, a series of misadventures, a pursuit of evils linked on all sides together? In the beginning, it is ignorance, pain is in its middle, and its end is sorrow. 29 Is one wave pusheth on another, till both are involved in that behind them, even so succeedeth evil to evil, in the life of man, the greatest in the present swallow up the lesser, and the past. Our terrors are real evils, our expectations look forward into impossibilities. 30 Fools, to dread as mortals, and to desire as if immortal. 31 What part of life is it that we should wish to remain with us? Is it youth? Can we be in love with outrage, licentiousness, and temerity? Is it age? Then we are fond of infirmities. 32 It is said, gray hairs are revered, and length of days an honor. Virtue can add reverence to the bloom of youth, and without it, age plants more wrinkles in the soul than on the forehead. 33 Is age respected because it hates riot? What justice is in this when it is not age that despiseth pleasure, but pleasure that despiseth age? 34 Be virtuous while thou art young, so shall thine age be honored. Chapter XL. Holy instructions from the prophet. The instability of man. 1 Inconstancy is powerful in the heart of man, intemperance swayeth it whither it will, despair engrosseth much of it, and fear proclaimeth, Behold, I sit unrivaled therein, but vanity is beyond them all. 2 Weep not therefore at the calamities of the human state, rather laugh at its follies. In the hands of the man addicted to vanity, life then is but the shadow of a dream. 3 The hero, the most renowned of human character, what is he, but the bubble of this weakness? The public is unstable and ungrateful. Why should the man of wisdom endanger Himself for fools. For the man who neglecteth his present concerns, to revolve how he will behave when greater, he doth himself with wind, while his bread is eaten by another. 5 Act as Becco meth thee in thy present station, and in more exalted ones thy face shall not be ashamed. 6 What blindeth the eye, or what hideth the heart of a man from himself, like vanity? Lo, when thou seest not thyself, then others discover thee, most plainly. 7 As the tulip that is gaudy without smell, conspicuous without use, so is the male who sitteth himself up so high, and hath not merit. 8 The heart of the vain is troubled while it seemeth content, his cares are greater than his pleasures. 9 His solicitude cannot rest with his bones, the grave is not deep enough to hide it, he extendeth his thoughts beyond his being, he bespeaketh praise, to be paid when he is gone. But whosoever promiseth it, deceiveth him. 10 Is the man who engageth his wife to remain in widowhood, that she disturb not his soul. So is he who expecteth that his praise shall reach his ears beneath the earth, or cherish his heart in its shroud. 11 Do well whilst thou liveth, but regard not what is said of it. Content thyself with deserving praise, and thy posterity shall rejoice in hearing it. 12 Is the butterfly who seeth not his own colors, as the jasmine which feeleth not the scent. It casteth around it, so is the man who appeareth gay, and biddeth others to take note of it. 13 To what purpose, saith he, is my vesture of gold, to what end are my tables filled with dainties, if no eye gaze upon them, if the world knows it not? Give thy raiment to the naked, and thy food unto the hungry, so shalt thou be praised, and feel that thou deserveth it. 14 Why bestowest thou in every man the flattery of unmeaning words? Thou knowest, when returned thee, thou regardest it not. He knoweth he lieth unto thee, yet he knoweth thou wilt thank him for it. Speak in sincerity, and thou wilt hear with instruction. 15 The vain delighteth to speak of himself, but he seeth not that others like not to hear him. 16 If he hath done anything worth praise, if he possesseth that which is worthy of admiration, his joy is to proclaim it, his pride to hear it reported. The desire of such a man defeat itself. Men say not, behold he hath done it, or see, he possesseth it, but mark how proud he is of it. 17 The heart of man cannot attend at once to too many things. He who fixeth his soul on show, losseth reality. He pursueth bubbles, which break in their flight, while he treads to earth. What would him honor? Chapter XLI. Holy instructions from the prophet. Inconstancy. 1 Nature urgeth thee to inconstancy, 0 Man. Therefore guard thyself at all times against it. 2 Thou art, from the womb of thy mother, various and wavering, from the loins of thy father. Inheritate thou instability. How then shalt thou be firm? 3 Those who gave thee a body, furnished it with weakness, but he who gave thee a soul, armed thee with resolution. Employ it, and thou art wise, be wise, and thou art happy. 4 Let him who doeth well, beware how he boasteth of it, for rarely is it of his own will. 5 Is not the event of an impulse, from without born of uncertainty enforced by accident, dependent on someone else? To thee, and to accident, is due the praise. 6 Beware of irresolution in the intent of thy actions, beware of instability in the execution, so shalt thou triumph over 2 great failings of thy nature. 7 What reproacheth reason more than to act contrarieties? What can suppress the tendencies to these, but firmness of mind? 8 The inconstant feeleth that he changeth, but he knoweth not why, he seeth that he escapeth from himself, but he perceiveth not how. Be thou incapable of change, in that which is right, and men will rely upon thee. 9 Establish unto thyself principles of action, and see that thou ever act according to them. 10 So shall thy passions have no rule over thee, so shall thy constancy ensure unto thee the good thou possesseth, and drive from thy door misfortune. Anxiety and disappointment shall be strangers to thy gates. 11 Suspect not evil in anyone until thou see it, when thou see, forget it not. 12 Whoso hath been an enemy, cannot be a friend, for man mendeth not his faults. 13 How should his actions be right, who hath no rule of his life? Nothing can be just which proceedeth not from reason. 14 The inconstant hath no peace in his soul, neither can be at ease whom he concerneth himself with. 15 His life is unequal, his motions are irregular, his soul changeth with the weather. 16 Today he loveth thee, tomorrow thou art detested by him, and why? Himself knoweth not, wherefore he now hates. 17 Today he is the tyrant, tomorrow thy servant is less humble, and why? He who is arrogant, without power, will be servile while there is no subjection. 18 Today he is profuse, tomorrow he grudgeth unto his mouth that which it should eat. Thus it is with him who knoweth not moderation. 19 Who shall say of the tame lion, he is black, when, the moment after the verdure of the grass, overspreadeth him? 20 Who shall say of the inconstant, he is joyful, when his next breath shall be spent in sighing? 21 What is the life of such a man, but the phantom of a dream? In the morning he riseth happy, at noon he is on the rack, this hour he is a god, the next below a worm, one moment he laugheth, the next he weepeth, he now willeth, in an instant he willeth not, and in another he knoweth not whether he willeth or not. 22 Yet neither ease nor pain have fixed themselves on him, neither is he waxed greater, or become less, neither hath he had cause for laughter, or reason for his sorrow, therefore shall none of them abide with him. 23 The happiness of the inconstant is as a palace built on the surface of the sand, the blowing of the wind carrieth away its foundation, what wonder then that it falleth? 24 But what exalted form is this, that hitherward directs its even, its uninterrupted course? Whose foot is on earth, whose head is above the clouds? 25 On his brow sitteth majesty, steadiness is in his port, and in his heart reigneth tranquility. 26 Though obstacles appear in his way, he deigneth not to look down upon them, though heaven and earth oppose his passage, he proceedeth. 27 The mountains sink beneath his tread, the waters of the ocean are dried up under the sole of his foot. 28 The tiger throweth herself across his way in vain, the spots of the leopard blow against him unregarded. 29 He mark hate through the embattled legions, with his hands he putteth aside the terrors of death. 30 Storms roar against his shoulders, but are not able to shake them, the thunder bursteth over his head in vain, the lightning serveth but to show the glories of his countenance. 31 His name is resolution. He cometh from the utmost part of the earth, he seeketh happiness. Afar off before him, his eye discovereth her temple beyond the limits of the pole. 32 He walketh up to it, he entereth boldly, and he remaineth there forever. 33 Establish thy heart, zero man, in that which is right, and then know, the greatest of human is to be immutable. Chapter XLII. Holy instructions from the prophet. Weakness. 1 Vain and inconstant as thou art, zero child of imperfection, how canst thou be weak? Is not inconstancy connected with frailty? Can there be vanity without infirmity? Avoid the danger of the one, and thou shalt escape the mischiefs of the other. 2 Wherein art thou most weak? In that wherein thou seemest most strong, in that wherein most thou glorieth, even in possessing the things which thou hast, and using the good that is about thee. 3 Art not thy desires also frail? Or knowest thou even what it is thou wouldst wish? When thou hast obtained what most thou supplicate after, behold, it contenteth thee not. 4 Wherefore loseth the pleasure that is before thee its relish? And why appeareth that which is yet to come the sweeter? Because thou art wearied with the good of this, because thou knowest not the evil of that which is not with thee. Know that to be content is to be happy. 5 Couldst thou choose for thyself, would thy Creator lay before thee all that thy heart could ask for, would happiness then remain with thee, or would joy always dwell in thy gates? 6 Alas! Thy weakness forbiddeth it, thy infirmity declareth against it. Variety is to be in the place of pleasure, but that which permanently delighteth, must be permanent. 7 When that is gone, thou repenteth the loss of it, though, while it was with thee, thou despiseth it. 8 That which succeedeth it, hath no more pleasure to thee, and thou afterwards quarreleth with thyself for preferring it. Behold the only circumstances in which thou rest not. 9 Is there anything in which thy weakness appeareth more, than in desiring things? It is in the possessing, and in the using of them. 10 Good things cease to be good in our enjoyment of them. What nature meant pure sweets are sources of bitterness to us. From our delights arise pain, from our joys, sorrow. 11 Be moderate in the enjoyment, and it shall remain in thy possession. Let thy joy be founded on reason, and to its end shall sorrow be a stranger. 12 The delights of love are ushered in by sighs, and they terminate in languishment and dejection. The objects thou burneth for, nauseates with satiety, and no sooner hast thou possessed it, but thou art weary of its presence. 13 Join esteem to thy admiration, unite friendship with the love, so shalt thou find in the end content so absolute, that it surpasseth raptures, tranquility more worth than ecstasy. 14 Allah hath given thee no good, without its admixture of evil, but he hath given thee also the means of throwing off the evil from it. 15 As joy is not without its alloy of pain, so neither is sorrow without its portion of pleasure. Joy and grief, though unlike, are united. Our own choice only can give them to us entirely. 16 Melancholy itself often giveth delight, and the extremity of joys are mingled with tears. 17 The best things in the hands of a fool may be turned to his destruction, and out of the worst, the wise will find means of good. 18 So blended is weakness in thy nature, 0 Man, that thou hast not strength either to be good nor to be evil, entirely. Rejoice that thou canst not excel in evil, and let the good that is within thy reach content thee. 19 The virtues are allotted to various stations. Seek not after impossibilities, nor grieve that thou canst not possess them all. 20 Wouldst thou at once have the liberality of the rich, and the contentment of the poor? Shall the wife of thy bosom be despised because she showeth not the virtues of the widow? 21 If thy father sink before thee in the divisions of thy country, can at once thy justice destroy him, and thy duty save his life? 22 If thou behold thy brother in the agonies of slow death, is not mercy to put a period to his life? And is it not also death to be his murderer? 23 Truth is but one, thy doubts are of thine own raising. He who made virtues what they are, planted in thee a knowledge of their preeminence. Act as thy soul dictates to thee, and the end shall be always right. Chapter Slaying. Holy instructions from the prophet. The insufficiency of knowledge. 1 If there is anything lovely, if there is anything desirable, if there is anything within the reach of man that is worthy of praise, is it not knowledge? And yet who is it that attaineth it? 2 The statesman proclaimeth that he hath it, the ruler of the people claimeth the praise of it, but findeth the subject that he possesseth it. 3 Evil is not requisite to man, neither can vice be necessary to be tolerated, yet how many evils are permitted by the connivance of the laws, how many crimes committed by the decree of the council? 4 But be wise, 0 Ruler, and learn, 0 Thou that art to command the nations. 1 Crime authorized by thee is worse than the escape of 10 from punishment. 5 When the people are numerous, when thy sons increase about thy table, sendest thou them not out to slay the innocent, and to fall before the sword of him whom they have not offended? 6 If the objects of thy desire demanding the lives of 1,000 sayeth thou not, I will have it. Surely thou forgettest that he who created thee, created also these, and that their blood is as rich as thine? 7 Sayest thou, that justice cannot be executed without wrong? Surely thine own words condemn thee. 8 Thou who flattereth with false hopes the criminal that he may confess his guilt, art not thou unto him a criminal? Or art thou guiltless, because he cannot punish it? 9 When thou commandest to torture him whom is but suspected of ill, darest thou to remember, that thou mayest rack the innocent? 10 Is thy purpose answered by the event? Is thy soul satisfied with his confession? Pain will enforce him to say what is not, as easy as what is, and anguish hath caused innocence to accuse herself. 11 That thou mayest not kill him without cause, thou dost worse than kill him, that thou mayest prove if he be guilty, thou didst royeth him innocent. 12 0 Blindness to all truth. 0 Insufficiency of the wisdom of the wise. No, when thy judge shall bid thee account for this, thou shalt wish 10,000 guilty to have gone free, rather than one innocent to stand forth against thee. 13 Insufficient as thou art to the maintenance of justice, how shalt thou arrive at the knowledge of truth? How shalt thou ascend to the footstep of her throne? 14 As the owl is blinded by the radiance of the sun, so shall the brightness of her countenance dazzle thee in thy approaches. 15 If thou wouldst mount unto her throne, first bow thyself at her footstool. If thou wouldst arrive at the knowledge of her, first inform thyself of thine own ignorance. 16 More worth is she than pearls, therefore seek her carefully. The emerald and the sapphire and the ruby are as dirt beneath her feet, therefore pursue her manfully. 17 The way to her is labor, attention is the pilot that must conduct thee into her port. But weary not on the way, for when art arrived at her, the toil shall be to thee for pleasure. 18 Say not unto thyself, behold, truth breedeth hatred, and I will avoid it. Dissimulation raiseth friends, and I will follow it. Are not the enemies made by truth better than the friends obtained by flattery? 19 Naturally doth man desire the truth, yet, when it is before him, he will not apprehend it. And if it force itself upon him, he is not offended at it. 20 The fault is not in truth, for that is amiable, but the weakness of man beareth not its splendor. 21 Wouldst thou see thine insufficience more plainly? View with thy devotions. To what end was religion instituted, but to teach thee thine infirmities, to remind thee of thy weakness, to show thee that from heaven alone art thou to hope for good? 22 Doth it not remind thee that thou art dust? Doth it not tell thee that thou art ashes? And behold repentance, is it not frailty? 23 When thou givest an oath, when thou swearest thou wilt not deceive, behold it spreadeth shame upon thy face, and upon the face of him that receiveth it. Learn to be just, and repentance may be forgotten. Learn to be honest, and oaths are unnecessary. 24 The shorter follies are, the better, Say not therefore to thyself, I will not play the fool by halves. 25 He that heareth his own faults with patience, shall reprove another with boldness. 26 He that giveth the denial with reason, shall suffer a repulse with moderation. 27 If thou art suspected, answer with freedom. Whom should suspicion affright, except they guilty? 28 The tender of heart is turned from his purpose by supplications, the proud is rendered more obstinate by entreaty. The sense of thine insufficience commandeth thee to hear, but to be just, thou must hear without thy passions. Chapter XLIV. Holy instructions from the prophet. Misery. One feeble and insufficient as thou art, O man, in good, frail and inconsistent as thou art in pleasure, yet there is a thing in which thou art strong and unshaken. Its name is misery. 2 It is the character of thy being, the prerogative of thy nature, in thy breast alone, it resides. Without thee, there is nothing of it. And behold, what is its source, but thine own passions? 3 He who gave thee these, gave thee also reason to subdue them, exert it, and thou shalt trample them under thy feet. 4 Thine entrance into the world, is it not shameful? Thy destruction, is it not glorious? Lo, men adorn the instruments of death with gold and gems and wear them above their garments. 5 He who begetteth a man, hideth his face, but he who killeth 1,000 is honored. 6 Know thou, notwithstanding, that and this is error. Custom cannot alter the nature of truth. Neither can the opinion of man destroy justice. The glory and the shame are misplaced. 7 There is but one way for a man to be produced. There are 1,000 by which he may be destroyed. 8 There is no praise or honor to him who giveth being to another, but triumphs and empire are the rewards of murder. 9 Yet he who hath many children, hath many blessings, and he who hath taken away the life of another, shall not enjoy his own. 10 While the savage curseth the birth of his son, and blesseth the death of his father, doth he not call himself a monster? 11 The greatest of all human ills is sorrow. Too much of this thou art born into, add not unto it by thy own perverseness. 12 Grief is natural to thee, and is always about thee. Pleasure is a stranger and busy take thee by times. Use well thy reason, and sorrow will be cast behind thee. Be prudent, and the visits of joy shall remain long with thee. 13 Every part of thy frame is capable of sorrow, but few and narrow are the paths that lead to delight. 14 Pleasures can be admitted only simply, but pains rush in 1,000 at a time. 15 As the blaze of straw fadeth as soon as it is kindled, so passeth away the brightness of joy, and thou knowest not what become of it. 16 Sorrow is frequent, pleasure is rare, pain cometh of itself, delight must be purchased. Grief is unmixed, but joy wanteth not its alloy of bitterness. 17 As the soundest health is less perceived than the lightest malady, so the highest joy toucheth us less deep than the smallest sorrow. 18 We are in love with anguish, we often fly from pleasure, when we purchase it, costeth it not more than it is worth. 19 Reflection is the business of man, sense of his state is his first duty, but who remembereth himself a boy? Is it not in mercy, then, that sorrow is allotted unto us? 20 Man first seeth the evil that is to come, he remembereth it when it is past, he considereth not that the thought of affliction woundeth deeper than the affliction itself. Think not of thy pain, but when it is upon thee, and thou shalt avoid what most hurt thee. 21 He who weepeth before he needeth, weepeth more than he needeth, and why, but that he loveth weeping? 22 The stag weepeth not till the spear is lifted against him, nor do the tears of the beaver fall, till the hound is ready to seize him. Man anticipates death by the apprehension of it, and the fear is greater misery than the event itself. 23 Be always prepared to give an account of thine action, and the best death is that which is least premeditated. Chapter XLV. The divine origin of the Asiatic nations. 1 The fallen sons and daughters of the Asiatic nation of North America need to learn to love instead of hate, and to know their higher self and lower self. This is the uniting of the Holy Quran of Mecca, for teaching and instructing all Moorish Americans, etc. 2 The key of civilization was and is in the hands of the Asiatic nations. The Moorish, who were ancient Moabites, and the founders of the holy city of Mecca. 3 The Egyptians, who were the Hamathites, and of a direct descendant of Mizraim. The Arabians, the seed of Hagar, Japanese, and Chinese. 4 The Hindus of India, the descendants of the ancient Canaanites, Hittites, and Moabites of the land of Canaan. 5 The Asiatic nations of North, South, and Central America, the Moorish Americans and Mexicans of North America, Brazilians, Argentinians, and Chileans in South America. 6 Colombians, Nicaraguans, and the natives of San Salvador in Central America, etc. All of these are Muslims. 7 The Turks are the true descendants of Hagar, who are the chief protectors of the Islamic Creed of Mecca, beginning from Muhammad I, the founding of the uniting of Islam. By the command of the great universal God Allah. Chapter XLVI. The beginning of Christianity. 1. The foundation of Christianity began in Rome. The Roman nations founded the first church, of whom crucified Yahshua of Nazareth for seeking to redeem his people from under the Roman yoke and law. 2. Yahshua himself was of the true blood of the ancient Canaanites and Moabites and the inhabitants of Africa. 3. Seeking to redeem his people in those days from the pressure of the pale-skinned nations of Europe, Rome crucified him according to their law. 4. Then Europe had peace for a long time until Muhammad I came upon the scene and fulfilled the works of Yahshua of Nazareth. 5. The holy teaching of Yahshua was to the common people, to redeem them from under the great pressure of the hands of the unjust, that the rulers and the rich would not oppress the poor. Also that the lion and the lamb may lay down together and neither would be harmed when morning came. 6. These teachings were not accepted by the rulers, neither by the rich, because they loved the principles of the 10 Commandments. 7. Through the 10 Commandments the rulers and the rich live, while the poor suffer and die. 8. The lamb is the poor people, the lion is the rulers and the rich, and through love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice all men are one and equal to seek their own destiny, and to worship under their own vine and fig tree, after the principles of the holy and divine laws of their forefathers. 9. All nations of the earth in these modern days are seeking peace, but there is but one true and divine way that peace may be obtained in these days, and it is through love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice being taught universally to all nations, in all lands. Chapter XLVII. Egypt, the capital empire of the dominion of Africa. 1. The inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. 2. Old man Cush and his family are the first inhabitants of Africa who came from the land of Canaan. 3. His father Ham and his family were second. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the dominion of Amaksim, the first true and divine name of Africa. A dividing of the land between the father and the son. 4. The dominion of Cush, northeast and southeast Africa and northwest and southwest, was his father's dominion of Africa. 5. In later years many of their brethren from Asia and the Holy Lands joined them. 6. The Moabites from the land of Moab who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa. They were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire, with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. 7. Their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa, across Great Atlantis even unto the present North, South, and Central America and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands, before the great earthquake, which caused the great Atlantic Ocean. 8. The river Nile was dredged and made by the ancient pharaohs of Egypt, in order to trade with the surrounding kingdoms. Also the Niger River was dredged by the great pharaoh of Egypt in those ancient days for trade, and it extends eastward from the river Nile, westward, across the great Atlantic. It was used for trade and transport. 9. According to all true and divine records of the human race there is no Negro, black, or colored race attached to the human family, because all the inhabitants of Africa were and are of the human race, descendants of the ancient Canaanite nation from the holy land of Canaan. 10. What your ancient forefathers were, you are today without doubt or contradiction. 11. There is no one who is able to change man from the descendant nature of his forefathers, unless his power extends beyond the great universal creator Allah himself. 12. These holy and divine laws are from the Prophet, Noble Drew Ali, the founder of the uniting of the Moorish Science Temple of America. 13. These laws are to be strictly preserved by the members of all the temples of the Moorish Science Temple of America, that they will learn to open their meeting and guide it according to the principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. 14. Every subordinate temple and major temple is to form under the covenant of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and to create their own laws and customs, in conjunction with the laws of the Holy Prophet and the Grand Temple. I, the Prophet, Noble Drew Ali, was sent by the great God, Allah, to warn all Asiatics of America to repent from their sinful ways, before that great and awful day that is sure to come. 15. The time has come when every nation must worship under its own vine and fig tree, and every tongue must confess his own. 16. Through sin and disobedience every nation has suffered slavery, due to the fact that they honored not the creed and principles of their forefathers. 17. That is why the nationality of the Moors was taken away from them in 1774 and the word Negro, black and colored, was given to the Asiatics of America who were of Moorish descent, because they honored not the principles of their mother and father, and strayed after the gods of Europe of whom they knew nothing. Chapter XLVIII. The end of time and the fulfilling of the prophesies. One, the last prophet in these days is noble Drew Ali, who was prepared divinely in due time by Allah to redeem men from their sinful ways, and to warn them of the great wrath which is sure to come upon the earth. 2. John the Baptist was the forerunner of Yahshua in those days, to warn and stir up the nation, and prepare them to receive the divine creed which was to be taught by Yahshua. 3. In these modern days there came a forerunner of Yahshua, who was divinely prepared by the great God Allah, and his name is Marcus Garvey, who did teach and warn the nations of the earth to prepare to meet the coming prophet, who was to bring the true and divine creed of Islam, and his name is Noble Drew Ali, who was prepared and sent to this earth by Allah, to teach the old-time religion and the everlasting gospel to the sons of men, that every nation shall and must worship under their own vine and fig tree, and return to their own and be one with their Father God Allah. 4. The Moorish Science Temple of America is a lawfully chartered and incorporated organization. Any subordinate temple that desires to receive a charter, the Prophet has them to issue to every state throughout the United States, etc. 5. That the world may hear and know the truth, that among the descendants of Africa there is still much wisdom to be learned in these days for the redemption of the sons of men under love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. 6. We, as a clean and pure nation descended from the inhabitants of Africa, do not desire to amalgamate or marry into the families of the pale-skinned nations of Europe. Neither serve they gods of their religion, because our forefathers are the true and divine founders of the first religious creed, for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. 7. Therefore we are returning the church and Christianity back to the European nations, as it was prepared by their forefathers for their earthly salvation. 8. While we, the Moorish Americans, are returning to Islam, which was founded by our forefathers for our earthly and divine salvation. 9. The covenant of the great God Allah, honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be longer upon the earth land, which the Lord thy God, Allah, hath given thee. 10. Come all ye Asiatics of America, and hear the truth about your nationality and birthrights, because you are not Negroes. Learn of your forefathers' ancient and divine creed, that you will learn to love instead of hate. 11. We are trying to uplift fallen humanity. Come and link yourselves with the families of nations. We honor all the true and divine prophets. MC 701070422019. Moorish National Republic Federal Government. Societas Republicae Almoricanos. Moorish Divine and National Movement of the World. The true and de natural peoples, heirs of the land. ISLAM. We are the Aboriginal Indigenous Moorish American Nationals, the true and de natural Americans/out Moroccans and the divine heirs to the land. We are the descendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, and Hamitites. We are in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo and in proprio heredes, and we are exercising all of our rights at this time and at all points on time. Title number, MC 701070422019. Date of airship, ancient time immemorial. Status, Aboriginal Indigenous Natural Allodial, ecclesiastically titled. Parcel, N/A. Title value, cannot be measured. Dominion and inhabitation, aggregately, protracted from between 3 degrees northeast of present-day Mogadishu and 22 degrees north latitude at Yemen, Moab, 5 degrees west of Sabia, 12 degrees east of the Kingdom of Aksum to 42 degrees east longitude 2,982 miles longitude, latitude, and South Africa 12 degrees east longitude, southwest of Moab at Luanda, Angola, just below the Congo, across the Great Atlantis, even unto the present north, farthest west, top of America 72 degrees north latitude 4,940 miles, 150 degrees west longitude 21 miles, above the equator from Moab, 3,160 miles, and Central or Mesoamerica including Mexico and the Atlantis Islands at 19 degrees north latitude, 1,330 miles, 122 degrees west longitude, 74 miles near to the equator from Moab, 9,028 miles, South America at 52 degrees south latitude, 3,640 miles, 78 degrees southwest longitude, 41 miles below the equator from Moab, for a geological span of over 15,376 miles, equivalent to 236,421,376 square miles. More than 3/4 of the earth. Care of 4045 Boulevard Place near Indianapolis, Indiana Territory, zip exempt 46,208. Mineral value, cannot be measured. Parcel category, natural, prime, allodial. Parcel value, cannot be measured. Court of title, the Moorish American Consular Court of the Moorish National Republic Federal Government in Moor Circle 7 Temple. Judgment, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship 1786 and 1836 and the Constitution for the United States 1786 and 1836 and all land mandates to which the Moors are part and parcel. Affidavit of Organization. Document number 10105905, Form 1099 recorded in the Recorder of Deeds Office in the County of Cook, State of Illinois on August 1st, 1928 AD at 2:52 p.m. This title is a natural creation and it is owned by Victor Royce Duquette L. of the Moorish National Republic Federal Government. This title is conveyed into the Moor Circle 7 Temple Record Number MC7 TMAC 0000000047 and MAX 0000000047. This record number is assigned once recorded with Moor Circle 7 Temple, the Moorish American Consulate and the Moorish National Republic Federal Government Trust under record number MACNR 999999999. This title is not subject to any interest, exceptions, taxations, legislations, codes, statutes, pledges, or reservations of any corporation. The rights of the heirs by birthright and bloodline are unalienable and inalienable. This title does not expire. The Moorish American nationals are the owners for this title and the heirs to the land. This title is not transferable. All corporate deeds, corporate claims of ownership, corporate rights claimed, and all corporate land documents are hereby abolished and unlawful. Moor Circle 7 Temple. World Declaration for Aboriginal and Indigenous People on our estates. To all elected, all non-elected and to all appointed United States Republic officials, public servants, and officers of trust, etc., doing business as, of, and for the federal, state, city, and municipal governments, including their personnel, their contractors, and their other associate corporate entities doing business at North America, and to all third-party interlopers or contractors, etc., concerning their fiduciary obligations, their official oaths, and their duties enumerated in the American Constitution, adopted for governance of the United States Republic, all binding treaties, the established law of the land, and all statutory and civil law codes of the land, etc., know all men by these publications and presents, upon my heirship, inherited nobility, and upon my private aboriginal/indigenous, proper person status and commercial liability, we, being duly affirmed under consanguinity, pledge my national, political, and spiritual allegiance to my Moabite/Moorish nation, being the archaic aboriginals/indigenes of Namaksim, the Americas, standing squarely affirmed upon my oath to the 5 points of life, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, do squarely affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and having knowledge and firmly established belief upon the historical, lawful, and adjudicated facts contained herein, being competent, in my own proper person, to attest to this affidavit upon which I place my signature, whereas, I state, proclaim, and declare the following to be true, correct, certain, complete, not misleading, supreme, and not intended to be presented for any misrepresented, colored, or improper use or purpose, to wit, that we are nobles for the Al-Moroccan Empire, North America, in propria persona, my own proper self, being Moorish American and heir and descendant of the ancient Moabites/Moors, by birthright, by freehold, by primogeniture, and by inheritance, being aboriginal and indigenous to the land, Namaksim/Americas, territorium hereditament of my ancient Moabite/Moorish foremothers and forefathers, to wit, the Al-Moroccan, American, continents, are the lands of the Moors who have been referred to as Abenaki Akohana, Akomai Yakama, Adinas, Alabama Kushada, tribe of Texas, Olegons, Aleut, Algonquin, Aminsakwa, Cherokee, Apache Arikara, Mandan, Hidatsa, Anishinaabe, Anasazi, Appalachi, Aquidneck, Arapaho, Arawak, Arikara, Arusta, Asatee, Assiniboine, Athabascan, Atsina, Aztecs, Bella, Kula, Beatuk, Blackfeet, Blackfoot, Bodega Miwok, Brother Town, Caddo, Cahuilla, California, Calusa, Carrier Sekani, Catawba, Cayuga, Cayuse, Chehalis, Cherokee, Cheyenne, Chicaloon, Chickasaw, Chicora, Shikarawakama, Chinook, Chilcotin, Chippewa, Choctaw, Cheetamacha, Chucalissa, Chumash, Siboney, Clatsop, Cacopa Coeur d'Alene, Kahari, Comanche, Costano, Coushatta, Calichon, Cowlitz, Creek, Crease, Crow, Dakota, Decho, Delaware, Dean, Diegueno, Dinette, Eastern, Woodland, Edisto, Eel River Peoples, EIU, Erie, Asket, Eskimo, Esalen, Flathead, Fond du Lac, Gabrielino, Goshute, Gros-Ventre, Huichin, Haida, Hollywossipani, Havasupai, Hawaii, Hidatsa, Ho-Chunk, Hohokam, Hopi, Haudenosaunee, Homa, Hualapai, Kupa, Huron, Illinois, Incas, Innu, Inupiaq, Inupiat, Inuit, Iowa, Iroquois, Kalispel, Karankawan, Karuk/Karok, Kashayapomo, Ka, Kitua, Kickapoo, Kiowa, Kiowa, Kears, Clallam, Kosadi, Koshayer, Denaxa, Kootenai, Kudu, Kumayaikwakiudal, Lakota, Lenni Lenape, Listaguch, Luisinos, Lumbee, Lumi, Mexican, Maidu Mekoapda, Maka, Mandans, Mescoutin, Matabetic, Matapanite, Matol, Maya, Maharan, Menominee, Medoa, Miami, Miami Chippewa, Mykosoki, Micmac, Middle Woodland, Mingo Iroquois, Minnesota, Mississippi Bands, Missouri Tribes, Miwok, Modoc, Mohawk, Mohegan, Mohegan, Mojave, Monacan, Mono, Montauk, Montaukett, Mounds, and Mound Builders, Malikot, Muckleshoot Muncie, Muskogee, Muwekma, Nanticoke Narragansett, Natchez, Navajones Purse, Nipissing, Nipmuc, Niskay, Niskale, Namleki, Nooksack, Nootka, and erroneously referred to, branded as and mislabeled. Negroes, blacks, coloreds, and African Americans, Latinos, etc., etc., being North America, South America, Central America, including the adjoining islands, Americana/Amur/Al Maroc. We have, we acknowledge, we claim, and we possess, by the said inheritance and primogeniture, the freehold status thereto, all unalienable and substantive rights, to be, to enjoy, and to act, distinct in my aboriginal traditions, customs and culture, and determining our own political, social, and economic status of the state. We are turning our hearts, our allegiance, and our minds back to our ancient mothers and fathers, Moors/Moors, with cognate honor, and by divine and natural right. Being Moorish Americans, the direct heirs and descendants of the ancient Moabites, we have and possess the divine and internationally recognized rights to our hereditaments and resources, and proclaim the right to determine our own social, economic and political life and status of the state, and in harmony with international law, and with such rights of claim being absent of foreign law threats, coercion, or acquiescence to a color of law, a color of office, nor to be subjected by any occupying foreign persons to any imposed frauds, nom de guerre or color of authority. Moors/Moorish Americans/Moors who have been referred to as Abenaki Akohanak, Akoma Iakama, Adinas, Alabama Kushada, Tribe of Texas, Olegons, Aleut, Algonquin, Amansaquath, Cherokee, Apache Arikara, Mandan, Hidatsa, Anishinaabe, Anasazi, Appalachee, Aquidneck, Arapaho, Arawak, Arikara, Aroostook, Asatee, Assiniboine, Athabascan, Atsina, Aztecs, Bella, Kula, Beathuk, Blackfeet, Blackfoot, Bodega Miwok, Brothertown, Caddo, Kawia, California, Calusa, Carrier Saikani, Catawba, Cayuga, Cayuse, Chehalis, Cherokee, Cheyenne, Chicaloon, Chickasaw, Chicora, Shikarawakama, Chinook, Chilcotin, Chippewa, Choctaw, Chitamacha, Chupalissa, Chumash, Siboney, Clatsop, Cacopakur, Delane, Kahari, Comanche, Costano, Cushata, Calichon, Cowlitz, Creek, Creese, Crow, Dakota, Decho, Delaware, Dean, Diagueno, Dinet, Eastern Woodland, Edista, Eel River, Peoples, EIU, Erie, Ascatun, Eskimo, SLN, Flathead, Fond du Lac, Gabrielino, Goshute, Gros-Ventre, Luchin, Haida, Hollywossipanai, Havasupai, Hawaii, Hidatsa, Ho-Chunk, Hohokam, Hopi, Haudenosaunee, Homa, Hualapai, Hupa, Huron, Illinois, Incas, Innu, Inupiaq, Inupiat, Inuit, Iowa, Iroquois, Kalispel, Karankawan, Karuk/Karok, Kashaya, Pomo, Ka, Kitua, Kickapoo, Kiowa, Kiowa, Kears, Clallam, Kosadi, Koshayer, Dunaxa, Kootenai, Kuyu, Kumayaikwakiudal, Lakota, Lenni Lenape, Listaguch, Luisinos, Lumbee, Lumi, Mexican, Maidu Mekoapda, Maka, Mandans, Mescoutin, Matabetic, Matapanite, Matol, Maya, Maharan, Menominee, Medoa, Miami, Miami Chippewa, Mykosoki, Micmac, Middle Woodland, Mingo Iroquois, Minnesota, Mississippi Bands, Missouri Tribes, Miwok, Modoc, Mohawk, Mohegan, Mohegan, Mojave, Monacan, Mono, Montauk, Montaukett, Mounds and Mound Builders, Malikot, Muckleshoot Muncie, Muskogee, Muwekma, Nanticoke Narragansett, Natchez, Navajones Curse, Nipissing, Nipmuc, Nisqually, Nisqually, Namleki, Nooksack, Nootka, Puerto Rican, Haitian, and erroneously referred to, branded as and mislabeled Negroes, blacks, coloreds, and African Americans, Latinos, etc., have, proclaim and possess the unalienable rights, substantive rights, and birthright, inheritance to our ancient pedigree traditions and customs, and the right of claim to our Al-Moroccan attributes, names, and nationality, substantiated by, and supported by, nature's laws, by divine law, by primogeniture, and by the recognized laws of the nations of the earth, international, being the true, ancient, aboriginal/indigenes and heirs of the land, Amexine/America, the North Gate, being the geographical heartland, Maghrib, of the Moroccan Empire. Moors/Moors are the de jure and rightful freeholders by birthright, by inheritance, and by primogeniture status, and have by those inherited rights, descendable claims. Note, to all comers, that we, heirs of the land, possess the secured rights to travel upon the lands of our ancient foremothers and forefathers, upon the public roadways, upon the byways and upon the highways of our continental United States, relating to the organic land, and absent of the genocidal, broad-based extortion tributes, and human trafficking imposed by foreign-colored inquisitionists, or by their corporation. Imposed excise taxation constructs, invented by the racketeering, anti-constitutional, foreign states legislators, constructed under color and style to abridge and to steal substantive rights belonging to the natural peoples. These substantive rights are supported by, and asserted by, royal law, Moorish law, Muslim/Muslim law, the law of the Great Peace, the laws of nature, divine law, nature's God, the laws of nations, the Free Moorish Great Seal Zodiac Constitution, stare decisis, residential judicata, and bindingly affirmed by Articles 3, 4, and 6 of the American Constitution Covenant of 1774 to 1781. AD equals and Treaty 1200-1 MC, as lawfully adopted for the United States Republic, establishing its republican form of government. The said American Constitution established the people's supreme law of the land, standing upon the principles of moral government to secure the rights of the people, and to keep limited government operatives bound and in check by official oath, and by official bond. Let it be known that, down from the ancient ones, our primogenitors, came the Alodai principles which established the supreme law of the land. Egypt, Haikupta, is the capital empire of the dominion of Africa. The inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. They, Moabites, from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa. They were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. This includes Algiers, Tunis, Tripoli, Mauritania, and the Americas, with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. Their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa, across the Great Atlantic, even unto the present North America, South America, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands. Americana, before the great earthquake, which caused the great Atlantic Ocean. A Great Seal Pyramid is the national emblem and insignia of the Moorish nation / Empire of North America. Geographical location. The Great Pyramid, equilateral, is also the archaic symbol for civilization on the planet Earth. The Honorable Moors. Acknowledgement of our Great Seal indicates those heirs who own up to, who support, and who proclaim our free national government. Moors who are active and not passive in the social, civilization, culture and custom matters, involving law, order, and governmental principles, are hereby entreated to support this affirmation. Moors who strive toward this end, with honor, are entrusted by noble Drew Ali, to help in the great humanitarian work of uplifting ourselves, our fellow man, and humanity at large. We, the conscious heirs, seek, at all times, to be cognizant of the civilization works, instructions, and progressive acts necessary to teach, to preserve, and to defend the nationality and birthrights of all Moorish Americans, Al-Moroccans, etc. The noble Moors/Moors, heirs apparent, who have been referred to as Abenaki Akohanat, Akoma Yakima, Adinas, Alabama Kushata, Tribe of Texas, Olegons, Aleut, Algonquin, Amonsaquath, Cherokee, Apache Arikara, Mandan, Hidatsa, Anishinaabe, Anasazi, Appalachee, Aquidneck, Arapaho, Arawak, Arikara, Arusta, Asatee, Assiniboine, Athabascan, Atsina, Aztecs, Bella, Hula, Beathuk, Blackfeet, Blackfoot, Bodega Miwok, Brother Town. Caddo, Kawia, California, Calusa, Carrier Seconi, Catawba, Cayuga, Cayuse, Chehalis, Cherokee, Cheyenne, Chicaloon, Chickasaw, Chicora, Chickarawakama, Chinook, Chilcotin, Chippewa, Choctaw, Cheetamacha, Chupalissa, Chumash, Siboney, Clatsop, Dakota, Delane, Kahari, Comanche, Costano, Coushatta, Cowichan, Cowlitz, Creek, Crease, Crow, Dakota, Dutcho, Delaware, Dean, Diaguino, Dinette, Eastern Woodland, Edisto, Eel River, Peoples, EIU, Erie, Esquet, Eskimo, Esalen, Flathead, Fond du Lac, Gabrielino, Goshu, Gros-Ventre, Huichin, Haida, Hollywossipani, Havasupai, Hawaii, Hidetsa, Ho-Chunk, Hohokam, Hopi, Haudenosaunee, Homa, Hualapai, Hupa, Huron, Illinois, Incas, Innu, Inupiaq, Inupiat, Inuit, Iowa, Iroquois, Kalispel, Karankawan, Karuk/Karok, Kashaya, Homo, Ka, Kichua, Kickapoo, Kiowa, Kiowa, Kears, Clown, Kosadi, Koshayer, Tunaxa, Kootenai, Kayu, Kumayayi-Wakiudal, Lakota, Lenni Lenape, Listaguj, Luisinos, Lumbee, Lumi, Mexican, Maidu Mekoakda, Maka, Manans, Mescoutin, Matabetic, Matabanai, Matol, Maya, Maharan, Menominee, Medoc, Miami, Miami Chippewa, Mykosoki, Micmac, Middle Woodland, Mingo Iroquois, Minnesota, Mississippi Bands, Missouri Tribes, Miwok, Modoc, Mohawk, Mohegan, Mohegan, Mojave, Monacan, Mono, Montauk, Montaukett, Mounds End, Mound Builders, Maui-Cot, Muckleshoot Muncie, Muskogee, Nuweetma, Nanticoke Narragansett, Natchez, Navajones Purse, Nipissing, Nipmuc, Niskay, Nisqually, Namleki, Nooksack, Nootka, Puerto Rican, Haitian, and erroneously referred to, branded as the mislabeled Negroes, blacks, coloreds, and African Americans, Latinos, etc., etc. are the natural members/citizens of the ancient Al-Moroccan Empire, North America/the North Gate, and are by civic and social duty, bound to recognize and to support our Great Seal sovereign Moorish, national federal government and consanguine nation of the Aboriginal and Indigenous, natural people. In our relation with others, we command the enforcement of our Moroccan Constitution. Thus, such organized communications and orders are referred to as the Great Seal National Association of Moorish Affairs, the Free Moorish Nation, inclusive of all the Aboriginal/indigene tribes and provinces of the natural people, etc., are the rightful bearers of the attributes, names, and noble titles, Ali, El, Bey, Day, and Al. The free Moors/movers, by freehold inheritance, retain all substantive rights and immunities, enjoy the exercising of all substantive rights, and operate upon consummated right law, isonomy, principles, having pre-existing vested constitution and treaty, secured rights and immunities from foreign corporate taxation, and from foreign, criminal, and civil jurisdiction by, and of, the colonial Union States rights. Republic USA, private corporation and persons, pursuant to, but not limited to, divine right, the United States Republic Supreme Court, international law, and the acts of state to wit. Every sovereign state, people, is bound to respect the independence of every other sovereign state, people, and the courts of one country, people, will not sit in judgment on the acts of the government of another, done within the same or its own territory. The present Union States municipal and civil laws and codes imposed upon the land are a private law, incorporated unit of self-government established by the political powers of the General Assembly of each state of the Union, limited and bound by Article 4, and initiated at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, North America, in the year 1854, 1854. It governs only the rights and conduct of the alleged so-called white people, Christians, and Jews, of the 1863, 1863 Union States Rights Republic, under the Magna Carta, the Great Charter, the Knights of Columbus Code, and the Ku Klux Klan Oath. Forever, the said Union States Rights Republic denies citizenship in the United States Republic, USA, to the heir descendants of the Moorish nation in the Western Hemisphere, who have been erroneously referred to, branded as and mislabeled as Negroes, blacks, coloreds, and African Americans, Latinos, etc., etc. In addition, the Supreme Court of the United States, in the landmark case, Of Dred Scott v. Sanford, 60 us. 19 Howard. 393. 1857. Held that Negroes, whether held to slavery or free, were not included and were not intended to be included in the category of citizen subjects of the Union States Rights Republic. Resultantly, the true indigene nobles of the Al-Moroccan Empire, free Moors, bearers of the attributes/names/noble titles Ali, El, Bey, Dey, and Al, are excluded from the Union States Rights Republic, USA, jurisdiction. The true nobles of the Al-Moroccan Empire are sovereign, private, and self-governed by right law principles and customs, and only obligated to the free Moorish Zodiac Constitution, Circle 7, archaically established by our ancient foremothers and forefathers. Such extended allegiance and obligation includes the Great Seal and the high principles and morale standards embodied in the Moorish national flag: standard, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. The true Al-Moroccan noble indigenes of the land maintain a constitutional and lawful, non-obligatory tax status and position, relative to all foreign entity taxation, indigenes not taxed, and maintain a non-obligatory respect for the Union States Rights Republic, USA, its members, its laws, its ordinances, its codes, its customs, and its traditions, pursuant to the Free Moorish American Zodiac Constitution, Articles 4 and 6, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship between the United States and Morocco 1787, 1786-87, superseded by the Treaty of 1836, 1836, Resolution 75, Journals of the House of Representatives, adopted for the United States, April 17, 1933 AD, Moorish American Society of Philadelphia, and the use of their names. Reaffirmations have been made by the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of the Child, General Assembly Resolution 1386, 14 UN Dear SUPP, No. 16, at 19, UN Document A/4354, 1999, the United Nations Universal Declarations on Human Rights, Article 15, General Assembly, Resolution 217A, 3, of 10, December 1948 AD, Executive Order 13107, United States Republic, North America. The implementation of human rights treaties, the National Constitution for the Continental United States, Article 3, Section 2, Amendment B. Liberty Clause, Amendment 9, Reservation of the Rights of the People, the United States Department of Justice, Moorish Credentials, Free Moorish Zodiac Constitution, Truth A. Classified, the United States Copyright Certificate Number A2222141, Clock of Destiny, A. Moorish Nationality and Identification Card, Moorish Holy Temple of Science/Moorish Science Temple of America Identification Cards, etc. Furthermore, we assert our full birthrights, sovereignty, and substantive rights, and my right of claim to all hereditaments, being sundry free Moors/Moors and a natural beings, distinguished from all and any spurious constructs created by the foreigners, or by their agencies, pursuant to Moabite/Moorish pedigree, the Free Moorish Zodiac Constitution, the Great Seal of the Moorish Nation of Antiquio, Treaty of Peace and Friendship 1786-87/1836, the Sundry Free Moors Act of 1790, the 1781 Organic United States Constitution, the Moorish Federal Financiers Act, Union States Army, 1861-1863, the 1854 Roman Catholic Magna Carta, the Knights of Columbus Code, the Ku Klux Klan Oath, the United Nations Charter, Article 55, C, the Rights of Indigenous People, Part I, Articles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Part 2, Article 6, the United States Supreme Court, Acts of State, the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act 28 U.S.C. 1601, E.T. Sequa, the Convention on International Road Traffic Day, 19, September 1949, the World Court Decision, The Hague, Netherlands, Day 21, January 1958 A. Equals 1378 MC in reference to the rights of the natural peoples and of their substantive rights, etc. The following are pertinent and established Supreme Court decisions, stare decisis in residential judicata, to wit: 1. The right to travel, the right to mode of conveyance, the right to locomotion are all absolute rights, and the police cannot make void the exercise of rights. State B. Armstead, 60 S. 778, 779, and 781. 2. The use of the highways for the purpose of travel and transportation is not a mere privilege, but a common and fundamental right of which the public and natural beings cannot be deprived. Chicago Motor Coach v. Chicago 337 Illinois 200, 169 NE 22, ALR. Laguerre v. Chicago 139 Ill. 46, 2080 934. Boone v. Clark 214 SW 607, 25 Amjur, 1st. Highways, Sector 163. 3. The right to park or travel is part of the liberty of which the natural person, citizen cannot be deprived without due process of law under the 5th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Kent v. Dulles 357 S 116, 125. 4. The right of a citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport one's property thereon, either by carriage or automobile, is not a mere privilege, which a city may prohibit or permit at will, but a common right, which he/she has under the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thompson v. Smith 154 SC 579. 5. State police power extends only to immediate threats to public safety, health, welfare, etc. Michigan v. Duke 266 US, 476 led. At 449, which driving and speeding are not. California v. Farley said. RPT 89, 20 CA 3 RT 1032, 1971. 6. The state is prohibited from violating substantive rights. Owens v. City, 445 US 662. 1980, and it cannot do by one power, e.g. police power, that which is, for example, prohibited expressly to any other such power, e.g. taxation/eminent domain, as a matter of law. SNUT v. Daniels, 22 p. 159, nor indirectly that which is prohibited to it directly. Fairbanks v. US 181, US 283, 294, 300. 7. Traveling in an automobile on the public roads was not a threat to the public safety or health and constituted no hazard to the public, and such a traveler owed no other duty to the public, e.g. the state, he/she and his/her auto, having equal right to and on the roadways/highways as horses and wagons, etc. This same right is still substantive. Rule, in that speeding, running stop signs, traveling without license plates, or registration, are not threats to the public safety, and thus, are not arrestable offenses. Christie v. Elliott, 216 I 131, 74 He 1035, LRANS 1905-1910, California v. Farley 98 said. RPT 89, 20 CA 3D 1032, 1971. 8. Under the United States Republic's constitutional system of government and upon the individuality and intelligence of the citizen, the state does not claim to control one's conduct to others, leaving one the sole judge as to all that affects oneself. Mugler v. Kansas 1213 US 623, 659-60. 9. Where rights secured by the Constitution are involved, there can be no rule making or legislation which would abrogate them. Miranda v. Arizona 384 US 436, 125. 10. The claim and exercise of constitutional rights cannot be converted into a crime. Miller v. Kansas 230 F. 2nd 486, 489. 11. For a crime to exist, there must be an injured party, corpus delicti. There can be no sanction or penalty imposed on one because of this constitutional right. Scherer v. Cohen 481 Aboriginal and Indigenous Peoples Documents, Northwest Amexine/North Africa /North America /the Moroccan Empire Continental United States, Temple of the Moon and Sun, non-domestic, non-resident, non-subject being the rightful heirs and inheritors of the land. Page 5 of 8 Magna 002 _ Judicial Notice and Proclamation F 945. 12. If any tribunal, court, finds absence of proof of jurisdiction over a person and subject matter, the case must be dismissed. Louisville v. Motley 2111 S 149, 29s. CT 42. The accuser bears the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. 13. Lack of federal jurisdiction cannot be waived or overcome by agreement of parties. Griffin v. Matthews, 310 F. Super 341, 342, 1969 and want of jurisdiction may not be cured by consent of parties. Industrial Edition Association VC.IR, 323, S 310, 313. Whereas, in light of the foregoing jurisprudence stare decisis in res judicata affirmed and declared by the Supreme Court decisions, by facts, and by law, and counter to the negative and colorable social and political conditions instituted by corporate state persons of the Union States Society. There exists a blatant want of jurisdiction on the part of the Union States Rights Republic, USA, and by its agents, personnel, contractors, and assigns. Maxims and axioms are lawfully, legally in force under national and international law attending to these issues. And this affiant, natural being, in propria persona, does not abandon any of my estate rights, do not waive any substantive rights, does not transfer power of attorney to any foreigner, and does not willingly consent to any public trial or ministerial hearing in any colorable tribunal venue or involvement with any non-Article 3, unconstitutional jurisdiction. The official oaths and bonds, the obligations, and the fiduciary duties of all accusers and proof-bound claimants to national constitution and treaty law and order, the civilization principles fixed in constitution law, still stands. Definition and truth still rules. Non-compliance is a federal law violation and international law offense and trespass. Whereas, there is no question that a bench appearance summons, a detention, an arrest and a ticket or citation, issued by a police officer or by others, against the people, for traveling with no driver's license, foreign driver's license, not having current registration, or mandatory insurance, etc., which carries a fine or jail time, is a penalty or sanction and is indeed converting a right into a crime, thus violating substantive rights. It is reasonable to assume that these Supreme Court judicial decisions are straight and to the point, that there is no lawful method for government to put restrictions or limitations on rights belonging to the people, that the organic United States Republic Constitution, derived from ancient Moabite/Moorish law, remains the supreme law of the land, and all treaties made, or which shall be made, under the authority of the United States government, and under its flag of peace, pursuant to United States Code, Title 4, Chapter 1. Any law or colorable processes which are repugnant to the Constitution or treaty shall remain forever colorable and are null and void. Marbury v. Madison 5. U.S. 137, 174, 176, 1803. Any municipal officer, S, person, S, personnel, employee, S, or contractor, S, who violate or abridge the rights of the natural people or citizens, are subject to suit or other tort action, in their personal and/or official capacity to wit. Title 18, Part 1, Chapter 13 241 of United States Codes of Law. If two or more persons conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution or laws of the United States, or because of his having so exercised the same, or if two or more persons go in disguise on the highway, or on the premises of another, with the intent to prevent or hinder his free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege so secured, they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both, and if death results from the acts committed in violation of this section, or if such acts include kidnapping or an attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual abuse or an attempt to commit aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to kill, they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for any term of years or for life, or both, or may be sentenced to death. Therefore, in preservation of the rights of indigenous peoples and the preservation of the rights of the people in accord and defense of the Constitution for the United States Republic of North America and its Republican form of government, being the supreme law of the land, and primal to the contractual liabilities, oath, bound obligations, and fiduciary duties of the officers of the courts, federal, state, city, and municipal, etc., we hereby demand the enforcement of the de jure laws of the United States, and all treaties made under the authority of the United States, in accord with Article 6 of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of the Rights of the Child, the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the United Nations Charter, Article 55, c. the United States Supreme Court, Acts of State, the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act 28 U.S.C. 1601, et sequa, the Convention on International Road Traffic, Day 19, September 1949, the World Court Decisions, The Hague, Netherlands, Day 21, January 1958 A.D equals 1378 MC. And Executive Order 13107, United States Republic, North America, A. Implementation of Human Rights Treaties, the National Constitution for the Continental United States, Article 3, Section 2, Amendment B, Liberty Clause. Amendment 9, etc., etc. We hereby demand the dismissal of any and all unconstitutional sanctions, claims, or other warrants or charges made or issued, which are devoid of true identity personages, a denial of due process of a trial by a jury of my own national peers, or absent of a verified and lawful indictment, sanctioned by an assembled grand jury, and that we be availed all lawful constitutional, secured safeguards, established by the supreme law, with documented proper jurisdiction and venue confirmed and in place. Wherefore all parties of interest are authorized by this writ, pursuant to national and international law, to honor all substantive rights and constitutional immunities reserved for, and to, this aboriginal/indigenous free, and sovereign Moor/Moorer star. All officials are to enlist all available and appropriate measures to ensure, and assure, that all my substantive rights and constitutionally secured rights and immunities are not violated, not breached, nor abridged. The sovereign, natural being, named herein, is not to be arrested, nor held for detention under any colorable circumstances. You are to notify the active ministers and prime ministers for the aboriginal/indigenous Moorish nationals of the territory, organic land. The natural persons herein are non-obligatory and thus exempt from customs, tariffs, taxation, owner and fee, permit deception constructs, and from any other hindrance or restriction of his or her freedoms, allodial properties, compensations, rights of travel, or freedom of movement on, in, or within any member or non-member states of the United States Union, etc. The Moor/Moorer, bearer of this indigenous people's document, is to be treated with all due respect and due process rights under the law. All available and appropriate measures are to be taken to prevent injustice, harm, false arrest, trumped-up charges, or attack on the natural being's person, property, personality, conveyances, freedoms, and/or dignity. Explicit reservation and use of all rights reserved without prejudice is noted to all federal, state, city, and municipal peace officers, in harmony with state statutes, and indicates the reservation of my rights, whereby I may reserve my substantive rights and constitutional, secured rights and immunities, to not be compelled to perform under any contracts or agreements that we have not entered into knowingly, voluntarily, willingly, or unintentionally. We do not accept any actual or implied liabilities associated with any compelled benefits of any unrevealed or deceptively imposed commercial contracts. We, furthermore, do not sanction any unconstitutional rules or policies, or acts of misprision committed by any U.S. government or state officials, at any level, claimed by any of them, in the name of the United States Republic, nor do we assent to any implied colorable policies made by alleged representatives, as being sanctioned by the people and citizens. Consider any formerly assumed constructs alleged to be related to us as being misrepresentations and thusly cured forthwith. Let it be known. Represent means to depict, to portray, to symbolize, and to stand for. Let it be known that the Union States Society Bar Association lawyers, esquires, and attorneys of European colonial descent, and foreign corporation, cannot depict, portray, or symbolize a free Moor, as they are not of the same nation, jurisdiction, customs, or national peers, and cannot sit in judgment of any free Moor acts of state. Europeans are not indigenes to the land, Americas. Moors are aboriginal and indigenous. Union States lawyers and attorneys operate in demo, political format, which is contrary to Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution for the United States. Moors operate in a republican form of government, conjoined with isonomite principles, being in harmony with the Constitution. Moors respect Constitution principles. The unconstitutional tribunals operating under the Union States Society conflicts with, and is repugnant to, due process under Constitution principles, and functions primarily in colorable procedures. Therefore, no fair, just trial, or remedy is availed to the natural peoples of the land, through such colorable processes. These violating acts constitute a conflict of interest, a conflict of law, and clearly establish the federal questions of diversity of citizenship, a conflict of identity, and of nationality and international law, etc. Thus, a clear and documented averment of jurisdiction / quo warranto is also hereby proclaimed and advanced to all parties of interest. Only Moors can present and depict themselves as being Moors/Al Moroccans, and aboriginal/indigenes of the land. Thus, only Moors can present self. We, Moors, being a real, live flesh and blood, breathing, divine and natural being, born sanguineous of a natural, thinking and animated mother, do solemnly Sincerely and squarely affirm that the foregoing facts contained in this constructive and actual judicial notice and proclamation, by affirmed affidavit, are true. This notice is constructed to the best of our knowledge, conjoined to our culture, customs, and beliefs, being actual, factual, and restorative in nature to our ancient traditions and customs, presented as correct, and not misleading, etc., being the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. As with our ancient traditions and customs, we entreat to all Kabu, love, pact, truth, salam, peace, hurriyatan, freedom, ADL, justice. All rights reserved without prejudice. We are Moors. Natural person, in propria persona, sui juris, and sui heredes in solo. Proprio, authorized representative, all rights reserved. Aboriginal/indigenous, free sovereign Moor, natural person of the land, in propria persona, not pro se, nor colorable. Asterisk Moors/Moors, the Aboriginal and Indigenous natural peoples and true heirs and inheritors of the lands, territories, North America, Central America, South America, and the adjoining islands, Almaroc/Amur/Americana. By special appearance, before me on day 2 of February, 2021 CCY equals 1441 MC. And in honor, the divine natural being, Moors, affirms that he/she is a descendant/heir, Aboriginal and Indigenous natural person/divine being herein named, standing in full life, existing in his/her own proper person, meeting the primal law of evidence as required and defined in identity, affirmed by lawful, substantive right, by birthright, and respectively acknowledged, being of descendable age and competence, and being lawfully qualified and competent to execute this document of affidavit. I therefore place my hand, my autograph and my seal thereto. I am Noble Victor Royce Duquette L., a free and sovereign Moorish American national, in propria persona sui juris, sui heredes, in solo proprio, Northwest Amaxine/Northwest Africa, /North America /the North Gate Temple of the Moon and Sun /Temple /Moor Circle 7 Temple Consulate, all rights reserved. Moor Circle 7 Temple. Vast Estate Pure Express Trust. A private ecclesiastically international commission divine natural. Agreement. Declaration of Trust. Preamble. Whereas, the ancient Diuri Aboriginal Indigenous Divine Living Natural Moabite Moorish. American Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. and the ancient Diuri Aboriginal Indigenous Divine Living Natural Moors of the land of North America, Northwest Amaxine, North Africa. The North Gate are the trust corpus of this de jure ecclesiastically commissioned express trust. Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. is the executor, settler, claimant, and beneficiary of all said trust property. Whereas Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. the self-designated Moors, and of his choosing, in propria persona sui juris and in solo proprio are the trustees for the affairs of this de jure ecclesiastically commissioned trust upon the land in North America, Northwest Amaxine, North Africa, the North Gate. While the Moorish American people and Moorish protected subjects of Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. are the beneficiaries, they are neither partners nor agents of the said trust. Any and all benefits or privileges from any government that is not the Moorish National Republic federal government will not be received into this trust instrument of exchange. Therefore no duty is owed to any other government or outside party by this trust, its beneficiaries, executors, settlers, claimants, trustees, nor the Moorish American people. This traditional, pure vast estate express trust is active and functioning in the pattern where property is conveyed by will, deed, or declaration to a trustee. It is not an association. This express trust may enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation. It may grant letters of marque and reprisal. It may coin money. It may emit bills of credit. It may not make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts. It may pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, and law impairing the obligation of contracts, and it may grant any title of nobility. This express trust is created by the natural right to contract which cannot be abridged and is protected under federally enforceable right of contract law and not under any laws passed by any of the several state legislatures. It is not subject to legislative control nor legislative restrictions. Does not depend on any statutes and is within the realm of equity, having a separate and distinct juridical personality. This trust is unalienable and inalienable. Article 15 Signatures and Seals. By special appearance, in honor, the divine being, Noble Victor Royce Duquette L., affirms that he/she is the natural person/divine being herein named, existing in his/her own proper person, meeting the law of evidence as required and defined in identity, affirmed by lawful, substantive right, by birthright, and respectively acknowledged, being lawfully qualified and competent to execute this document. I therefore place my hand and seal thereto. Chronos. Date, 21 month, March year, 2021. I am Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. Moor Circle 7 Temple Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. Natural person, in propria persona, authorized representative. All rights reserved. Free Moor/Moor. Northwest Amexine/Northwest Africa/North America. I hereby put all public and private corporations on notice, and require treaty obligations to be made for the Moorish American National de Jure Aboriginal. Indigenous by imperial and aboriginal title proclaim the following. I send this royal notice in honor of my foremothers and forefathers. All persons residing in Morocco who cannot prove foreign citizenship or protection are considered ipso jure as Moorish subjects for the citizenship of the United States. Expatriation, etc. Chapter 4, page 459 to 460. There are strictly no Moroccan laws relating to citizenship of Moorish subjects in Morocco. The fundamental laws of this non-Christian country are based entirely upon the Islamic code, no part of which treats of the subject of citizenship. 1. Citizenship in Morocco may be said to be governed by the laws pertaining to the same in other countries, with the exception that all persons residing in Morocco who cannot prove foreign citizenship or protection are considered ipso jure as Moorish subjects are also conveyed into Moor Circle 7 Temple. After establishing or not establishing on the record their nationality, we may be able to help each other better. We share peace and love on our estate. For all here on our estate. 1. From the total resources taken from our estate, use all consumer markets to discharge from the total debt at the point of sales for and not limited to building houses for the houseless and any individual with no shelter and for any individual that relocates even for emergencies. And all are on my estate and are my nation, kin, and guests. See to it that all may have a place to be sheltered and in uplifting conditions. Discharge the cost from the principal owed from taking resources from our estate until the debt is resolved gone. 2. From the total resources taken from our estate, use it for providing clothes for Moors and subjects and any individuals wishing for clothes. All are on my estate and are my nation, kin, and guests. See to it that all my nation, kin, and guests may have clothes in uplifting conditions. Discharge the cost from the principal owed to our people from taking resources from our estate until there is no debt. 3. From the total resources taken from our estate, use it for food any individual who wish to eat from any location where food is available. All are on my estate and are my nation, kin, and guests. See to it that all may have food in uplifting conditions. Discharge the cost from the principal owed from taking resources from our estate until there is no debt. 4. From the total resources taken from our estate, use it for healthcare for any individual anywhere healthcare is available. All are on my estate and are my nation, kin, and guests. See to it that all may have healthcare in uplifting conditions. Discharge the cost from the principal owed from taking resources from our estate until there is no debt. 5. From the total resources taken from our estate, use it for electricity for any individual anywhere electricity is available. All are on my estate and are my nation, kin, and guests. See to it that all may have healthcare in uplifting conditions. Discharge the cost from the principal owed from taking resources from our estate until there is no debt. 6. From the total resources taken from our estate, use it for rent for any individual anywhere that no occupied. All are on my estate and are my nation, kin, and guests. Until there is
It's 9:15 a.m.
total resources taken from our and guests. See to it that all may have healthcare in uplifting conditions. Discharge the cost from the principal owed from taking resources from our estate until there is no debt. Chronos. Date, 4 month, July year, 2023. I am Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. Moor Circle 7 Temple Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. Natural person, in propria persona, authorized representative. All rights reserved. Free Moor/Moor. Northwest Amexine/Northwest Africa/North America. For the record, to be read into the record, notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. To all corporations at North America to include Guy Rents Mini Storage, Re. Victor Duquette I Victor Royce Duquette L. A Moorish American national and propria persona sui juris, and I am exercising all of my rights at this time and at all times as an ancient aboriginal indigenous divine natural living being. I, and all Moorish American nationals are the executors, creditors, secured first party, administrators, and beneficiaries of our own estate. All Moorish American nationals in North America are exercising all of their rights at this time as one sovereign nation on our own land. This is pursuant to the United Nations American Mandate for the Land, 1948, previously held in trusteeship, the currently active Treaty of Peace and Friendship 1786/1836, Treaty of Amity and Commerce 1786, and the Constitution for the United States, Republic, 1791. Proof of services provided below. The services that you provide to the Moorish American nationals in North America are without charge to the Moorish American nationals for as long as you are conducting commerce on our land. The services that your corporation provides to the Moorish American nationals to include the above-mentioned Moorish American national will begin immediately, restart immediately, or continue at the highest level of service that you provide from this day forward. This birthright benefit is unalienable, inalienable, and is not transferable. Each Moorish American national must present proof of Moorish American nationality by providing you with a copy of their Moorish American nationality identification card with photo or proclamation, and you shall honor it. All contracts on earth with the United States Corporation Company or any derivative thereof are seized as of the date of adjournment signed by of their Congress on March 27, 1861, as they are in severe repeated breach of contract to the Moorish American nationals who are the ancient aboriginal indigenous heirs to all of the land and its resources. Failure to honor your obligations to the Moorish American nationals will result in liens and / or any other lawful redress. The Moorish American nationals in North America thank you for your service to our great nation and land. By birthright, primogeniture, and inheritance, make a lawful and legal entry of affidavit and public notification of lawful claim and declaration to be published for the public record in the foregoing cases. Chronos, day, 6 month, March year, 2019. I am Victor Royce Duquette EL Vizier / Minister / Consul, natural person, in pro persona, authorized representative, all rights reserved, free Moor / Moor Northwest Amexine / Northwest Africa / North America Seal. Moorish National Republic Federal Government. Societas Republicae a Moor Iconos. Moorish Divine and National Movement of the World. Northwest Amexine / Northwest Africa / North America / the North Gate. Treaties. U.S. Morocco Peace and Friendship Treaty, longest unbroken treaty relationship signed by the U.S. Treaty of Peace and Friendship, with additional article http://avalon.law.edu/1ATH_century/var1786.asp. Also ship signals agreement http://avalon.law.edu/1ATH_century/var1786s.asp. The treaty was sealed at Morocco with the seal of the Emperor of Morocco June 23, 1786, 25 Shaban, AH 1200, and delivered to Thomas Barclay, American agent, June 28, 1786, 1 Ramadan, AH 1200. Original in Arabic. The additional article was signed and sealed at Morocco on behalf of Morocco July 15, 1786, 18 Ramadan, AH 1200. Original in Arabic. The ship signals agreement was signed at Morocco July 6, 1786, 9 Ramadan, AH 1200. Original in English. Certified English translations of the treaty and of the additional article http://avalon.law.edu/1ATH_century/var1786.asp were incorporated in a document signed and sealed by the Ministers Plenipotentiary of the United States, Thomas Jefferson at Paris January 1, 1787, and John Adams at London January 25, 1787. Treaty and additional article http://avalon.law.edu/1ATH_century/var1786.asp ratified by the United States July 18, 1787. As to the ratification generally, see the notes. Treaty and additional article proclaimed July 18, 1787. Ship signals agreement http://avalon.law.edu/1ATH_century/var1786s.asp not specifically included in the ratification and not proclaimed, but copies ordered by Congress July 23, 1787, to be sent to the executives of the states. Secret Journals of Congress, 4, 869, but see the notes as to this reference. Certified translation of the treaty and of the additional article http://avalon.law.edu/1ATH_century/var1786.asp, with approval by Jefferson and Adams. To all persons to whom these presents shall come or be made known, whereas the United States of America in Congress assembled by their commission bearing date the 12th day of May 1784 thought proper to constitute John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, and Thomas Jefferson their ministers plenipotentiary, giving to them or a majority of them full powers to confer, treat and negotiate with the ambassador, minister, or commissioner of His Majesty the Emperor of Morocco, concerning a treaty of amity and commerce, to make and receive propositions for such treaty and to conclude and sign the same, transmitting it to the United States in Congress assembled for their final ratification, and by one other commission bearing date the 11th day of March 1785 did further empower the said ministers plenipotentiary or a majority of them, by writing under the asterisk hands and seals to appoint such agent in the said business as they might think proper with authority under the directions and instructions of the said ministers to commence and prosecute the said negotiations and conferences for the said treaty, provided that the said treaty should be signed by the said ministers. And whereas, we the said John Adams and Thomas Jefferson, two of the said ministers plenipotentiary, the said Benjamin Franklin being absent, by writing under the hand and seal of the said John Adams at London October the 5th, 1785, and of the said Thomas Jefferson at Paris October the 11th of the same year, did appoint Thomas Bartley, agent in the business aforesaid, giving him the powers therein, which by the said second commission we were authorized to give, and the said Thomas Bartley in pursuance thereof, hath arranged articles for a treaty of amity and commerce between the United States of America and His Majesty the Emperor of Morocco, which articles written in the Arabic language, confirmed by His said Majesty the Emperor of Morocco and sealed with his royal seal, being translated into the language of the said United States of America, together with the attestations thereto annexed are in the following words, to wit, in the name of Almighty God. This is a treaty of peace and friendship established between us and the United States of America, which is confirmed, and which we have ordered to be written in this book and sealed with our royal seal at our court of Morocco on the 25th day of the blessed month of Shaban, in the year 1200, trusting in God it will remain permanent. Point 1. We declare that both parties have agreed that this treaty consisting of 25 articles shall be inserted in this book and delivered to the Honorable Thomas Bartley, the agent of the United States now at our court, with whose approbation it has been made and who is duly authorized on their part, to treat with us concerning all the matters contained therein. Point 2. If either of the parties shall be at war with any nation whatever, the other party shall not take a commission from the enemy nor fight under their colors. Point 3. If either of the parties shall be at war with any nation whatever and take a prize belonging to that nation, and there shall be found on board subjects or effects belonging to either of the parties, the subjects shall be set at liberty and the effects returned to the owners. And if any goods belonging to any nation, with whom either of the parties shall be at war, shall be loaded on vessels belonging to the other party, they shall pass free and unmolested without any attempt being made to take or detain them. Point 4. A signal or pass shall be given to all vessels belonging to both parties, by which they are to be known when they meet at sea, and if the commander of a ship of war of either party shall have other ships under his convoy, the declaration of the commander shall alone be sufficient to exempt any of them from examination. Point 5. If either of the parties shall be at war, and shall meet a vessel at sea, belonging to the other, it is agreed that if an examination is to be made, it shall be done by sending a boat with 2 or 3 men only, and if any gun shall be bred and injury done without reason, the offending party shall make good all damages. Point 6. If any more shall bring citizens of the United States or their effects to His Majesty, the citizens shall immediately be set at liberty and the effects restored, and in like manner, if any more not a subject of these dominions shall make prize of any of the citizens of America or their effects and bring them into any of the courts of His Majesty, they shall be immediately released, as they will then be considered as under His Majesty's protection. Point 7. If any vessel of either party shall put into a port of the other and have occasion for provisions or other supplies, they shall be furnished without any interruption or molestation. If any vessel of the United States shall meet with a disaster at sea and put into one of our ports to repair, she shall be at liberty to land and reload her cargo, without paying any duty whatever. Point 9. If any vessel of the United States shall be cast on shore on any part of our coasts, she shall remain at the disposition of the owners and no one shall attempt going near her without their approbation, as she is then considered particularly under our protection. And if any vessel of the United States shall be forced to put into our ports, by stress of weather or otherwise, she shall not be compelled to land her cargo, but shall remain in tranquility until the commander shall think proper to proceed on his voyage. Point 10. If any vessel of either of the parties shall have an engagement with a vessel belonging to any of the Christian powers within gunshot of the forts of the other, the vessel so engaged shall be defended and protected as much as possible until she is in safety, and if any American vessel shall be cast on shore on the coast of Guatemala, 1. http://avalon.law.edu/1ath_century/bar1786t.asp or any coast thereabout, the people belonging to her shall be protected, and assisted until by the help of God, they shall be sent to their country. Point 11. If we shall be at war with any Christian power and any of our vessels sail from the ports of the United States, No vessel belonging to the enemy shall follow until 24 hours after the departure of our vessels, and the same regulation shall be observed towards the American vessels sailing from our ports, be their enemies Moors or Christians. Point 12. If any ship of war belonging to the United States shall put into any of our ports, she shall not be examined on any pretense whatever, even though she should have fugitive slaves on board, nor shall the governor or commander of the place compel them to be brought on shore on any pretext, nor require any payment for them. Point 13. If a ship of war of either party shall put into a port of the other and salute, it shall be returned from the port, with an equal number of guns, not with more or less. Point 14. The commerce with the United States shall be on the same footing as is the commerce with Spain or as that with the most favored nation for the time being, and their citizens shall be respected and esteemed and have full liberty to pass and repass our country and sea ports whenever they please without interruption. Point 15. Merchants of both countries shall employ only such interpreters, and such other persons to assist them in their business, as they shall think proper. No commander of a vessel shall transport his cargo on board another vessel, he shall not be detained in port, longer than he may think proper, and all persons employed in loading or unloading goods or in any other labor whatever, shall be paid at the customary rates, not more and not less. Point 16. In case of a war between the parties, the prisoners are not to be made slaves, but to be exchanged one for another, captain for captain, officer for officer, and one private man for another, and if there shall prove a deficiency on either side, it shall be made up by the payment of 100 Mexican dollars for each person wanting, and it is agreed that all prisoners shall be exchanged in 12 months from the time of their being taken, and that this exchange may be effected by a merchant or any other person authorized by either of the parties. Point 17. Merchants shall not be compelled to buy or sell any kind of goods but such as they shall think proper, and may buy and sell all sorts of merchandise but such as are prohibited to the other Christian nations. Point 18. All goods shall be weighed and examined before they are sent on board, and to avoid all detention of vessels, no examination shall afterwards be made, unless it shall first be proved that contraband goods have been sent on board, in which case the persons who took the contraband goods on board shall be punished according to the usage and custom of the country, and no other person whatever shall be injured, nor shall the ship or cargo incur any penalty or damage whatever. Point 19. No vessel shall be detained in port on any presence whatever, nor be obliged to take on board any article without the consent of the commander, who shall be at full liberty to agree for the freight of any goods he takes on board. Point 20. If any of the citizens of the United States, or any persons under their protection, shall have any disputes with each other, the consul shall decide between the parties, and whenever the consul shall require any aid or assistance from our government to enforce his decisions, it shall be immediately granted to him. Point 21. If a citizen of the United States should kill or wound a Moor, or on the contrary if a Moor shall kill or wound a citizen of the United States, the law of the country shall take place and equal justice shall be rendered, the consul assisting at the trial, and if any delinquent shall make his escape, the consul shall not be answerable for him in any manner whatever. Point 22. If an American citizen shall die in our country and no will shall appear, the consul shall take possession of his effects, and if there shall be no consul, the effects shall be deposited in the hands of some person worthy of trust, until the party shall appear who has a right to demand them, but if the heir to the person deceased be present, the property shall be delivered to him without interruption, and if a will shall appear, the property shall descend agreeable to that will, as soon as the consul shall declare the validity thereof. Point 23. The consuls of the United States of America shall reside in any seaport of our dominions that they shall think proper, and they shall be respected and enjoy all the privileges which the consuls of any other nation enjoy, and if any of the citizens of the United States shall contract any debts or engagements, the consul shall not be in any manner accountable for them, unless he shall have given a promise in writing for the payment or fulfilling thereof, without which promise in writing no application to him for any redress shall be made. Point 24. If any differences shall arise by either party infringing on any of the articles of this treaty, peace and harmony shall remain, notwithstanding in the fullest force, until a friendly application shall be made for an arrangement. Application shall be rejected, no appeal to arms. And if a war shall break out between the parties, 9 months shall be granted to all the subjects of both parties, to dispose of their effects and retire with their property. And it is further declared that whatever indulgences in trade or otherwise shall be granted to any of the Christian powers, the citizens of the United States shall be equally entitled to them. Point 25. This treaty shall continue in full force, with the help of God, for 50 years. We have delivered this book into the hands of the aforementioned Thomas Barclay on the first day of the blessed month of Ramadan, in the year 1200. I certify that the Annex D is a true copy of the translation made by Isaac Cardoza Nunez, interpreter at Morocco, of the treaty between the Emperor of Morocco and the United States of America. Thomas Barclay. Source: Treaties and Other International Acts of the United States of America. Edited by Hunter Miller. Volume 2. Documents 1 to 40, 1776 to 1818. Washington, Government Printing Office, 1931. Treaty of Peace and Amity, signed at Algiers September 5, 1795. Treaty of Peace and Amity, signed at Algiers September 5, 1795, 21 Safar, AH 1210. Original in Turkish. Submitted to the Senate February 15, 1796. Resolution of Advice and Consent March 2, 1796. Ratified by the United States March 7, 1796. As to the ratification generally, see the notes. Proclaimed March 7, 1796. Article 1st. From the date of the present treaty there shall subsist a firm and sincere peace and amity between the President and citizens of the United States of North America, unless on the Shah Day of Algiers his divan and subjects the vessels and subjects of both nations reciprocally treating each other with civility, honor, and respect. Article yet 2d. All vessels belonging to the citizens of the United States of North America shall be permitted to enter the different ports of the Regency to trade with our subjects or any other persons residing within our jurisdiction on paying the usual duties at our custom house that is paid by all nations at peace with this Regency, observing that all goods disembarked and not sold here shall be permitted to be remarked without paying any duty whatever, either for disembarking or embarking. All naval and military stores such as gunpowder, lead iron, plank, sulfur, timber for building, tar, pitch, rosin, turpentine, and any other goods denominated naval and military stores shall be permitted to be sold in this Regency without paying any duties whatever at the custom house of this Regency. Article 3d. The vessels of both nations shall pass each other without any impediment or molestation, and all goods, monies, or passengers of whatsoever nation that may be on board of the vessels belonging to either party shall be considered as inviolable and shall be allowed to pass unmolested. Article 4th. All ships of war belonging to this Regency on meeting with merchant vessels belonging to citizens of the United States shall be allowed to visit them with 2 persons only beside the rowers, these 2 only permitted to go on board said vessel without obtaining express leave from the commander of said vessel, who shall compare the passport and immediately permit said vessel to proceed on her voyage unmolested. All ships of war belonging to the United States of North America on meeting with an Algerine cruiser and shall have seen her passport and certificate from the consul of the United States of North America resident in this Regency shall be permitted to proceed on her cruise unmolested. No passport to be issued to any ships but such as are absolutely the property of citizens of the United States, and 18 months shall be the term allowed for furnishing the ships of the United States with passports. Article 5. No commander of any cruiser belonging to this Regency shall be allowed to take any person of whatever nation or denomination out of any vessel belonging to the United States of North America in order to examine them or under presence of making them confess anything desired, neither shall they inflict any corporal punishment or any way else molest them. Article 6. If any vessel belonging to the United States of North America shall be stranded on the coast of this Regency, they shall receive every possible assistance from the subjects of this Regency. All goods saved from the wreck shall be permitted to be remarked on board of any other vessel without paying any duties at the custom house. Article 7. The Algerines are not on any presence whatever to give or sell any vessel of war to any nation at war with the United States of North America, or any vessel capable of cruising to the detriment of the commerce of the United States. Article 8. Any citizen of the United States of North America having bought any prize condemned by the Algerines shall not be again captured by the cruisers of the Regency then at sea, although they have not a passport, a certificate from the consul resident being deemed sufficient until such time they can procure such passport. Article 9. If any of the Barbary states at war with the United States of North America shall capture any American vessel and bring her into any of the ports of this Regency, they shall not be permitted to sell her, but shall depart the port on procuring the requisite supplies of provision. Article 10. Any vessel belonging to the United States of North America, when at war with any other nation, shall be permitted to send their prizes into the ports of the Regency, have leave to dispose of them without paying any duties on sale thereof. All vessels wanting provisions or refreshments shall be permitted to buy them at market price. Article 11. All ships of war belonging to the United States of North America on anchoring in the ports of the Regency shall receive the usual presents of provisions and refreshments. Greatest should any of the slaves of this Regency make their escape on board said vessels, they shall be immediately returned. No excuse shall be made that they have hid themselves amongst the people and cannot be found, or any other equivocation. Article 12. No citizen of the United States of North America shall be obliged to redeem any slave against his will, even should he be his brother, neither shall the owner of a slave be forced to sell him against his will, but all such agreements must be made by consent of parties. Should any American citizen be taken on board an enemy ship by the cruisers of this Regency having a regular passport specifying they are citizens of the United States, they shall be immediately set at liberty. On the contrary, they having no passport, they and their property shall be considered lawful prize, as this Regency know their friends by their passports. Article 13. Should any of the citizens of the United States of North America die within the limits of this Regency, the day and his subjects shall not interfere with the property of the deceased, but it shall be under the immediate direction of the consul unless otherwise disposed of by will. Should there be no consul, the effects shall be deposited in the hands of some person worthy of trust until the party shall appear who has a right to demand them, when they shall render an account of the property. Neither shall the day or divan give hindrance in the execution of any will that may appear. Article 14. No citizen of the United States of North America shall be obliged to purchase any goods against his will, but on the contrary shall be allowed to purchase whatever it pleaseth him. The Consul of the United States of North America or any other citizen shall not be answerable for debts contracted by any one of their own nation unless previously they have given a written obligation so to do. Shall he the day want to freight any American vessel that may be in the Regency or Turkey, said vessel not being engaged, in consequence of the friendship subsisting between the two nations, he expects to have the preference given him on is paying the same freight offered by any other nation. Article yet 15. Any disputes or suits at law that may take place between the subjects of the Regency and the citizens of the United States of North America shall be decided by the day in person and no other. Any disputes that may arise between the citizens of the United States shall be decided by the consul, as they are in such cases not subject to the laws of this Regency. Article yes 16. Should any citizen of the United States of North America kill, wound, or strike a subject of this Regency, he shall be punished in the same manner as a Turk, and not with more severity. Should any citizen of the United States of North America in the above predicament escape prison, the consul shall not become answerable for him. Article yes 17. The consul of the United States of North America shall have every personal security given him and his household. He shall have liberty to exercise his religion in his own house. All slaves of the same religion shall not be impeded in going to said consul's house at hours of prayer. The consul shall have liberty and personal security given him to travel wherever he pleases within the Regency. He shall have free license to go on board any vessel lying in our roads whenever he shall think fit. The consul shall have leave to appoint his own dragoman and broker. Article yet 18. Should a war break out between the two nations, the consul of the United States of North America and all citizens of said states shall have leave to embark themselves and property unmolested on board of what vessel or vessels they shall think proper. Article yet 19. Should the cruisers of Algiers capture any vessel having citizens of the United States of North America on board, they having papers to prove they are really so, they and their property shall be immediately discharged. And shall the vessels of the United States capture any vessels of nations at war with them having subjects of this Regency on board, they shall be treated in like manner. Article yet 20th. On a vessel of war belonging to the United States of North America anchoring in our ports, the consul is to inform the day of her arrival, and she shall be saluted with 21 guns, which she is to return in the same quantity or number, and the day will send fresh provisions on board as is customary. Greatest. Article yet 21st. The consul of the United States of North America shall not be required to pay duty for anything he brings from a foreign country for the use of his house and family. Article yet 22d. Should any disturbance take place between the citizens of the United States and the subjects of this Regency, or break any article of this treaty, war shall not be declared immediately, but everything shall be searched into regularly. The party injured shall be made reparation. On the 21st of Yaluna of Safer 1210, corresponding with the September 5th, 1795, Joseph Donaldson, General on the part of the United States of North America, agreed with Hassan Basha Dey of Algiers to keep the articles contained in this treaty sacred and inviolable, which we the Dey and Divan promise to observe on consideration of the United States paying annually the value of 12,000 Algerine sequins. 1. http://avalon.law.18th/18th_century/bar1795t.asp. In maritime stores, should the United States forward a larger quantity, the overplus shall be paid for in money by the Dey and Regency. Any vessel that may be captured from the date of this treaty of peace and amity shall immediately be delivered upon her arrival in Algiers. Signed, Desire Hassan Basha Joseph Donaldson, June, to all to whom these presents shall come or be made known. Whereas the underwritten David Humphreys hath been duly appointed Commissioner Plenipotentiary, by letters patent under the signature of the President and seal of the United States of America, dated the 30th of March 1795, for negotiating and concluding a treaty of peace with the Dey and governors of Algiers, whereas by instructions given to him on the part of the executive, dated the 28th of March and 4th of April 1795, he hath been farther authorized to employ Joseph Donaldson, Jr. on an agency in the said business, whereas by writing under his hand and seal, dated the $218 of May 1795, he did constitute and appoint Joseph Donaldson, Jr. agent in the business aforesaid, and the said Joseph Donaldson, Jr. did, on the 5th of September 1795, agree with Hassan Basha Dey of Algiers, to keep the articles of the preceding treaty sacred and inviolable. Now know yet, that I, David Humphreys, Commissioner Plenipotentiary aforesaid, do approve and conclude the said treaty, and every article and clause therein contained, reserving the same nevertheless for the final ratification of the President of the United States of America, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate of the said United States. In testimony whereof I have signed the same with my hand and seal, at the city of Lisbon this 28th of November 1795. Seal, David Humphreys. Treaty of Peace and Friendship, signed at Tripoli November 4, 1796. Treaty of Peace and Friendship, signed at Tripoli November 4, 1796. 3 Ramada I, AH 1211, and at Algiers January 3, 1797. 4 Rajab, AH 1211. Original in Arabic. Submitted to the Senate May 29, 1797. Message of May 26, 1797. Resolution of Advice and Consent June 7, 1797. Ratified by the United States June 10, 1797. As to the ratification generally, see the notes. Proclaimed Jane 10, 1797. The following 14 pages of Arabic are a reproduction of the text in the original treaty book. First the pages of the treaty in left to right order of pagination, and then the receipt and the note mentioned, according to the Barlow translation, in Article 10. Following the Arabic and in the same order, is the translation of Joel Barlow as written in the treaty book, the 12 articles of the treaty, the receipt, and the note, and after these is the approval of David Humphreys from the same document, which is fully described in the notes. Following those texts is the annotated translation of 1930. Translation. Treaty of Peace and Friendship between the United States of America and the Bey and subjects of Tripoli of Barbary. Article 1. There is a firm and perpetual peace and friendship between the United States of America and the Bey and subjects of Tripoli of Barbary, made by the free consent of both parties, and guaranteed by the most potent Dey and Regency of Algiers. Article 2. If any goods belonging to any nation with which either of the parties is at war shall be loaded on board of vessels belonging to the other party, they shall pass free, and no attempt shall be made to take or detain them. Article 3. If any citizens, subjects, or effects belonging to either party shall be found on board a prize vessel taken from an enemy by the other party, such citizens or subjects shall be set at liberty, and the effects restored to the owners. Article 4. Proper passports are to be given to all vessels of both parties, by which they are to be known. And, considering the distance between the two countries, 18 months from the date of this treaty shall be allowed for procuring such passports. During this interval the other papers belonging to such vessels shall be sufficient for their protection. Article 5. A citizen or subject of either party having bought a prize vessel condemned by the other party or by any other nation, the certificate of condemnation and bill of sale shall be a sufficient passport for such vessel for 1 year, this being a reasonable time for her to procure a proper passport. Article 6. Vessels of either party putting into the ports of the other and having need of provisions or other supplies, they shall be furnished at the market price. And if any such vessel shall so put in from a disaster at sea and have occasion to repair, she shall be at liberty to land and reembark her cargo without paying any duties. But in no case shall she be compelled to land her cargo. Article 7. Should a vessel of either party be cast on the shore of the other, all proper assistance shall be given to her and her people, no pillage shall be allowed, the property shall remain at the disposition of the owners, and the crew protected and succored till they can be sent to their country. Article 8. If a vessel of either party should be attacked by an enemy within gunshot of the forts of the other, she shall be defended as much as possible. If she be in port, she shall not be seized or attacked when it is in the power of the other party to protect her. And when she proceeds to sea, no enemy shall be allowed to pursue her from the same port within 24 hours after her departure. Article 9. The commerce between the United States and Tripoli, the protection to be given to merchants, masters of vessels and seamen, the reciprocal right of establishing consuls in each country, and the privileges, immunities, and jurisdictions to be enjoyed by such consuls, are declared to be on the same footing with those of the most favored nations respectively. Article 10. The money and presents demanded by the Bey of Tripoli as a full and satisfactory consideration on his part and on the part of his subjects for this treaty of perpetual peace and friendship are acknowledged to have been received by him previous to his signing the same, according to a receipt which is hereto annexed, except such part as is promised on the part of the United States to be delivered and paid by them on the arrival of their consul in Tripoli, of which part a note is likewise hereto annexed. And no presence of any periodical tribute or farther payment is ever to be made by either party. Article 11. As the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, as it has in itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of Mussulman, and as the said states never have entered into any war or act of hostility against any Mohammedan nation, it is declared by the parties that no pretext arising from religious opinions shall ever produce an interruption of the harmony existing between the two countries. Article 12. In case of any dispute arising from a notation of any of the articles of this treaty, no appeal shall be made to arms, nor shall war be declared on any pretext whatever. But if the consul residing at the place where the dispute shall happen shall not be able to settle the same, an amicable reference shall be made to the mutual friend of the parties, the Dey of Algiers, the parties hereby engaging to abide by his decision. And he by virtue of his signature to this treaty engages for himself and successors to declare the justice of the case according to the true interpretation of the treaty, and to use all the means in his power to enforce the observance of the same. Signed and sealed at Tripoli of Barbary, the 3d day of Jamad in the year of the Hijra 1211, corresponding with the 4th day of November 1796 by Jessup Shah Muhammad Bey, Solomon Kaya, Mammoth Treasurer, Galal Genl of the troops, AMET Minister of Marine, Muhammad Kamel of the city, AMET Chamberlain, Mammoth Secretary, Ally Chief of the Divan. Signed and sealed at Algiers the 4th day of Arjib 1211, corresponding with the 3d day of January 1797 by Hassan Basha Day, and by the Agent Plenipotentiary of the United States of America. Seal Joel Barlow. The receipt. Praise be to God and C. The present writing done by our hand and delivered to the American Captain O'Brien makes known that he has delivered to us 40,000 Spanish dollars, 13 watches of gold, silver and pinspock 5 rings, of which 3 of diamonds, 1 of sapphire and 1 with a watch in it, 140 peaks of cloth, and 4 caftans of brocade, and these on account of the peace concluded with the Americans. Given at Tripoli in Barbary the 20th day of Jamad 1211, corresponding with the 21st day of November 1796. Signed, Jessup the Shah Bey, whom God exalt. The foregoing is a true copy of the reship given by Jessup the Shah Bey of Tripoli. Signed, Hassan the Shah Bey of Algiers. The foregoing is a literal translation of the writing in Arabic on the opposite page. Joel Barlow. The note. On the arrival of a consul of the United States in Tripoli, he is to deliver to Jessup the Shah Bey 12,000 Spanish dollars, 5 hawsers 8-inch, 3 cables 10-inch, 25 barrels tar, 25 degree pitch, 10 degree rosin, 500 pine boards, 500 oak degree, 10 masts, without any measure mentioned, suppose for vessels from 2 to 300 ton, 12 yards, 50 bolts canvas, 4 anchors, and these when delivered are to be in full of all demands on his part or on that of his successors from the United States according as it is expressed in the 10th article of the following treaty. And no farther demand of tributes, presents or payments shall ever be made. Translated from the Arabic on the opposite page, which is signed and sealed by Hassan the Shah Day of Algiers the 4th day of Arjab 1211 or the 3D day of Jane 1797 by Joel Barlow. Approval of Humphreys. To all to whom these presents shall come or be made known. Whereas the underwritten David Humphreys hath been duly appointed Commissioner Plenipotentiary by letters patent, under the signature of the President and seal of the United States of America, dated the 30th of March 1795, for negotiating and concluding a treaty of peace with the most illustrious the Bashaw, lords and governors of the city and kingdom of Tripoli, whereas by a writing under his hand and seal dated the 10th of February 1796, he did, in conformity to the authority committed to me. Therefore, constitute and appoint Joel Barlow and Joseph Donaldson junior agents jointly and separately in the business aforesaid, whereas the annexed treaty of peace and friendship was agreed upon, signed and sealed at Tripoli of Barbary on the 4th of November 1796, in virtue of the powers aforesaid and guaranteed by the most potent day and regency of Algiers, and whereas the same was certified at Algiers on the 3d of January 1797, with the signature and seal of Hassan the Shah Day, and of Joel Barlow, one of the agents aforesaid, in the absence of the other. Now know yet, that I David Humphreys Commissioner Plenipotentiary aforesaid, do approve and conclude the said treaty, and every article and clause therein contained, reserving the same nevertheless for the final ratification of the President of the United States of America, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate of the said United States. In testimony whereof I have signed the same with my name and seal, at the city of Lisbon this 10th of February 1797. Seal David Humphreys. Tunis 1797, Truce of June 17, 1796. The motive of the writing of this document is as follows. On the 11th of the month of Zul-Hijjah this year 1210, answering to the 15th of June 17, 1796, according to the chronological tables according to the Greek calendar. The glory of the princes of the Christian nation, the selected chief among the community of Jesus, Washington, the present ruler of America, may his days end with blessings, being desirous and wishing to negotiate a treaty of peace in order to lay the foundations of friendship and to strengthen the sincere amity with the frontier post of the Holy War, the victorious garrison of Tunis the well-preserved, just as our friends, the other Christian governments, have done the same with our victorious garrison, has confided the negotiations of the said treaty to his consul Barlow, residing in Algiers, and the said consul again confided the negotiations of the treaty to the French merchant, Joseph Payman, residing in Tunis the well-preserved. The said merchant has appeared in my presence and has stated and declared in general his wish and desire for a treaty between the American ruler and the government of Tunis the well-preserved. After it has been immediately communicated and confirmed to the said merchant on what terms the treaty could be agreed to, the said merchant has communicated the stipulations of the treaty to the said consul, and the said consul has communicated it to his government. Now, until the answer comes in within a limit of 6 months after the date of this document, security has been given. Therefore, if during the said period war vessels of our well-preserved garrison place meet at sea with ships of the said Americans, they shall not hinder them or molest them in any way, but they shall be treated as friends, and immediately order has been given to our officers to let them go their way. If American ships meet with ships belonging to our well-preserved garrison place, it has been agreed between the two governments, that they shall treat each other in a friendly way. This convention has been written and sealed and given into the hands of the said merchant, so that he may send it to its proper place. Until the arrival of the answer, this convention shall be observed between the two governments. According to it, both parties shall act, and it shall be opposed in no way. Salutations. Written on the 11th of Zul-Hijjah and the June 15th of the year 1210. Tugra, name sign, of Hamida, Commander, Mir Miran, of the frontier post of the Holy War, Tunis the well-preserved. Treaty of Peace and Friendship, signed at Tunis August 28, 1797. Treaty of Peace and Friendship, signed at Tunis August 28, 1797, and, with alterations, March 26, 1799. Original in Turkish. Submitted to the Senate February 21, 1798. Resolution of Advice and Consent, on condition, March 6, 1798. Resubmitted to the Senate December 13, 1799. Resolution of Advice and Consent to altered Articles 11, 12, and 14, December 24, 1799. Ratified by the United States January 10, 1800. As to the ratification generally, see the notes http://avalon.la.ww.yale.edu/18th_century/bar1797n.asp. Not proclaimed, symbol, but see the notes as to publication http://avalon.la.ww.yale.edu/18th_century/bar1797n.asp. The following pages of Turkish are a reproduction of the articles of the original of the altered treaty, but they are arranged in left to right order of pagination, and of necessity the Turkish script runs lengthways of the pages. They are followed by the French translation which is written in the original document and the English translation which is in the Department of State file. After the translations is the approval of Humphreys of the treaty as first signed, and then the approval of Eden and Cathcart of the altered treaty, as copied in the original. Following those tense is a comment on the French translation, written in 1930. Asterisk. http://avalon.la.ww.yale.edu/1ATH_century/bar1797t.asp. God is infinite. Under the auspices of the greatest, the most powerful of all the princes of the Ottoman nation who reign upon the earth, our most glorious and most august emperor, who commands the two lands and the two seas, Selim Khan I the victorious, son of the Sultan Mustafa, whose realm may God prosper until the end of ages, the support of kings, the seal of justice, the emperor of emperors. The most illustrious and most magnificent Prince Hamid Pasha, Bey, who commands the Ajik of Tunis, the abode of happiness, and the most honored Ibrahim Dey, and Suleiman, Aga of the Yanizaris and chief of the Divan, and all the elders of the Ajik, and the most distinguished and honored President of the Congress of the United States of America, the most distinguished among those who profess the religion of the Messiah, of whom may the end be happy. We have concluded between us the present treaty of peace and friendship, all the articles of which have been framed by the intervention of Joseph Stephen Feynman, French merchant resident at Tunis, chargé d'affaires of the United States of America, which stipulations and conditions are comprised in 23 articles, written and expressed in such manner as to leave no doubt of their contents, and in such way as not to be contravened. Article 1. There shall be a perpetual and constant peace between the United States of America and the magnificent Pasha, Bey of Tunis, and also a permanent friendship, which shall more and more increase. Article 2. If a vessel of war of the two nations shall make prize of an enemy vessel in which may be found effects, property, and subjects of the two contracting parties, the whole shall be restored. The Bey shall restore the property and subjects of the United States, and the latter shall make a reciprocal restoration, it being understood on both sides that the just right to what is claimed shall be proved. Article 3. Merchandise belonging to any nation which may be at war with one of the contracting parties, and loaded on board of the vessels of the other, shall pass without molestation and without any attempt being made to capture or detain it. Article 4. On both sides sufficient passports shall be given to vessels, that they may be known and treated as friendly, and considering the distance between the two countries, a term of 18 months is given, within which term respect shall be paid to the said passports, without requiring the congé or document, which at Tunis is called testa, but after the said term the congé shall be presented. Article 5. If the corsairs of Tunis shall meet at sea with ships of war of the United States having under their escort merchant vessels of their nation, they shall not be searched or molested, and in such case the commanders shall be believed upon their word, to exempt their ships from being visited and to avoid quarantine. The American ships of war shall act in like manner towards merchant vessels escorted by the corsairs of Tunis. Article 6. If a Tunisian corsair shall meet with an American merchant vessel and shall visit it with her boat, she shall not exact anything, under pain of being severely punished, and in like manner, if a vessel of war of the United States shall meet with a Tunisian merchant vessel, she shall observe the same rule. In case a slave shall take refuge on board of an American vessel of war, the consul shall be required to cause him to be restored, and if any of their prisoners shall escape on board of the Tunisian vessels, they shall be restored. But if any slave shall take refuge in any American merchant vessel, and it shall be proved that the vessel has departed with the said slave, then he shall be returned, or his ransom shall be paid. Article 7. An American citizen having purchased a prize vessel from our Aja, may solve our passport, which we will deliver for the term of 1 year, by force of which our corsairs which may meet with her shall respect her. The consul on his part shall furnish her with a bill of sale, and considering the distance of the two countries, this term shall suffice to obtain a passport in form. But after the expiration of this term, if our corsairs shall meet with her without the passport of the United States, she shall be stopped and declared good prize, as well the vessel as the cargo and crew. Article 8. If a vessel of one of the contracting parties shall be obliged to enter into a port of the other and may have need of provisions and other articles, they shall be granted to her without any difficulty, at the price current of the place. And if such a vessel shall have suffered at sea and shall have need of repairs, she shall be at liberty to unload and reload her cargo without being obliged to pay any duty, and the captain shall only be obliged to pay the wages of those whom he shall have employed in loading and unloading the merchandise. Article 9. If, by accident and by the permission of God, a vessel of one of the contracting parties shall be cast by tempest upon the coasts of the other and shall be wrecked or otherwise damaged, the commandant of the place shall render all possible assistance for its preservation, without allowing any person to make any opposition, and the proprietor of the effects shall pay the costs of salvage to those who may have been employed. Article 10. In case a vessel of one of the contracting parties shall be attacked by an enemy under the cannon of the forts of the other party, she shall be defended and protected as much as possible, and when she shall set sail, no enemy shall be permitted to pursue her from the same port, or any other neighboring port, for 48 hours after her departure. Article 11. When a vessel of war of the United States of America shall enter the port of Tunis, and the consul shall request that the castle may salute her, the number of guns shall be fired which he may request, and if the said consul does not want the salute, there shall be no question about it. But in case he shall desire the salute, and the number of guns shall be fired which he may have requested, they shall be counted and returned by the vessel in as many barrels of cannon powder. The same shall be done with respect to the Tunisian corsairs when they shall enter any port of the United States. Article 12. When citizens of the United States shall come within the dependencies of Tunis to carry on commerce there, the same respect shall be paid to them which the merchants of other nations enjoy, and if they wish to establish themselves within our ports, no opposition shall be made thereto, and they shall be free to avail themselves of such interpreters as they may judge necessary, without any obstruction, in conformity with the usages of other nations, and if a Tunisian subject shall go to establish himself within the dependencies of the United States, he shall be treated in like manner. If any Tunisian subject shall freight an American vessel and load her with merchandise, and shall afterwards want to unlace or ship them on board of another vessel, we will not permit him until the matter is determined by a reference of merchants, who shall decide upon the case, and after the decision, the determination shall be conformed to. No captain shall be detained in port against his consent, except when our ports are shut for the vessels of all other nations, which may take place with respect to merchant vessels but not to those of war. The subjects of the two contracting powers shall be under the protection of the prince and under the jurisdiction of the chief of the place where they may be, and no other persons shall have authority over them. If the commandant of the place does not conduct himself agreeably to justice, a representation of it shall be made to us. In case the government shall have need of an American merchant vessel, it shall cause it to be freighted, and then a suitable freight shall be paid to the captain, agreeably to the intention of the government, and the captain shall not refuse it. Article 13. If among the crews of merchant vessels of the United States, there shall be found subjects of our enemies, they shall not be made slaves, on condition that they do not exceed a third of the crew, and when they do exceed a third, they shall be made slaves. The present article only concerns the sailors, and not the passengers, who shall not be in any manner molested. Article 14. A Tunisian merchant who may go to America with a vessel of any nation soever, loaded with merchandise which is the production of the kingdom of Tunis, shall pay duty, small as it is, like the merchants of other nations, and the American merchants shall equally pay, for the merchandise of their country which they may bring to Tunis under their flag, the same duty as the Tunisians pay in America. But if an American merchant, or a merchant of any other nation, shall bring American merchandise under any other flag, he shall pay 6% duty. In like manner, if a foreign merchant shall bring the merchandise of his country under the American flag, he shall also pay 6.1. http://avalon.law.centuries/1ATH_centuries/bar1797t.asp%. Article 15. It shall be free for the citizens of the United States to carry on what commerce they please in the kingdom of Tunis, without any opposition, and they shall be treated like the merchants of other nations, but they shall not carry on commerce in wine, nor in prohibited articles, and if any one shall be detected in a contraband trade, he shall be punished according to the laws of the country. The commandants of ports and castles shall take care that the captains and sailors shall not load prohibited articles, but if this should happen, those who shall not have contributed to the smuggling shall not be molested nor searched, no more than shall the vessel and cargo, but only the offender, who shall be demanded to be punished. No captain shall be obliged to receive merchandise on board of his vessel, nor to unlace the same against his will, until the freight shall be paid. Article 16. The merchant vessels of the United States which shall cast anchor in the road of the Goleta, or any other port of the kingdom of Tunis, shall be obliged to pay the same anchorage for entry and departure which French vessels pay, to wit, 17 piastres and a half, money of Tunis, for entry, if they import merchandise, and the same for departure, if they take away a cargo, but they shall not be obliged to pay anchorage if they arrive in ballast and depart in the same manner. Article 17. Each of the contracting parties shall be at liberty to establish a consul in the dependencies of the other, and if such consul does not act in conformity with the usages of the country, like others, the government of the place shall inform his government of it, to the end that he may be changed and replaced, but he shall enjoy, as well for himself as his family and suite, the protection of the government. And he may import for his own use all his provisions and furniture without paying any duty, and if he shall import merchandise, which it shall be lawful for him to do, he shall pay duty for it. Article 18. If the subjects or citizens of either of the contracting parties, being within the possessions of the other, contract debts or enter into obligations, neither the consul nor the nation, nor any subjects or citizens thereof, shall be in any manner responsible, except they or the consul shall have previously become bound in writing, and without this obligation in writing they cannot be called upon for indemnity or satisfaction. Article 19. In case of a citizen or subject of either of the contracting parties dying within the possessions of the other, the consul or the vakil shall take possession of his effects, if he does not leave a will, of which he shall make an inventory, and the government of the place shall have nothing to do therewith. And if there shall be no consul, the effects shall be deposited in the hands of a confidential person of the place, taking an inventory of the whole, that they may eventually be delivered to those to whom they of right belong. Article 20. The consul shall be the judge in all disputes between his fellow citizens or subjects, as also between all other persons who may be immediately under his protection, and in all cases wherein he shall require the assistance of the government where he resides to sanction his decisions, it shall be granted to him. Article 21. If a citizen or subject of one of the parties shall kill, wound, or strike a citizen or subject of the other, justice shall be done according to the laws of the country where the offense shall be committed. The consul shall be present at the trial, but if any offender shall escape, the consul shall be in no manner responsible for it. Article 22. If a dispute or lawsuit on commercial or other civil matters shall happen, the trial shall be had in the presence of the consul, or of a confidential person of his choice, who shall represent him and endeavor to accommodate the difference which may have happened between the citizens or subjects of the two nations. Article 23. If any difference or dispute shall take place concerning the infraction of any article of the present treaty on either side, peace and good harmony shall not be interrupted until a friendly application shall have been made for satisfaction, and resort shall not be had to arms therefore, except where such application shall have been rejected, and if war be then declared, the term of 1 year shall be allowed to the citizens or subjects of the contracting parties to arrange their affairs and to withdraw themselves with their property. The agreements and terms above concluded by the two contracting parties shall be punctually observed with the will of the Most High. And for the maintenance and exact observance of the said agreements, we have caused their contents to be here transcribed, in the present month of Rabi'ah of the Hijrah 1212, corresponding with the month of August of the Christian year 1797. The Bey's signature. Seal. Ibrahim Day's signature seal. The Aga Suleiman's signature seal. To all to whom these presents shall come or be made known. Whereas the underwritten David Humphreys hath been duly appointed Commissioner Plenipotentiary by letters patent under the signature of the President and seal of the United States of America, dated the 30th day of March 1795, for negotiating and concluding a treaty of amity and commerce with the most excellent and illustrious Lord the Bey and Supreme Commander of the State of Tunis, whereas in conformity to the necessary authority committed to him therefore, he did constitute and appoint Joel Barlow an agent in the business aforesaid, and whereas the annexed treaty was in consequence thereof agreed upon, in the manner and at the time therein mentioned through the intervention of Joseph Stephen Fayman invested with full powers for the said purpose. Now, know yet, that I David Humphreys Commissioner Plenipotentiary aforesaid, do approve and conclude the said treaty and every article and clause therein contained, reserving the same nevertheless for the final ratification of the President of the United States of America, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate of the said United States. In testimony whereof I have signed the same with my name and affixed thereto my seal, at the city of Madrid this 14th day of November 1797. Seal David Humphreys. Whereas the President of the United States of America, by his letters patent, under his signature in the seal of state, dated seal the 18th day of December 1798, vested Richard O'Brien, William Eden and James Leander Cathcart, or any two of them in the absence of the third, with full powers to confer, negotiate, and conclude with the Bey and Regency of Tunis, on certain alterations in the treaty between the United States and the government of Tunis, concluded by the intervention of Joseph Etienne Fayman on behalf of the United States, in the month of August 1797, we the underwritten William Eden and James Leander Cathcart, Richard O'Brien being absent, have concluded on and entered in the foregoing treaty certain alterations in the 11th, 12th, and 14th articles, and do agree to said treaty with said alterations, reserving the same nevertheless for the final ratification of the President of the United States, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate. In testimony whereof we annex our names and the consular seal of the United States. Done in Tunis the 26th day of March in the year of the Christian era 1799, and of American independence the 23rd. Signed, William Eden. James Lear Cathcart. Treaty of Peace and Amity, signed at Tripoli June 4, 1805. Treaty of Peace and Amity, signed at Tripoli June 4, 1805. 6 Rabia I, AH 1220. Original in English and Arabic. Submitted to the Senate December 11, 1805. Resolution of Advice and Consent April 12, 1806. Ratified by the United States April 17, 1806. As to the ratification generally, see the notes. Proclaimed April 22, 1806. The English tent of the copy of the treaty, signed by Tobias Lear, follows. To it is appended the receipt for the $60,000 ransom paid on June 19, 1805, 21 Rabia I, AH 1220, as written in the same document. Then is reproduced the Arabic text of that paper, in the same order as the English. Following those texts is a comment, written in 1930, on the Arabic tent. Treaty of Peace and Amity between the United States of America and the Bashaw Bey and subjects of Tripoli and Barbary. Article 1st. There shall be, from the conclusion, that this treaty, a firm, inviolable and universal peace, and a sincere friendship between the President and citizens of the United States of America, on the one part, and the Bashaw Bey and subjects of the Regency of Tripoli and Barbary on the other, made by the free consent of both parties, and on the terms of the most favored nation. And if either party shall hereafter grant to any other nation any particular favor or privilege in navigation or commerce, it shall immediately become common to the other party, freely, where it is freely granted, to such other nation, but where the grant is conditional it shall be at the option of the contracting parties to accept, alter, or reject such conditions in such manner, as shall be most conducive to their respective interests. Article 2d. The Bashaw of Tripoli shall deliver up to the American squadron now off Tripoli, all the Americans in his possession, and all the subjects of the Bashaw of Tripoli now in the power of the United States of America shall be delivered up to him. And as the number of Americans in possession of the Bashaw of Tripoli amounts to 300 persons, more or less, and the number of Tripolino subjects in the power of the Amalicans to about 100 more or less, the Bashaw of Tripoli shall receive from the United States of America the sum of $60,000 as a payment for the difference between the prisoners herein mentioned. Article 3rd. All the forces of the United States which have been, or may be in hostility against the Bashaw of Tripoli, in the province of Dur, or elsewhere within the dominions of the said Bashaw shall be withdrawn therefrom, and no supplies shall be given by or in behalf of the said United States, during the continuance of this peace, to any of the subjects of the said Bashaw, who may be in hostility against him in any part of his dominions, and the Americans will use all means in their power to persuade the brother of the said Bashaw, who has cooperated with them at Durnan Sea, to withdraw from the territory of the said Bashaw of Tripoli, but they will not use any force or improper means to effect that object, and in case he should withdraw himself as aforesaid, the Bashaw engages to deliver up to him his wife and children now in his powers. Article 4th. If any goods belonging to any nation with which either of the parties are at war, should be loaded on board vessels belonging to the other party they shall pass free and unmolested, and no attempt shall be made to take or detain them. Article 5th. If any citizens, or subjects with or their effects belonging to either party shall be found on board a prize vessel taken from an enemy by the other party, such citizens, or subjects shall be liberated immediately and their effects so captured shall be restored to their lawful owners or their agents. Article 6. Proper passports shall immediately be given to the vessels of both the contracting parties, on condition that the vessels of war belonging to the Regency of Tripoli on meeting with merchant vessels belonging to citizens of the United States of America, shall not be permitted to visit them with more than 2 persons besides the rowers. These 2 only shall be permitted to go on board said vessel, without first obtaining leave from the commander of said vessel, who shall compare the passport, and immediately permit said vessel proceed on her voyage. And should any of the said subjects of Tripoli insult or molest the commander or any other person on board vessel so visited, or plunder any of the property contained in the full complaint being made by the consul of the United States America resident at Tripoli and on his producing sufficient proof substantiate the fact, the commander, or vice of said Tripolin SH or vessel of war, as well as the offenders shall be punished in the most exemplary manner. All vessels of war belonging to the United States of America meeting with a cruiser belonging to the Regency of Tripoli, and having seen her passport and certificate from the consul of the United States of America residing in the Regency, shall permit her to proceed on her cruise unmolested, and without detention. No passport shall be granted by either party to any vessels, but such as are absolutely the property of citizens or subjects of said contracting parties, on any presence whatever. Article 7. A citizen or subject of either of the contracting parties having bought a prize vessel condemned by the other party, or by any other nation, the certificate of condemnation and bill of sale shall be a sufficient passport for such vessel for 2 years, with for her to procure proper passports. Article 8. Vessels of either party, putting into the ports of the other, and having need of provisions or other supplies, they shall be furnished at the market price, and if any such vessel should so put in from disaster at sea, and have occasion to repair, she shall be at liberty to land and re-embark her cargo, without paying any duties, but in no case shall she be compelled to land her cargo. Article 9. Should a vessel of either party be cast on the shore of the other, all proper assistance shall be given to her and her crew. No pillar shall be allowed, the property shall remain at the disposition of TI owners, and the crew protected and succored till they can be sent to their country. Article 10. If a vessel of either party shall be attacked by an enemy within gunshot of the ports of the other, she shall be defended as much as possible. If she be in port, she shall not be seized or attacked when it is in the power of the other party to protect her, and when she proceeds to sea, no enemy shall be allowed to pursue her from the same port, within 24 hours after her departure. Article 11. The commerce between the United States of America and the Regency of Tripoli, the protections to be given to merchants, masters of vessels and seamen, the reciprocal right of establishing consuls in each country, and the privileges, immunities, and jurisdictions to be enjoyed by such consuls, are declared to be on the same footing, with those of the most favored nations respectively. Article 12. The consul of the United States of America shall not be answerable for debts contracted by citizens of his own nation, unless he previously gives a written obligation so to do. Article 13. On a vessel of war, belonging to the United States of America, anchoring before the city of Tripoli, the consul is to inform the Bashaw of her arrival, and she shall be saluted with 21 guns, which she is to return in the same quantity or number. Article 14. As the government of the United States of America has in itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of Musselman, and as the said states never have entered into any voluntary war or act of hostility against any Mohammedan nation, except in the defense of their just rights to freely navigate the high seas, it is declared by the contracting parties that no pretext arising from religious opinions shall ever produce an interruption of the harmony existing between the two nations, and the consuls and agents of both nations respectively shall have liberty to exercise his religion in his own house. All slaves of the same religion shall not be impeded in going to said consul's house at hours of prayer. The consuls shall have liberty and personal security given them to travel within the territories of each other, both by land and sea, and shall not be prevented from going on board any vessel that they may think proper to visit. They shall have likewise the liberty to appoint their own drogomen and brokers. Article 15. In case of any dispute arising from the violation of any of the articles of this treaty, no appeal shall be made to arms, nor shall war be declared on any pretext whatever, but if the consul residing at the place where the dispute shall happen shall not be able to settle the same, the government of that country shall state their grievances in writing, and transmit it to the government of the other, and a period of 12 calendar months shall be allowed for answers to be returned, during which time no act of hostility shall be permitted by either party, and in case the grievances are not redressed, and war should be the event, the consuls, and citizens or subjects of both parties reciprocally shall be permitted to embark with their effects unmolested, on board of what vessel or vessels they shall think proper. Article 16. If in the fluctuation of human events, a war should break out between the two nations, the prisoners captured by either party shall not be made slaves, but shall be exchanged rank for rank, and if there should be a deficiency on either side, it shall be made up by the payment of 500 Spanish dollars for each captain, $300 for each mate and supercargo, and 100 Spanish dollars for each seaman so wanting. And it is agreed that prisoners shall be exchanged in 12 months from the time of their capture, and that this exchange may be effected by any private individual legally authorized by either of the parties. Article 17. If any of the Barbary states, or other powers at war with the United States of America, shall capture any American vessel, and send her into any of the ports of the Regency of Tripoli, they shall not be permitted to sell her, but shall be obliged to depart the port on procuring the requisite supplies of provisions, and no duties shall be exacted on the sale of prizes captured by vessels sailing under the flag of the United States of America when brought into any port in the Regency of Tripoli. Article 18. If any of the citizens of the United States, or any persons under their protection, shall have any dispute with each other, the consul shall decide between the parties, and whenever the consul shall require any aid or assistance from the government of Tripoli, to enforce his decisions, it shall immediately be granted to him. And if any dispute shall arise between any citizen of the United States and the citizens or subjects of any other nation, having a consul or agent in Tripoli, such dispute shall be settled by the consuls or agents of the respective nations. Article 19. If a citizen of the United States should kill or wound a Tripoline, or, on the contrary, if a Tripoline shall kill or wound a citizen of the United States, the law of the country shall take place, and equal justice shall be rendered, the consul assisting at the trial, and if any delinquent shall make his escape, the consul shall not be answerable for him in any manner whatever. Article 20. Should any citizen of the United States of America die within the limits of the Regency of Tripoli, the Bashaw and his subjects shall not interfere with the property of the deceased, but it shall be under the immediate direction of the consul, unless otherwise disposed of by will. Should there be no consul, the effects shall be deposited in the hands of some person worthy of trust, until the party shall appear who has a right to demand them, when they shall render an account of the property. Neither shall the Bashaw or his subjects give hindrance in the execution of any will that may appear. Whereas, the undersigned, Tobias Lear, Consul General of the United States of America for the Regency of Algiers, being duly appointed Commissioner, by letters patent under the signature of the President, and seal of the United States of America, bearing date at the city of Washington, the 18th day of November 1803 for negotiating and concluding a treaty of peace, between the United States of America, and the Bishop Bey, and subjects of the Regency of Tripoli and Barbary. Now know ye, that I, Tobias Lear, Commissioner as aforesaid, do conclude the foregoing treaty, and every article and clause therein contained, reserving the same nevertheless for the final ratification of the President of the United States of America, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate of the said United States. Done at Tripoli in Barbary, the 4th day of June. In the year 1805, corresponding with the 6th day of the first month of Rabia 1220. Seal Tobias Lear. Having appeared in our presence, Colonel Tobias Lear, Consul General of the United States of America, in the Regency of Algiers, and Commissioner for negotiating and concluding a treaty of peace and friendship between us and the United States of America, bringing with him the present treaty of peace with the within articles, they were by us minutely examined, and we do hereby accept, confirm, and ratify them, ordering all our subjects to fulfill entirely their contents, without any violation and under no pretext. In witness whereof we, with the heads of our Regency, subscribe it. Given at Tripoli in Barbary the 6th day of the first month of Rabia 1220, corresponding with the 4th day of June 1805. L.S. Joseph Karamanli Bishop. L.S. Mohammed Karamanli Bey. L.S. Mohammed Pia. L.S. Hamid Rice de Marino. L.S. Mohammed Peace First AI Minister. L.S. Sarah Aga of Divan. L.S. Siem Hez Nadar. L.S. Murat Lardal. L.S. Murat Rice Admiral. L.S. Soiman Taya. L.S. Abdi Ibasa Aga. L.S. Muhammad Sik al-Balad. L.S. ALEI Bendive First Secretary. Received. We hereby acknowledge to have received from the hands of Colonel Tobias Lear the full sum of $60,000, mentioned as ransom for 200 Americans, in the treaty of peace concluded between us and the United States of America on the 6th day of the first month of Rabia 1220, and of all demands against the said United States. Done this 21st day of the first month of Rabia 1220. L.S. Signed, Joseph Karamanli, Bishop. Treaty of Peace, signed Algiers June 30th and July 3rd, 1815. Treaty of Peace, signed Algiers June 30th and July 3rd, 1815. Original in English. Submitted to the Senate December 6th, 1815. Resolution of Advice and Consent December 21st, 1815. Ratified by the United States December 26, 1815. As to the ratification generally, see the notes http://avalon.law.century/bar1815n.asp. Proclaimed December 26, 1815. Treaty of Peace concluded between His United States of America and His Highness Omar Bishop Bey of Algiers. Article 1st. There shall be from the conclusion of this treaty, a firm, inviolable, and universal peace and friendship between the President and citizens of the United States of America on the one part, and the Dey and subjects of the Regency of Algiers and Barbary, on the other, made by the free consent of both parties and upon the terms of the most favored nations, and if either party shall hereafter grant to any other nation, any particular favor or privilege in navigation or commerce, it shall immediately become common to the other party, freely when freely it is granted to such other nation, but when the grant is conditional, it shall be at the option of the contracting parties to accept, alter, or reject such conditions, in such manner as shall be most conducive to their respective interests. Article 2d. It is distinctly understood between the contracting parties, that no tribute either as biennial presents, or under any other form or name whatever, shall ever be required by the Dey and Regency of Algiers from the United States of America on any pretext whatever. Article 3rd. The Dey of Algiers shall cause to be immediately delivered up to the American squadron now of Algiers all the American citizens now in his possession, amounting to 10 more or less, and all the subjects of the Dey of Algiers now in the power of the United States amounting to 500 more or less, shall be delivered up to him, the United States according to the usages of civilized nations, requiring no ransom for the excess of prisoners in their favor. Article 4th. A just and full compensation shall be made by the Dey of Algiers to such citizens of the United States, as have been captured, and detained by Algerine cruisers, or who have been forced to abandon their property in Algiers in violation of the 2.2d article of the Treaty of Peace and AMITY1 concluded between the United States and the Dey of Algiers on the September 5, 1795. And it is agreed between the contracting parties, that in lieu of the above, the Day of Algiers shall cause to be delivered forthwith into the hands of the American consul residing in Algiers the whole of the quantity of bales of cotton left by the late Consul General of the United States in the public magazines in Algiers, and that he shall pay into the hands of the said consul the sum of 10,000 Spanish dollars. Article 5th. If any goods belonging to any nation with which either of the parties are at war should be loaded on board of vessels belonging to the other party, they shall pass free and unmolested, and no attempt shall be made to take or detain them. Article 6. If any citizens or subjects belonging to either party shall be found on board a prize vessel taken from an enemy by the other party, such citizens or subjects shall be liberated immediately, and in no case or on any presence whatever shall any American citizen be kept in captivity or confinement, or the property of any American citizen found on board of any vessel belonging to any nation with which Algiers may be at war, be detained from its lawful owners after the exhibition of sufficient proofs of American citizenship and American property by the Consul of the United States residing at Algiers. Article 7. Proper passports shall immediately be given to the vessels of both the contracting parties, on condition that the vessels of war belonging to the Regency of Algiers on meeting with merchant vessels belonging to citizens of the United States of America, shall not be permitted to visit them with more than 2 persons besides the rowers. These only shall be permitted to go on board without first obtaining leave from the commander of said vessel, who shall compare the passports and immediately permit said vessel to proceed on her voyage, and should any of the subjects of Algiers insult or molest the commander or any other person on board a vessel so visited, or plunder any of the property contained in her, on complaint being made to the Consul of the United States residing in Algiers, and on his producing sufficient proofs to substantiate the fact, the commander, or vice of said Algerine ship or vessel of war, as well as the offenders shall be punished in the most exemplary manner. All vessels of war belonging to the United States of America, on meeting with a cruiser belonging to the Regency of Algiers, on having seen her passports and certificates from the Consul of the United States residing in Algiers shall permit her to proceed on her cruise unmolested, and without detention. No passport shall be granted by either party to any vessels but such as are absolutely the property of citizens or subjects of the said contracting parties, on any pretense whatever. Article 8. A citizen or subject of either of the contracting parties having bought a prize vessel condemned by the other party, or by any other nation, the certificates of condemnation and bill of sale shall be a sufficient passport for such vessel for 6 months, which, considering the distance between the 2 countries, is no more than a reasonable time for her to procure passports. Article 9. Vessels of either of the contracting parties putting into the ports of the other and having need of provisions, or other supplies shall be furnished at the market price, and if any such vessel should so put in from a disaster at sea and have occasion to repair, she shall be at liberty to land, and re-embark her cargo, without paying any customs, or duties whatever, but in no case shall she be compelled to land her cargo. Article 1 Should a vessel of either of the contracting parties be cast on shore within the territories of the other, all proper assistance shall be given to her, and to her crew. No pillage shall be allowed. The property shall remain at the disposal of the owners, and if reshipped on board of any vessel for exportation, no customs, or duties whatever shall be required to be paid thereon, and the crew shall be protected and succored until they can be sent to their own country. Article 11. If a vessel of either of the contracting parties shall be attacked by an enemy within cannon shot of the ports of the other, she shall be protected as much as is possible. If she be in port, she shall not be seized, or attacked when it is in the power of the other party to protect her, and when she proceeds to sea, no enemy shall be permitted to pursue her from the same port within 24 hours after her departure. Article 12. The commerce between the United States of America and the Regency of Algiers, the protections to be given to merchants, masters of vessels, and seamen, the reciprocal right of establishing consuls in each country, the privileges, immunities, and jurisdictions to be enjoyed by such consuls, are declared to be upon the same footing in every respect with the most favored nations respectively. Article 13. On a vessel or vessels of war belonging to the United States of America anchoring before the city of Algiers, the consul is to inform the day of her arrival when she shall receive the salutes, which are by treaty or custom given to the ships of war of the most favored nations on similar occasions, and which shall be returned gun for gun, and if after such arrival so announced, any Christians whatever, captives in Algiers make their escape and take refuge on board of the said ships of war, they shall not be required back again, nor shall the consul of the United States, or commander of the said ship be required to pay anything for the said Christians. Article 14. The consul of the United States of America shall not be responsible for the debts contracted by the citizens of his own country unless he gives previously written obligations so to do. Article 15. As the government of the United States of America has in itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of any nation, and as the said states have never entered into any voluntary war, or act of hostility, except in defense of their just rights on the high seas, it is declared by the contracting parties that no pretext arising from religious opinions shall ever produce an interruption of harmony between the 2 nations, and the consuls and agents of both nations shall have liberty to celebrate the rites of their respective religions in their own houses. The consuls respectively shall have liberty and personal security given them to travel within the territories of each other, both by land and by sea, and shall not be prevented from going on board of any vessel they may think proper to visit. They shall likewise have the liberty of appointing their own dragoman and broker. Article 16. In case of any dispute arising from the violation of any of the articles of this treaty, no appeal shall be made to arms, nor shall war be declared, on any pretext whatever, but if the consul residing at the place where the dispute shall happen, shall not be able to settle the same, the government of that country shall state their grievance in writing, and transmit the same to the government of the other, and the period of 3 months shall be allowed for answers to be returned, during which time no act of hostility shall be permitted by either party, and in case the grievances are not redressed, and war should be the event, the consuls, and citizens, and subjects of both parties respectively shall be permitted to embark with their families and effects unmolested, on board of what vessel or vessels they shall think proper. Reasonable time being allowed for that purpose. Article 17. If in the course of events a war should break out between the two nations, the prisoners captured by either party shall not be made slaves, they shall not be forced to hard labor, or other confinement than such as may be necessary to secure their safe keeping, and they shall be exchanged rank for rank, and it is agreed that prisoners shall be exchanged in 12 months after their capture. And the exchange may be effected by any private individual, legally authorized by either of the parties. Article 18. If any of the Barbary powers, or other states at war with the United States shall capture any American vessel, and send her into any port of the Regency of Algiers, they shall not be permitted to sell her, but shall be forced to depart the port on procuring the requisite supplies of provisions. But the vessels of war of the United States with any prizes they may capture from their enemies shall have liberty to frequent the ports of Algiers for refreshment of any kinds, and to sell such prizes in the said ports, without paying any other customs or duties than such as are customary on ordinary commercial importations. Article 19. If any citizens of the United States, or any persons under their protection, shall have any disputes with each other, the consul shall decide between the parties, and whenever the consul shall require any aid or assistance from the government of Algiers to enforce his decisions, it shall be immediately granted to him. And if any dispute shall arise between any citizens of the United States, and the citizens or subjects of any other nation having a consul or agent in Algiers, such disputes shall be settled by the consuls or agents of the respective nations, and any dispute or suits at law that may take place between any citizens of the United States, and the subjects of the Regency of Algiers shall be decided by the day in person and no other. Article 20. If a citizen of the United States should kill, wound, or strike a subject of Algiers, or on the contrary, a subject of Algiers should kill, wound, or strike a citizen of the United States, the law of the country shall take place, and equal justice shall be rendered, the consul assisting at the trial, but the sentence of punishment against an American citizen shall not be greater or more severe than it would be against a Turk in the same predicament, and if any delinquent should make his escape, the consul shall not be responsible for him in any manner whatever. Article 21. The consul of the United States of America shall not be required to pay any customs or duties whatever on anything he imports from a foreign country for the use of his house and family. Article 22d. Should any of the citizens of the United States die within the Regency of Algiers, the Dey and his subjects shall not interfere with the property of the deceased, but it shall be under the immediate direction of the consul, unless otherwise disposed of by will. Should there be no consul, the effects shall be deposited in the hands of some person worthy of trust until the party shall appear who has a right to demand them, when they shall render an account of the property. Neither shall the Dey or his subjects give hindrance in the execution of any will that may appear. Done at Algiers on the 30th day of June AD 1815. Signed, Oman Bashaw, L.S. Whereas the undersigned William Shaler, a citizen of the United States, and Stephen Decatur, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Naval Forces now in the Mediterranean, being duly appointed commissioners by letters patent under the signature of the President, and seal of the U.S. of America, bearing date at the city of Washington the 9th day of April 1815 for negotiating and concluding a treaty of peace between the U.S. of America, and the Dey of Algiers. Now know ye that we William Shaler and Stephen Decatur commissioners as aforesaid, do conclude the foregoing treaty, and every article, and clause therein contained, reserving the same, nevertheless for the final ratification of the President of the United States of America, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate. Done on board of the United States ship Guerriere in the Bay of Algiers on the 3d day of July in the year 1815 and of the independence of the U.S. 40th. Signed, we Shaler. Stephen Decatur. Treaty of Peace and Amity, with article additional and explanatory, signed at Algiers December 22nd and 23. 1816. Treaty of Peace and Amity, with article additional and explanatory, signed at Algiers December 22nd and 23, 1816. Original in English. Submitted to the Senate January 7, 1822. Message of December 30th, 1821. Resolution of Advice and Consent February 1st, 1822. Ratified by the United States February 11, 1822. As to the ratification generally, See the notes http://avalon.law.edu/19th_century/bar1816n.asp. Proclaimed February 11, 1822. Following the English text is a reproduction of the Turkish translation or summary, and thereafter is an English translation of the Turkish, made in 1930. Treaty of Peace and Amity, concluded between the United States of America and the Dey and Regency of Algiers. The President of the United States and the Dey of Algiers being desirous to restore and maintain upon a stable and permanent footing, the relations of peace and good understanding between the two powers, and for this purpose to renew the Treaty of Peace and Amity, one which was concluded between the two states by William Shaler and Commodore Stephen Decatur, as Commissioners Plenipotentiary, on the part of the United States and His Highness Omar Pasha Dey of Algiers on the 30th of June 1815. The President of the United States having subsequently nominated and appointed by commission, the above-named William Shaler, and Isaac Chauncey, Commodore, and Commander-in-Chief of all the naval forces of the United States in the Mediterranean, Commissioners Plenipotentiary, to treat with His Highness the Dey of Algiers for the renewal of the treaty aforesaid, and they have concluded, settled, and signed the following articles. Article 1st. There shall be from the conclusion of this treaty, a firm, perpetual, inviolable and universal peace and friendship between the President and citizens of the United States of America on the one part, and the Dey and subjects of the Regency of Algiers in Barbary on the other, made by the free consent of both parties, and on the terms of the most favored nations, and if either party shall hereafter grant to any other nation, any particular favor or privilege in navigation, or commerce, it shall immediately become common to the other party, freely, when freely it is granted to such other nations, but when the grant is conditional, it shall be at the option of the contracting parties, to accept, alter, or reject such conditions in such manner as shall be most conducive to their respective interests. Article 2d. It is distinctly understood between the contracting parties, that no tribute, either as biennial presents or under any other form, or name whatever, shall be required by the Dey and Regency of Algiers from the United States of America on any pretext whatever. Article 3rd. Relates to the mutual restitution of prisoners and subjects and has been duly executed. Article 4th. Relates to the delivery into the hands of the Consul General of a quantity of bales of cotton and seed and has been duly executed. Article 5th. If any goods belonging to any nation with which either of the parties are at war, should be loaded on board vessels belonging to the other party, they shall pass free and unmolested and no attempt shall be made to take or detain them. Article 6. If any citizens or subjects belonging to either party shall be found on board a prize vessel taken from an enemy by the other party, such citizens or subjects shall be liberated immediately and in no case, or on any presence whatever shall any American citizen be kept in captivity or confinement, or the property of any American citizen found on board of any vessel belonging to any nation with which Algiers may be at war, be detained from its lawful owners after the exhibition of sufficient proofs of American citizenship and American property by the Consul of the United States, residing at Algiers. Article 7. Proper passports shall immediately be given to the vessels of both the contracting parties on condition that the vessels of war belonging to the Regency of Algiers on meeting with merchant vessels belonging to the citizens of the United States of America shall not be permitted to visit them with more than 2 persons besides the rowers. These only shall be permitted to go on board, without first obtaining leave from the commander of said vessel, who shall compare the passports and immediately permit said vessel to proceed on her voyage, and should any of the subjects of Algiers insult or molest the commander or any other person on board a vessel so visited, or plunder any of the property contained in her, on complaint being made to the Consul of the United States residing in Algiers, and on his producing sufficient proofs to substantiate the fact, the commander, or Rice, of said Algerine ship or vessel of war, as well as the offenders, shall be punished in the most exemplary manner. All vessels of war belonging to the United States of America on meeting a cruiser belonging to the Regency of Algiers, on having seen her passports, and certificates from the Consul of the United States residing in Algiers, shall permit her to proceed on her cruise unmolested and without detention. No passport shall be granted by either party to any vessels but such as are absolutely the property of citizens or subjects of the said contracting parties, on any presence whatever. Article 8. A citizen or subject of either of the contracting parties, having bought a prize vessel condemned by the other party or by any other nation, the certificates of condemnation, and bill of sale, shall be a sufficient passport for such vessel for 6 months, which considering the distance between the two countries, is no more than a reasonable time for her to procure passports. Article 9. Vessels of either of the contracting parties, putting into the ports of the other, and having need of provisions or other supplies shall be furnished at the market price, and if any such vessel should so put in from a disaster at sea, and have occasion to repair, she shall be at liberty to land and reembark her cargo, without paying any customs or duties whatever, but in no case shall be compelled to land her cargo. Article 10. Should a vessel of either of the contracting parties be cast on shore within the territories of the other, all proper assistance shall be given to her and her crew, no pillage shall be allowed. The property shall remain at the disposal of the owners, and if reshipped on board of any vessel for exportation, no customs or duties whatever shall be required to be paid thereon, and the crew shall be protected and succored until they can be sent to their own country. Article 11. If a vessel of either of the contracting parties shall be attacked by an enemy party within cannon shot of the forts of the other, she shall be protected as much as is possible. If she be in port, she shall not be seized or attacked when it is in the power of the other party to protect her, and when she proceeds to sea, no enemy shall be permitted to pursue her from the same port within 24 hours after her departure. Article 12. The commerce between the United States of America and the Regency of Algiers, the protections to be given to merchants, masters of vessels, and seamen, the reciprocal rights of establishing consuls in each country, the privileges, immunities, and jurisdictions to be enjoyed by such consuls, are declared to be on the same footing in every respect with the most favored nations respectively. Article 13. The consul of the United States of America shall not be responsible for the debts contracted by the citizens of his own country, unless he gives previously written obligations so to do. Article 14. On a vessel or vessels of war belonging to the United States, anchoring before the city of Algiers, the consul is to inform the day of her arrival when she shall receive the salutes which are by treaty, or custom given to the ships of war of the most favored nations on similar occasions, and which shall be returned gun for gun, and if after such arrival so announced, any Christians whatever, captives in Algiers, make their escape and take refuge on board any of the said ships of war, they shall not be required back again, nor shall the consul of the United States or commander of the said ship be required to pay anything for the said Christians. Article 15. As the government of the United States has in itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of any nation, and as the said states have never entered into any voluntary war or act of hostility, except in defense of their just rights on the high seas, it is declared by the contracting parties, that no pretext arising from religious opinions shall ever produce an interruption of the harmony between the two nations, and the consuls and agents of both nations shall have liberty to celebrate the rites of their respective religions in their own houses. The consuls respectively shall have liberty and personal security given them to travel within the territories of each other by land and sea, and shall not be prevented from going on board any vessel they may think proper to visit. They shall likewise have the liberty to appoint their own dragoman and broker. Article 16. In case of any dispute arising from the violation of any of the articles of this treaty, no appeal shall be made to arms, nor shall war be declared on any pretext whatever. But if the consul residing at the place where the dispute shall happen, shall not be able to settle the same, the government of that country shall state their grievance in writing and transmit the same to the government of the other, and the period of 3 months shall be allowed for answers to be returned, during which time no act of hostility shall be permitted by either party, and in case the grievances are not redressed and a war should be the event, the consuls and citizens and subjects of both parties, respectively, shall be permitted to embark with their effects unmolested, on board of what vessel or vessels they shall think proper, reasonable time being allowed for that purpose. Article 17. If in the course of events a war should break out between the two nations, the prisoners captured by either party shall not be made slaves. They shall not be forced to hard labor or other confinement than such as may be necessary to secure their safekeeping, and shall be exchanged rank for rank, and it is agreed that prisoners shall be exchanged in 12 months after their capture, and the exchange may be effected by any private individual, legally authorized by either of the parties. Article 18. If any of the Barbary powers or other states at war with the United States shall capture any American vessel and send her into any port of the Regency of Algiers, they shall not be permitted to sell her, but shall be forced to depart the port on procuring the requisite supplies of provisions. But the vessels of war of the United States with any prizes they may capture from their enemies shall have liberty to frequent the ports of Algiers for refreshment of any kind, and to sell such prizes in the said ports, without paying any other customs or duties than such as are customary on ordinary commercial importations. Article 19. If any of the citizens of the United States or any persons under their protection shall have any disputes with each other, the consul shall decide between the parties, and whenever the consul shall require any aid or assistance from the government of Algiers to enforce his decisions, it shall be immediately granted to him. And if any disputes shall arise between any citizens of the United States and the citizens or subjects of any other nations having a consul or agent in Algiers, such disputes shall be settled by the consuls or agents of the respective nations, and any disputes or suits at law that may take place between any citizens of the United States and the subjects of the Regency of Algiers shall be decided by the day in person and no other. Article 20. If a citizen of the United States should kill, wound, or strike a subject of Algiers, or on the contrary, a subject of Algiers should kill, wound, or strike a citizen of the United States, the law of the country shall take place and equal justice shall be rendered, the consul assisting at the trial, but the sentence of punishment against an American citizen shall not be greater, or more severe, than it would be against a Turk, in the same predicament, and if any delinquent should make his escape, the consul shall not be responsible for him in any manner whatever. Article 21st. The consul of the United States of America shall not be required to pay any customs or duties whatever on anything he imports from a foreign country for the use of his house and family. Article 22D. Should any of the citizens of the United States of America die within the Regency of Algiers, the Dey and his subjects shall not interfere with the property of the deceased, but it shall be under the immediate direction of the consul, unless otherwise disposed of by will. Should there be no consul, the effects shall be deposited in the hands of some person worthy of trust, until the party shall appear who has a right to demand them, when they shall render an account of the property, neither shall the Dey or his subjects give hindrance in the execution of any will that may appear. Article additional and explanatory. The United States of America, in order to give to the Dey of Algiers a proof of their desire to maintain the relations of peace and amity between the two powers upon a footing the most liberal, and in order to withdraw any obstacle which might embarrass him in his relations with other states, agree to annul so much of the 18th article http://avalon.law.edu/19th_century/bar1816t.asp of the foregoing treaty, as gives to the United States any advantage in the court of Algiers over the most favored nations having treaties with the Regency. Done at the Palace of the Government in Algiers on the 22d day of December 1816, which corresponds to the 3d of the moon Safar year of the Hijra 1232. Whereas the undersigned William Shaler, a citizen of the state of New York, and Isaac Chauncey, Commander-in-Chief of the Naval Forces of the United States, stationed in the Mediterranean, being duly appointed commissioners by letters patent under the signature of the President and seal of the United States of America, bearing date at the city of Washington the 24th day of August AD 1816 for negotiating and concluding the renewal of a treaty of peace between the United States of America and the Dey and subjects of the Regency of Algiers. We therefore, William Shaler and Isaac Chauncey, commissioners as aforesaid, do conclude the foregoing treaty, and every article and clause therein contained, reserving the same nevertheless for the final ratification of the President of the United States of America, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate of the United States. Done in the Chancery of the Consulate General of the United States in the city of Algiers on the 23d day of December in the year 1816 and of the independence of the United States the 41st. Seal W. M. Shaler. Seal I. Chauncey. Tunis, Convention of February 24, 1824 amending the Treaty of August 1797, and March 26, 1799. Convention amending the Treaty of August 1797, and March 26, 1799. Document 21 http://avalon.law.eth_century/bar1797t.asp. Signed at Bardo, near Tunis, February 24, 1824. 24 Ramada 2, AH 1239. Original in English. Submitted to the Senate December 15, 1825. Message of December 13, 1824. Resolution of Advice and Consent January 13, 1825. Ratified by the United States between January 13 and 21, 1825. As to the ratification generally, see the notes. Proclaimed January 21st. Whereas sundry articles of the Treaty of Peace and Friendship concluded between the United States of America and Hamid of the Shah, of happy memory, in the month of Rabi'a el in the year of the Hijra 1212, corresponding with the month of August of the Christian year 1797, have by experience been found to require alteration and amendment, in order therefore that the United States should be placed on the same footing with the most favored nations having treaties with Tunis, as well as to manifest a respect for the American government and a desire to continue unimpaired the friendly relations which have always existed between the two nations, it is hereby agreed and concluded between His Highness Mahmoud Bashaw Bey of Tunis, and S.D. Heap Esquire Chargé d'Affaires of the United States of America, that alteration be made in the 6th, 11th, 12th, and 14th articles of said treaty, and that the said articles shall be altered and amended in the treaty to read as follows. Article 6. If a Tunisian corsair shall meet with an American vessel and shall visit it with her boat, 2 men only shall be allowed to go on board, peaceably to satisfy themselves of its being American, who as well as any passengers of other nations they may have on board, shall go free both them and their goods, and the said 2 men shall not exact anything, on pain of being severely punished. In case a slave escapes and takes refuge on board an American vessel of war he shall be free, and no demand shall be made either for his restoration or for payment. Article the 11th. When a vessel of war of the United States shall enter the port of the Goletta she shall be saluted with 21 guns, which salute, the vessel of war shall return gun for gun only, and no powder will be given, as mentioned in the ancient 11th article of this treaty, which is hereby annulled. Article the 12th. When citizens of the United States shall come within the dependencies of Tunis to carry on commerce there, the same respect shall be paid to them which the merchants of other nations enjoy, and if they wish to establish themselves within our ports, no opposition shall be made thereto, and they shall be free to avail themselves of such interpreters as they may judge necessary without any obstruction in conformity with the usages of other nations, and if a Tunisian subject shall go to establish himself within the dependencies of the United States, he shall be treated in like manner. If any Tunisian subject shall freight an American vessel and load her with merchandise, and shall afterwards want to unload, or ship them on board of another vessel, we shall not permit him until the matter is determined by a reference of merchants, who shall decide upon the case, and after the decision, the determination shall be conformed to. No captain shall be detained in port against his consent, except when our ports are shut for the vessels of all other nations, which may take place with respect to merchant vessels, but not to those of war. The subjects and citizens of the two nations, respectively Tunisians and Americans, shall be protected in the places where they may be by the officers of the government there existing, but on failure of such protection, and for redress of every injury, the party may resort to the chief authority in each country, by whom adequate protection and complete justice shall be rendered. In case the government of Tunis shall have need of an American vessel for its service, such vessel being within the Regency, and not previously engaged, the government shall have the preference on its paying the same freight as other merchants usually pay for the same service, or at the like rate, if the service be without a customary precedent. Article the 14th. All vessels belonging to the citizens and inhabitants of the United States shall be permitted to enter the ports of the Kingdom of Tunis, and freely trade with the subjects and inhabitants thereof on paying the usual duties which are paid by other most favored nations at peace with the Regency. In like manner all vessels belonging to the subjects and inhabitants of the Kingdom of Tunis shall be permitted to enter the different ports of the United States, and freely trade with the citizens and inhabitants thereof on paying the usual duties which are paid by other most favored nations at peace with the United States. Concluded. Signed and sealed at the Palace of Bardo near Tunis the 24th day of the moon. Jumteni in the year of the Hijra 1239, corresponding the 24th of February 1824, of the Christian year, and the 48th year of the independence of the United States, reserving the same nevertheless for the final ratification of the President of the United States by and with the advice and consent of the Senate. Signed, S.D. Charged d'affaires of the U States of America at Tunis. Seal of Mahmoud Bashar. Seal of Hassan Bey. Morocco, Treaty of Peace, September 16, 1836. Treaty of Peace, signed at Meknes or Mekbine, September 16, 1836, 3 Jamada 2, AH 1252. Original in Arabic. A document including a copy of the treaty in Arabic and an English translation, followed by a clause of conclusion under the seal of the United States Consulate at Tangier, was signed by James R. Live, Consul and Agent of the United States, on October 1, 1836. Submitted to the Senate December 26, 1836. Message of December 20, 1836. Resolution of Advice and Consent January 17, 1837. Ratified by the United States January 28, 1837. As to the recollection and generally, see the notes. Proclaimed January 1837. The following 26 pages of Arabic text are a reproduction of the pages of the original treaty, but they are arranged in left to right order of pagination. 1. http://avalon.law.th/19th_century/bar1836t.asp. Then, from the above mentioned document signed by James R. Live on October 1, 1836, is printed the English translation, with the clause of conclusion reserving the treaty for the ratification of the President by and with the advice and consent of the Senate. Translation. In the name of God, the merciful and clement. Abd Airman Ibenu Kesham, whom God exalt. Praise be to God. This is the copy of the Treaty of Peace which we have made with the Americans, and written in this book, affixing thereto our blessed seal, that, with the help of God, it may remain firm forever. Written at Meknes, the city of Olives, on the 30th day of the month Jamad el-Lahar, in the year of the Hijra 1252. Corresponding to September 16, AD 1836. Art. 1. We declare that both parties have agreed that this treaty, consisting of 25 articles, shall be inserted in this book, and delivered to James R. Live, Agent of the United States, and now their resident consul at Tangier, with whose approbation it has been made, and who is duly authorized on their part, to treat with us, concerning all the matters contained therein. Art. 2. If either of the parties shall be at war with any nation whatever, the other shall not take a commission from the enemy, nor fight under their colors. Art. 3. If either of the parties shall be at war with any nation whatever, and take a prize belonging to that nation, and there shall be found on board subjects or effects belonging to either of the parties, the subjects shall be set at liberty, and the effects returned to the owners. And if any goods, belonging to any nation, with whom either of the parties shall be at war, shall be loaded on vessels belonging to the other party, they shall pass free and unmolested, without any attempt being made to take or detain them. Art. 4. A signal, or pass, shall be given to all vessels belonging to both parties, by which they are to be known when they meet at sea, and if the commander of a ship of war of either party shall have other ships under his convoy, the declaration of the commander shall alone be sufficient to exempt any of them from examination. Art. 5. If either of the parties shall be at war, and shall meet a vessel at sea belonging to the other, it is agreed that if an examination is to be made, it shall be done by sending a boat with 2 or 3 men only, and if any gun shall be fired, and injury done, without reason, the offending party shall make good all damages. Art. 6. If any Moor shall bring citizens of the United States, or their effects, to His Majesty, the citizens shall immediately be set at liberty, and the effects restored, and, in like manner, if any Moor, not a subject of these dominions, shall make prize of any of the citizens of America or their effects, and bring them into any of the ports of His Majesty, they shall be immediately released, as they will then be considered as under His Majesty's protection. Art. 7. If any vessel of either party shall put into a port of the other, and have occasion for provisions or other supplies, they shall be furnished without any interruption or molestation. Art. 8. If any vessel of the United States shall meet with a disaster at sea, and put into one of our ports to repair, she shall be at liberty to land and reload her cargo, without paying any duty whatever. Art. 9. If any vessel of the United States shall be cast on shore on any part of our coasts, she shall remain at the disposition of the owners, and no one shall attempt going near her without their approbation, as she is then considered particularly under our protection, and if any vessel of the United States shall be forced to put into our ports by stress of weather, or otherwise, she shall not be compelled to land her cargo, but shall remain in tranquility until the commander shall think proper to proceed on his voyage. Art. 10. If any vessel of either of the parties shall have an engagement with a vessel belonging to any of the Christian powers, within gunshot of the forts of the other, the vessel so engaged shall be defended and protected as much as possible, until she is in safety, and if any American vessel shall be cast on shore, on the coast of Moor, or any coast thereabout, the people belonging to her shall be protected and assisted, until by the help of God, they shall be sent to their country. Art. 11. If we shall be at war with any Christian power, and any of our vessels sails from the ports of the United States, no vessel belonging to the enemy shall follow, until 24 hours after the departure of our vessels, and the same regulation shall be observed towards the American vessels sailing from our ports, be their enemies Moors or Christians. Art. 12. If any ship of war belonging to the United States shall put into any of our ports, she shall not be examined on any presence whatever, even though she should have fugitive slaves on board, nor shall the governor or commander of the place compel them to be brought on shore on any pretext, nor require any payment for them. Art. 13. If a ship of war of either party shall put into a port of the other, and salute, it shall be returned from the port with an equal number of guns, not more or less. Art. 14. The commerce with the United States shall be on the same footing as is the commerce with Spain, or as that with the most favored nation for the time being, and their citizens shall be respected and esteemed, and have full liberty to pass and repass our country and seaports whenever they please, without interruption. Art. 15. Merchants of both countries shall employ only such interpreters, and such other persons to assist them in their business, as they shall think proper. No commander of a vessel shall transport his cargo on board another vessel, he shall not be detained in port longer than he may think proper, and all persons employed in loading or unloading or in any other labor whatever, shall be paid at the customary rates, not more and not less. Art. 16. In case of a war between the parties, the prisoners are not to be made slaves, but to be exchanged one for another. Captain for captain, officer for officer, and one private man for another, and if there shall prove a deficiency, on either side, it shall be made up by the payment of 100 Mexican dollars for each person wanting. And it is agreed that all prisoners shall be exchanged in 12 months from the time of their being taken, and that this exchange may be effected by a merchant, or any other person, authorized by either of the parties. Art. 17. Merchants shall not be compelled to buy or sell any kind of goods but such as they shall think proper, and nary buy and sell all sorts of merchandise but such as are prohibited to the other Christian nations. Art. 18. All goods shall be weighed and examined before they are sent on board, and to avoid all detention of vessels, no examination shall afterwards be made, unless it shall first be proved that contraband goods have been sent on board, in which case, the persons who took the contraband goods on board, shall be punished according to the usage and custom of the country, and no other person whatever shall be injured, nor shall the ship or cargo incur any penalty or damage whatever. Art. 19. No vessel shall be detained in port on any presence whatever, nor be obliged to take on board any article without the consent of the commander, who shall be at full liberty to agree for the freight of any goods he takes on board. Art. 20. If any of the citizens of the United States, or any persons under their protection, shall have any dispute with each other, the consul shall decide between the parties, and whenever the consul shall require any aid, or assistance from our government, to enforce his decisions, it shall be immediately granted to him. Art. 21. If a citizen of the United States should kill or wound a Moor, or, On the contrary, if a Moor shall kill or wound a citizen of the United States, the law of the country shall take place, and equal justice shall be rendered, the consul assisting at the trial, and if any delinquent shall make his escape, the consul shall not be answerable for him in any manner whatever. Art. 22. If an American citizen shall die in our country, and no will shall appear, the consul shall take possession of his effects, and if there shall be no consul, the effects shall be deposited in the hands of some person worthy of trust, until the party shall appear who has a right to demand them, but if the heir to the person deceased be present, the property shall be delivered to him without interruption, and if a will shall appear the property shall descend agreeably to that will, as soon as the consul shall declare the validity thereof. Art. 23. The consul of the United States of America shall reside in any seaport of our dominions that they shall think proper, and they shall be respected, and enjoy all the privileges which the consuls of any other nation enjoy, and if any of the citizens of the United States shall contract any debts or engagements, the consul shall not be in any manner accountable for them, unless he shall have given a promise in writing for the payment or fulfilling thereof, without which promise in writing, no application to him for any redress shall be made. Art. 24. If any differences shall arise by either party infringing on any of the articles of this treaty, peace and harmony shall remain notwithstanding, in the fullest force, until a friendly application shall be made for an arrangement, and until that application shall be rejected, no appeal shall be made to arms. And if a war shall break out between the parties, 9 months shall be granted to all the subjects of both parties, to dispose of their effects and retire with their property. And it is further declared, that whatever indulgence, in trade, or otherwise, shall be granted to any of the Christian powers, the citizens of the United States shall be equally entitled to them. Art. 25. This treaty shall continue in force, with the help of God, for 50 years, after the expiration of which term, the treaty shall continue to be binding on both parties, until the one shall give 12 months' notice to the other of an intention to abandon it, in which case, its operations shall cease at the end of the 12 months. Consulate of the United States of America. For the Empire of Morocco. To all whom it may concern. Be it known. Whereas the undersigned, James R. Live, a citizen of the United States of North America, and now their resident consul at Tangier, having been duly appointed commissioner, by letters patent, under the signature of the President and seal of the United States of North America, bearing date, at the city of Washington, the 4th day of July AD 1835, for negotiating and concluding a treaty of peace and friendship between the United States of North America and the Empire of Morocco, I, therefore, James R. Live, Commissioner as aforesaid, do conclude the foregoing treaty and every article and clause therein contained, reserving the same, nevertheless, for the final ratification of the President of the United States of North America, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate. In testimony whereof, I have hereunto affixed my signature, and the seal of this consulate, on the 1st day of October, in the year of our Lord 1830, and of the independence of the United States the 61st. Seal James R. Live. Moorish National Republic Federal Government. Societas Republicae Almoricanos. Moorish Divine and National Movement of the World. Northwest Amexine / Northwest Africa / North America / the North Gate. Right of protection in Morocco. Convention signed at Madrid July 3, 1880 effective from July 3, 1880 ratifications exchanged at Tangier May 1, 1881 Senate advice and consent to ratification May 5, 1881 ratified by the President of the United States May 10, 1881 proclaimed by the President of the United States December 21, 1881 ratification of the United States deposited at Tangier March 9, 1882 amendment, implementation, and termination in part, provisions of the General Act of Algeciras of April 7, 1906 prevail over any conflicting provisions. Article 11 implemented by Article 60 of the General Act. Extraterritorial jurisdiction in Morocco relinquished by the United States October 6, 1956. 2. Article 15 relating to Moroccan nationality obsolete and without effect. 822 STAT 817. Treaty Series 246. Translation. His Excellency the President of the United States of America, His Majesty the Emperor of Germany, King of Prussia, His Majesty the Emperor of Austria, King of Hungary, His Majesty the King of the Belgians, His Majesty the King of Denmark, His Majesty the King of Spain, His Excellency the President of the French Republic, Her Majesty the Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, His Majesty the King of Italy, His Majesty the Sultan of Morocco, His Majesty the King of the Netherlands, His Majesty the King of Portugal and the Algarves, His Majesty the King of Sweden and Norway. Having recognized the necessity of establishing, on fixed and uniform basis, the exercise of the right of protection in Morocco, and of settling certain questions connected therewith, have appointed as their plenipotentiaries at the conference assembled for that purpose at Madrid, to wit, His Excellency the President of the United States of America, General Lucius Fairchild, Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary of the United States near His Catholic Majesty. His Majesty the Emperor of Germany, King of Prussia, Count Eberhard de Sohn-Sonnenwald, Knight Commander of the First Class of His Order of the Red Eagle with Oak Leaves, Knight of the Iron Cross, etc., etc. His Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary near His Catholic Majesty. His Majesty the Emperor of Austria, King of Hungary, Count Emanuel Ludolf, His Privy Councillor in actual service, Grand Cross of the Imperial Order of Leopold, Knight of the First Class of the Order of the Iron Crown, etc., etc. His Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary near His Catholic Majesty. His Majesty the King of the Belgians, Mr. Edward Ansbach, Officer of His Order of Leopold, etc., etc. His Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary near His Catholic Majesty. His Majesty the King of Spain, Don Antonio Canovas del Castillo, Knight of the Distinguished Order of the Golden Fleece, etc., etc., President of His Council of Ministers. His Excellency the President of the French Republic, Vice Admiral J. Oras, Senator, Knight Commander of the Legion of Honor, etc., etc., Ambassador of the French Republic near His Catholic Majesty. Her Majesty the Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, the Honorable Lionel Sackville West, her Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary near His Catholic Majesty, who is likewise authorized to represent His Majesty the King of Denmark. His Majesty the King of Italy, Count Joseph Greppi, Grand Officer of the Order of St. Maurice and St. Lazarus, of that off-crown of Italy, etc., etc. His Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary near His Catholic Majesty, His Majesty the Sultan of Morocco, the Taleb Sid Mohammed Vargas, His Minister of Foreign Affairs and Ambassador Extraordinary. His Majesty the King of the Netherlands, Jean-Pierre Maurice de Helduier, Commander of the Royal Order of the Lion of the Netherlands, Knight of the Order of the Oaken Crown of Luxembourg, etc., etc. His Minister resident near His Catholic Majesty. His Majesty the King of Portugal and the Agards, Count de Casal Ribeiro, Peer of the Realm, Grand Cross of the Order of Christ, etc., etc. His Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary near His Catholic Majesty. His Majesty the King of Sweden and Norway, Mr. Henry Ackerman, Knight Commander of the First Class of the Order of Wasa, etc., etc. His Minister resident near His Catholic Majesty. Who, in virtue of their full powers, recognized as being in good and due form, have agreed upon the following articles. Article L. The conditions under which protection may be conceded are those established in the British and Spanish treaties with the government of Morocco, and in the convention made between that government, France, and other powers in 1863, with the modifications introduced by the present convention. Art. 2. Foreign representatives at the head of a legation may select their interpreters and employees from among the subjects of Morocco or others. These protected persons shall be subject to no duty, impost, or tax whatever, other than those stipulated in Articles 12 and 13. Art. 3. Consuls, vice-consuls, or consular agents having charge of a post, and residing within the territory of the Sultan of Morocco, shall be allowed to, and 2 servants from among the subjects of the Sultan, unless they may require a native secretary. These protected persons shall, in like manner, be subject to no duty, impost, or tax whatever, other than those stipulated in Articles 12 and 13. Art. 4. If a representative shall appoint a subject of the Sultan to the office of consular agent in a town on the coast, such agent shall be respected and honored, as shall the members of his family occupying their same dwelling with him, and they, like him, shall be subject to no duty, impost, or tax whatever, other than those stipulated in Articles 12 and 13, but he shall not have the right to protect any subject of the Sultan other than the members of his own family. He may, however, for the exercise of his functions, have a protected soldier. Officers in acting charge of vice-consulates being subjects of the Sultan shall, during the exercise of their functions, enjoy the same rights as consular agents who are subjects of the Sultan. Art. 5. The government of Morocco recognizes the right of ministers' charges d'affaires and other representatives, which is granted to them by treaties, to select the persons whom they employ, either in their own service or that of their governments, unless such persons shall be sheiks or other employees of the government of Morocco, such as soldiers of the line or of the cavalry, in addition to the magaznias in command of their guard. In like manner, they shall not be permitted to employ any subject of Morocco who is under prosecution. It is understood that civil suits commenced before protection shall be terminated before the courts which have instituted such proceedings. The execution of the sentence shall suffer no hindrance. Nevertheless, the local authorities of Morocco shall take care to communicate, without delay, the sentence pronounced to the legation, consulate, or consular agency upon which the protected person is dependent. As to those persons formerly protected, who may have a suit which was commenced before protection was withdrawn from them, their case shall be tried by the court before which it was brought. The right of protection shall not be exercised towards persons under prosecution for an offense or crime, before they have been tried by the authorities of the country, or before their sentence, if any has been pronounced, has been executed. Art. 6. Protection shall extend to the family of the person protected. His dwelling shall be respected. It is understood that the family is to consist only of the wife, the children, and the minor relatives dwelling under the same roof. Protection shall not be hereditary. A single exception, which was established by the Convention of 1863, but which is not to create a precedent, shall be maintained in favor of the Ben Jamal family. Nevertheless, if the Sultan of Morocco shall grant another exception, each of the contracting powers shall be entitled to claim a similar concession. Art. 7. Foreign representatives shall inform the Sultan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, in writing, of any selections of an employee made by them. They shall furnish annually to the said minister a list of the names of the persons protected by them or by their agents throughout the states of the Sultan of Morocco. This list shall be transmitted to the local authorities, who shall consider as persons enjoying protection only those whose names are contained therein. Art. 8. Consular officers shall transmit each year to the authorities of the district in which they reside a list, bearing their seal, of the persons protected by them. These authorities shall transmit it to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to the end that, if it be not conformable to the regulations, the representatives at Tangier may be informed of the fact. A consular officer shall be required to give immediate information of any changes that may have taken place among the persons protected by his consulate. Art. 9. Servants, farmers, and other native employees of native secretaries and interpreters shall not enjoy protection. The same shall be the case with Muralsh employees or servants of foreign subjects. Nevertheless, the local authorities shall not arrest an employee or servant of a native officer in the service of a legation or consulate, or of a foreign subject or protected person, without having notified the authority upon which he is dependent. If a subject of Morocco il the service of a foreign subject shall kill or wound any person, or violate his domicile, he shall be arrested immediately. But the diplomatic or consular authority under which he is shall be notified without delay. Art. 10. Nothing is changed with regard to the situation of brokers, as established by the treaties and by the Convention of 1863, except what is stipulated relative to taxes, in the following articles. Art. 11. The right to hold property is recognized in Morocco as belonging to all foreigners. The purchase of property must take place with the previous consent of the government, and the title of such property shall be subject to the forms prescribed by the laws of the country. Any question that may arise concerning this right shall be decided according to the same laws, with the privilege of appeal to the Minister of Foreign Affairs stipulated in the treaties. Art. 12. Foreigners and protected persons who are the owners or tenants of cultivated land, as well as brokers engaged in agriculture, shall pay the agricultural tax. They shall send to their consul annually an exact statement of what they possess, delivering into his hands the amount of the tax. He who shall make a false statement shall be fined doubly the amount of the tax that he would regularly have been obliged to pay for the property not declared. In case of repeated offense, this fine shall be doubled. The nature, method, date, and apportionment of this tax shall form the subject of a special regulation between the representatives of the powers and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of His Sharifian Majesty. Art. 13. Foreigners, protected persons, and brokers owning beasts of burden shall pay what is called the gate tax. The apportionment and the manner of collecting this tax, which is paid alike by foreigners and natives, shall likewise form the subject of a special regulation between the representatives of the powers and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of His Sharifian Majesty. The said tax shall not be increased without a new agreement with the representatives of the powers. Art. 14. The mediation of interpreters, native secretaries, or soldiers of the different legations or consulates, when persons are concerned who are not under the protection of the legation or consulate, shall be permitted orally when they are the bearers of a document signed by the head of a mission or by the consular authority. Art. 15. Any subject of Morocco who has been naturalized in a foreign country, and who shall return to Morocco, shall, after having remained for a length of time equal to that which shall have been regularly necessary for him to obtain such naturalization, choose between entire submission to the laws of the empire and the obligation to quit Morocco, unless it shall be proved that his naturalization in a foreign country was obtained with the consent of the government of Morocco. Foreign naturalization heretofore acquired by subjects of Morocco according to the rules established by the laws of each country, shall be continued to them as regards all its effects, without any restriction. Art. 16. No irregular or unofficial protection shall be granted in future. The authorities of Morocco will recognize no protection, of any kind whatever, save such as is expressly provided for in this convention. Nevertheless, the exercise of the customary right of protection shall be reserved for those cases only in which it may be desired to reward signal services rendered by a native of Morocco to a foreign power, or for other altogether exceptional reasons. The Minister of Foreign Affairs at Tangier shall be previously informed of the nature of the services, and notified of the intention to reward them, in order that he may, if need be, present his observations thereon, yet the final decision shall be reserved for the government to which the service shall have been rendered. The number of persons thus protected shall not exceed 12 for each power, and this number is fixed as the maximum unless the consent of the Sultan shall be obtained. The status of persons who have obtained protection in virtue of the custom, which is henceforth to be regulated by this stipulation, shall be without limitation of the number of persons belonging to this class and now so protected, the same for themselves and their families as that which is established for other protected persons. Art. 17. The right to the treatment of the most favored nation is recognized by Morocco as belonging to all the powers represented at the Madrid Conference. Art. 18. This convention shall be ratified. The ratifications shall be exchanged at Tangier with as little delay as possible. By exceptional consent of the high contracting parties, the stipulations of this convention shall take effect on the day on which it is signed at Madrid. In faith whereof the respective plenipotentiaries have signed this convention, and have thereunto affixed the seals of their arms. Done at Madrid, in 13 originals, this 3rd day of July, 1880. For the United States, for the United Kingdom, and for Den Lucius Fairchild seal mark. L.S. Sackville West seal. For Germany, for Italy Eda Somme seal. J. Greppi seal. For Austria-Hungary, for Morocco E. Ludolf seal Mohammed Vargas signature in. For Belgium Arabic seal. Mansbach seal for the Netherlands. Heldweir seal. For Spain, for Portugal Lake Novas del Castillo seal. Casal Rmeiro seal. For France, for Sweden and Norway. Jor seal Ackermann seal. Translation. Regulations relative to protection adopted by common consent by the legation of France and the government of Morocco, August 19, 1863. 10. Protection is individual and temporary. It consequently does not in general apply to the relatives of the person protected. It may apply to his family, that is to say, to his wife and children living under the same 100F. It lasts at the longest for a person's lifetime and is never hereditary, with the single exception of the Benchamal family, which has furnished for several generations, and still furnishes persons who act in the capacity of brokers and interpreters for the post. At Tangier, protected persons are divided into 2 classes. The first class comprises natives employed by the legation and by the various French consular officers. The second C1SS consists of native factors, brokers, or agents, employed by French merchants for their business affairs. It is proper here to refer to the fact that the term merchant is only applied to a person carrying on the import or export trade on a large scale, either in his own name or as the agent of others. The number of native brokers enjoying French protection is limited to 2 for each commercial house. By way of exception, commercial firms having establishments in different ports may have 2 brokers attached to each of these establishments, who may as such enjoy French protection. French protection is not extended to natives employed by French citizens in agricultural occupations. Nevertheless, in consideration of the existing state of things, and by agreement with the authorities of Morocco, the benefit of the protection which has hitherto been granted to the persons referred to in the foregoing paragraph shall be extended to the said persons for 2 months from the 1st of September next. It is, moreover, understood that agricultural laborers, herdsmen, or other native peasants, in the service of French citizens shall not be legally prosecuted without immediate information thereof being communicated to the competent consular officer, in order that the latter may protect the interests of his countrymen. The list of all protected persons shall be delivered by the proper consulate to the competent magistrate of the place, who shall likewise be informed of any changes that may subsequently be made in the said list. Each protected person shall be furnished with a card in French and in Arabic, mentioning his name and stating the services which secure this privilege to him. All these cards shall be issued by the legation of France at Tangier. Tangier, August 19, 1863. Moorish National Republic Federal Government. Societas Republicae Almoricanos. Moorish Divine and National Movement of the World. Northwest Amaxine / Northwest Africa / North America / the North Gate. Letter from George Washington to Muhammad ibn Abdullah Sultan of Morocco, City of New York, December 1st, 1789. Great and magnanimous friend. Since the date of the letter which the late Congress, by their President, addressed to your Imperial Majesty, the United States of America have thought proper to change their government and institute a new one, agreeable to the Constitution, of which I have the honor, herewith, to enclose a copy. The time necessarily employed in the arduous task, and the disarrangements occasioned by so great though peaceable a revolution, will apologize, and account for your Majesty's not having received those regularly advised marks of attention from the United States which the friendship and magnanimity of your conduct toward them afforded reason to expect. The United States, having unanimously appointed me to supreme executive authority in this nation. Your Majesty's letter of August 17, 1788, which by reason of the dissolution of the late government, remained unanswered, has been delivered to me. I have also received the letters which your Imperial Majesty has been so kind as to write, in favor of the United States, to the Bashaws of Tunis and Tripoli, and I present to you the sincere acknowledgments and thanks of the United States for this important mark of your friendship for them. We greatly regret the hostile disposition of those regencies toward this nation, who have never injured them, is not to be removed, on terms of our power to comply with. Within our territories there are no mines, whether of gold or silver, and this young nation just recovering from the waste and dissolution of a long war, have not, as yet, had time to acquire riches by agriculture and commerce. But our soil is bountiful, and our people industrious, and we have reason to flatter ourselves that we shall gradually become useful to our friends. The encouragement which your Majesty has been pleased, generously, to give to our commerce with your dominions, the punctuality with which you have caused the treaty with us to be observed, and the just and generous measures taken in the case of Captain Proctor, make a deep impression on the United States and confirm their respect for and attachment to your Imperial Majesty. It gives me great pleasure to have the opportunity of assuring your Majesty that, while I remain at the head of this nation, I shall not cease to promote every measure that may conduce to the friendship and harmony which so happily subsist between your empire and them, and shall esteem myself happy in every occasion of convincing your Majesty of the high sense, which in common with the whole nation, I entertain the magnanimity, wisdom, and benevolence of your Majesty. May the Almighty bless your Imperial Majesty, our great and magnanimous friend, with his constant guidance and protection. George Washington. Moorish National Republic Federal Government. Societas Republicae Almoricanos. Moorish Divine and National Movement of the World. Northwest Amaxine / Northwest Africa / North America / the North Gate. Proclamations. This is a good time to make a reminder as to what a true Native American is, regardless to what people have chosen to think it is. American, and an Aboriginal or one of the various copper-colored natives found on the American continent by the Europeans, they. Original application of the name. Webster's 1828 American Dictionary of the English Language and 1936. Webster's Unabridged 20th Century Dictionary. True Native Americans are not Indians. Indian is a federal brand given to true Native Americans. If you think you are a native here, Aboriginal and Indigenous, with a family name or what is referred to as a tribal name, then you cannot also be an American Indian according to all true and divine records, as there is no such thing as an American Indian because it is a misnomer or a nom-de-guerre. Documentation support to the distinction of Native Americans and federally reserved Indians can be found in the 1998 Presidential Executive Order No. 13107 on the implementation of human rights, Sector 2, B. Governments are corporations / companies that have no authority over natural flesh and blood beings. Administrators define government succinctly. Governments are corporations, inasmuch as every government is an artificial person, an abstraction, a creature of the mind only. A government can deal only with artificial persons. The imaginary, having no reality or substance, cannot create or attain parity with the real. Penhallow v. Jones. 1933, Legislative Journal, House, page 5759. Resolution number 75. Mr. Whitkin, Mr. Speaker, I desire at this time to call up Resolution number 75. Printers number 1034. The resolution was read by the clerk as follows. In the House of Representatives, April 17, 1933. Many sons and daughters of that proud and handsome race which inspired the architecture of Northern Africa and carried into Spain the influence of its artistic temperaments have become citizens of this nation. In the city of Philadelphia there exists a Moorish American society made up of Moors who have found here the end of their quest for a home and of the children of those who journeyed here from the plains of Morocco. This society has done much to bring about a thorough absorption by these people of those principles which are necessary to make them good American citizens. These Moorish Americans have since being here missed the use of the titles and name annexations that were so familiar at home and which are used in accordance with the doctrines of the religious faith to which they are adherents. Therefore be it resolved that this House commends the Moorish American Society of Philadelphia for the efficient service it has rendered the nation in bringing about a speedy and thorough Americanization of these former Moors, and that in accordance with the fullest right of religious independence guaranteed every citizen, we recognize also the right of these people to use the name affixes el or ali or bey or any other prefix or suffix to which they have heretofore been accustomed to use or which they may hereafter acquire the right to use. On the question, will the House adopt the resolution? It was adopted May 4, 1933. Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Preamble. Whereas recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. Whereas disregard and contempt for human rights have resulted in barbarous acts which have outraged the conscience of mankind, and the advent of a world in which human beings shall enjoy freedom of speech and belief, and freedom from fear and want has been proclaimed as the highest aspiration of the common people. Whereas it is essential, if man is not to be compelled to have recourse, as a last resort, to rebellion against tyranny and oppression, that human rights should be protected by the rule of law. Whereas it is essential to promote the development of friendly relations between nations. Whereas the peoples of the United Nations have in the Charter reaffirmed their faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, and in the equal rights of men and women, and have determined to promote social progress and better standards of life and larger freedom. Whereas member states have pledged themselves to achieve, in cooperation with the United Nations, the promotion of universal respect for and observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Whereas a common understanding of these rights and freedoms is of the greatest importance for the full realization of this pledge. Now, therefore, the General Assembly proclaims this Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a common standard of achievement for all peoples and all nations, to the end that every individual and every organ of society, keeping this declaration constantly in mind, shall strive by teaching and education to promote respect for these rights and freedoms, and by progressive measures, national and international, to secure their universal and effective recognition and observance, both among the peoples of member states themselves and among the peoples of territories under their jurisdiction. Article I. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience, and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. Article 2. Everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration, without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status. Furthermore, no distinction shall be made on the basis of the political, jurisdictional, or international status of the country or territory to which a person belongs, whether it be independent, trust, non-self-governing, or under any other limitation of sovereignty. Article 3. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of person. Article 4. No one shall be held in slavery or servitude. Slavery and the slave trade shall be prohibited in all their forms. Article 5. No one shall be subjected to torture or to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. Article 6. Everyone has the right to recognition everywhere as a person before the law. Article 7. All are equal before the law and are entitled without any discrimination to equal protection of the law. All are entitled to equal protection against any discrimination in violation of this declaration and against any incitement to such discrimination. Article 8. Everyone has the right to an effective remedy by the competent national tribunals for acts violating the fundamental rights granted him by the Constitution or by law. Article 9. No one shall be subjected to arbitrary arrest, detention, or exile. Article 10. Everyone is entitled in full equality to a fair and public hearing by an independent and impartial tribunal, in the determination of his rights and obligations and of any criminal charge against him. Article 11. Everyone charged with a penal offense has the right to be presumed innocent until proved guilty according to law in a public trial at which he has had all the guarantees necessary for his defense. 2. No one shall be held guilty of any penal offense on account of any act or omission which did not constitute a penal offense, under national or international law, at the time when it was committed. Nor shall a heavier penalty be imposed than the one that was applicable at the time the penal offense was committed. Article 12. No one shall be subjected to arbitrary interference with his privacy, family, home, or correspondence, nor to attacks upon his honor and reputation. Everyone has the right to the protection of the law against such interference or attacks. Article 13. Everyone has the right to freedom of movement and residence within the borders of each state. 2. Everyone has the right to leave any country, including his own, and to return to his country. Article 14. 1. Everyone has the right to seek and to enjoy another country's asylum from persecution. 2. This right may not be invoked in the case of prosecutions genuinely arising from non-political crimes or from acts contrary to the purposes and principles of the United Nations. Article 15. 1. Everyone has the right to a nationality. 2. No one shall be arbitrarily deprived of his nationality nor denied the right to change his nationality. Article 16. 1. Men and women of full age, without any limitation due to race, nationality, or religion, have the right to marry and to found a family. They are entitled to equal rights as to marriage, during marriage, and at its dissolution. 2. Marriage shall be entered into only with the free and full consent of the intending spouses. 3. The family is the natural and fundamental group unit of society and is entitled to protection by society and the state. Article 17. 1. Everyone has the right to own property alone as well as in association with others. 2. No one shall be arbitrarily deprived of his property. Article 18. Everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right includes freedom to change his religion or belief, and freedom, either alone or in community with others and in public or private, to manifest his religion or belief in teaching, practice, worship, and observance. Article 19. Everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. Article 20. 1. Everyone has the right to freedom of peaceful assembly and association. 2. No one may be compelled to belong to an association. Article 21. 1. Everyone has the right to take part in the government of his country, directly or through freely chosen representatives. 2. Everyone has the right to equal access to public service in his country. 3. The will of the people shall be the basis of the authority of government. This will shall be expressed in periodic and genuine elections which shall be by universal and equal suffrage and shall be held by secret vote or by equivalent free voting procedures. Article 22. Everyone, as a member of society, has the right to social security and is entitled to realization, through national effort and international cooperation and in accordance with the organization and resources of each state, of the economic, social and cultural rights indispensable for his dignity and the free development of his personality. Article 23. 1. Everyone has the right to work, to free choice of employment, to just and favorable conditions of work and to protection against unemployment. 2. Everyone, without any discrimination, has the right to equal pay for equal work. 3. Everyone who works has the right to just and favorable remuneration, ensuring for himself and his family an existence worthy of human dignity, and supplemented, if necessary, by other means of social protection. 4. Everyone has the right to form and to join trade unions for the protection of his interests. Article 24. Everyone has the right to rest and leisure, including reasonable limitation of working hours and periodic holidays with pay. Article 25. 1. Everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, housing, and medical care and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age or other lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond his control. 2. Motherhood and childhood are entitled to special care and assistance. All children, whether born in or out of wedlock, shall enjoy the same social protection. Article 26. 1. Everyone has the right to education. Education shall be free, at least in the elementary and fundamental stages. Elementary education shall be compulsory. Technical and professional education shall be made generally available and higher education shall be equally accessible to all, on the basis of merit. 2. Education shall be directed to the full development of the human personality and to the strengthening of respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. It shall promote understanding, tolerance and friendship among all nations, racial or religious groups, and shall further the activities of the United Nations for the maintenance of peace. 3. Parents have a prior right to choose the kind of education that shall be given to their children. Article 27. 1. Everyone has the right freely to participate in the cultural life of the community, to enjoy the arts and to share in scientific advancement and its benefits. 2. Everyone has the right to the protection of the moral and material interests resulting from any scientific, literary, or artistic production of which he is the author. Article 28. Everyone is entitled to a social and international order in which the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration can be fully realized. Article 29. 1. Everyone has duties to the community in which alone the free and full development of his personality is possible. 2. In the exercise of his rights and freedoms, everyone shall be subject only to such limitations as are determined by law solely for the purpose of securing due recognition and respect for the rights and freedoms of others, and of meeting the just requirements of morality, public order, and the general welfare in a democratic society. 3. These rights and freedoms may in no case be exercised contrary to the purposes and principles of the United Nations. Article 30. Nothing in this declaration may be interpreted as implying for any state, group or person any right to engage in any activity or to perform any act aimed at the destruction of any of the rights and freedoms set forth herein. Published by the United Nations. 07-58681 March 2008 4,000. United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. United Nations. United Nations. United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. 1. Resolution adopted by the General Assembly, without reference to a main committee, A/61/L.67 and Add.1. 61/295. United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The General Assembly, taking note of the recommendation of the Human Rights Council contained in its resolution 1/2 of June 29, 2006, 1, by which the Council adopted the text of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, recalling its resolution 61/178 of December 20, 2006, by which it decided to defer consideration of an action on the declaration, to allow time for further consultations thereon, and also decided to conclude its consideration before the end of the 61st session of the General Assembly. Adopts the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as contained in the annex to the present resolution. 107th Plenary Meeting. September 13, 2007. Annex. United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The General Assembly, guided by the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, and good faith in the fulfillment of the obligations assumed by states in accordance with the Charter, affirming that indigenous peoples are equal to all other peoples, while recognizing the right of all peoples to be different, to consider themselves different, and to be respected as such. 1. The official records of the General Assembly, 61st session. Supplement number 53, A/61/53, Part 1, Chapter 2, Section A. 2.